Chapter 1073. It was very strange. Perhaps this was the normal mentality of a person. They clearly saw that others couldn't beat Lin Xian, and the other domain realm cultivators were sent away, but they always felt that they could beat Lin Xian. This was a normal mentality. They were all geniuses, so why couldn't they beat others? After all, Lin Xian was only at the law realm. Although he had space, under normal circumstances, the space attribute's effect was not particularly great in a battle of the same level. The most powerful thing about space was that it was terrifying. As for why Lin Xian was able to send Zhao Hailuo out of the arena directly, no one understood. Logically speaking, Zhao Hailuo was much stronger than Lin Xian, so Lin Xian's space attribute should be more effective against himself. The effect would be instantly broken against the enemy. Everyone guessed that Zhao Hailuo didn't think of it and didn't react in time. Zhao Hailuo himself didn't know. He clearly felt that he had reacted, but he didn't have time to do it. He couldn't understand it, so he could only think of it as his carelessness. Good, let's do it again. Zhao Hailuo stared at Lin Xian. It's fine to do it again, but we'll have to start again. Lin Xian grinned and said, let's start again then. Zhao Hailuo gritted his teeth and said. He was trembling with anger. Come next round, Lin Xian said with a smile. How shameless. I'm convinced. Ling Ying said helplessly from behind. It's a little shameless. Han Chuxue nodded. It's very shameless. Xiao Xinyue added. However, she inexplicably felt that she liked his shamelessness. What kind of logic was this? This time, there were much fewer people who transferred money. So few that only a few dozen people transferred money. Why? Because everyone could see that Zhao Hailuo was very angry. He would definitely take out a very high amount of money to fight Lin Xian to the death. Even if they wanted to compete, what if it was too little? If it was too little, they would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, although many people wanted to fight Lin Xian, they felt that they didn't want to fight with Zhao Hailuo. Although they were all rich, they couldn't afford it, right? Lin Xian glanced at it. He had earned more than 50 million in 3 rounds. He felt as if he was about to fly. However, Lin Xian felt that he could still earn a few rounds. Lin Xian couldn't keep hiding it, but at least he could earn a lot today. Therefore, to win against Zhao Hailuo, this round of transfers. Oh, young Master Zhao, why do you have to do this? Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Hailuo Xian and said, Zhao Hailuo, this young master has already spent so much money. If I don't win today, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss? Zhao Hailuo said unwillingly. He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian really wanted to laugh to death. This Zhao Hailuo was really stubborn. He directly used 1 million this time. Sigh, the life of the rich is really good. Then come. Lin Xian twisted his neck and walked up the stage again. Behind him, Murongyu also walked into Lin Xian's courtyard. She had already guessed that Lin Xian's place would be very lively. Sure enough, when she woke up in the morning, she saw the news on the forum. She didn't want to come to watch the fun, but she was too bored. She agreed to spar with Lin Xian today, but she naturally wouldn't do it this morning. Suddenly, she saw the news that Lin Xian's side was paying for a duel. She was puzzled and just happened to be bored, so she came to take a look. Another piece of news exploded. The top 4 campus beauties of the academy were all attracted to this place. Therefore, in order to see these 4 campus beauties, countless people came to challenge them. In just a short period of time, the number of people in the 108 peaks was simply too many. It directly exceeded 5,000 people. You're here too. Ling Ying looked at Murongyu, who was walking over, and greeted him. They weren't very familiar with each other, and they weren't even friends. Even if they knew each other, they admired each other. Even in Murongyu's eyes, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were still outstanding. Murongyu nodded and said, I saw on the forum that it was quite lively here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect there to be so many people in such a short time. Murongyu also felt that it was quite exaggerated. There are too many people here. How is it now? Murongyu asked. This guy is scamming money. Ling Ying said helplessly. I heard that you have to pay to challenge here? That's quite surprising. Murongyu said. Then, Ling Ying gave her a brief explanation. Murongyu. She was really impressed. He was the first person in history to play so casually. Zhao Hailuo took a look and was shocked to find that Murong Yu was also here. Who was this Lin Xian? How did he attract all these beauties? It was no secret that Lin Xian had some kind of relationship with them. As for what kind of relationship it was something that no one knew. What's going on? Murong Yu is also here? What's the relationship between Lin Xian and these people? It's said that Lin Xian and Ling Ying were classmates, so it's normal for them to know each other. I heard that Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian were in the same school, so it's normal for them to know each other. Murong Yu and Lin Xian were in the military class of this martial arts academy, so they were also classmates. Damn, Lin Xian's luck with women is too good. What's the use? They're just classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Xian, I hope that this time you can have a fair fight with me. Zhao Hailuo said to Lin Xian in a righteous manner when he saw that Murong Yu was here. Sure, young Master Zhao has spent so much money. It's not right if I don't have a fair fight with you. Lin Xian smiled. Come on. Zhao Hailuo released his wind attribute again. In the next moment, he rushed toward Lin Xian without hesitation. You want to compete in speed? You think you can be faster than me with the wind attribute? Unfettered under the heavens. Lin Xian smirked and disappeared in an instant. Grade. Heaven rank 10 stars type. Movement skill requirements. None. Rare movement skill in the world. With each step, you'll be able to travel 1,000 meters with each step. Freedom under the heavens has 3 levels. The first level is Phantom Transformation. The second level is 1,000 meters with each step. The third level is so close, yet so far. Once mastered, you can travel the world in just a moment. Effect. When Freedom under the heavens is activated, your movement speed will increase by up to 10 times. Consumes 20 to 200 spiritual energy value per second. When released with the wind attribute, the effect will be doubled. Current level, Phantom Transformation. This was a very, very heaven-defying skill. One had to know that this was a heaven rank 10 stars. Although it wasn't an offensive skill, it could increase one's movement speed by 10 times. How could the wind attribute compare to it? At first, everyone thought that Lin Xian was using the space attribute again, but they were shocked to find that it wasn't the case. Chapter 1074. Everyone looked at the two figures in shock. They crossed each other countless times every second, and their speed was incomparably fast. However, Lin Xian was definitely faster than him. Zhao Hailuo had a certain level of attainment in the wind attribute, but he found that Lin Xian's speed was fucking faster than his own. 4 attributes? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No, it's not 4 attributes. There's no wind attribute power. At this moment, a figure walked over and said calmly, Qi Ming. Qi Ming walked to Xiao Xinyue's side and said to that person, it's a martial skill, not a wind attribute martial skill. It should be a movement skill and a high-grade one at that. Everyone looked at him. Everyone recognized him. After all, he was ranked 20th in the inner courtyard. It was impossible for him not to be famous. Qi Ming mainly saw Xiao Xinyue here, so he came. He didn't have much time to interact with Xiao Xinyue, and he was pursuing her. Then, he looked at Xiao Xinyue and said with a smile, Xinyue, we haven't exchanged pointers in a long time. Now that we're in the Martial Arts Academy, why don't we find a chance to exchange pointers? Exchanging pointers was an excuse, but if he could exchange pointers with Xiao Xinyue alone, they could cultivate their relationship. In his memory, there was no chance for them to be alone. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. Anything is fine. Okay, then I'll go to your peak to exchange pointers? Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. She didn't want to exchange pointers, but she couldn't refuse him with this excuse. She would just treat it as practice. After all, she wanted to be able to exchange pointers with others in the Martial Arts Academy to improve herself. This movement skill is at least of the heaven rank. I've only seen 2 heaven rank movement skills, and this is the 3rd one. It's really shocking. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and muttered to herself, yeah, there are many heaven rank martial skills, but movement skills are very rare, let alone a heaven rank martial skill. Ling Ying nodded. To be able to surpass the power of the wind attribute with just a movement technique, how powerful was that? At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhao Hailuo. What was this situation? How could this person be so fast? In the past, Lin Xian's spiritual energy value was very low, so he couldn't maintain the Heaven's Shadow step for long. However, it was different now. I'd like to see how long your martial skill can last. Zhao Hailuo coldly snorted. Using martial skills to forcefully increase his speed would definitely consume more spiritual energy than using elemental power to increase his speed. Lin Xian wasn't a fool. He couldn't show off too much. After wandering around for a while, Lin Xian stopped and stood in front of Zhao Hailuo. You're out of spiritual energy? Zhao Hailuo sneered. Now you can just wait to lose. Fierce wind rolling waves. Zhao Hailuo roared and released a powerful martial skill. In an instant, the entire small stage was shrouded in a fierce wind. Each wind carried a drop of water, and at this time, each drop of water was as terrifying as a bullet. Break for this young master, Zhao Hailuo angrily shouted, and like a torrential storm of pear blossom needles, a strong wind swept towards Lin Xian. The whole martial skill covered the whole martial arts stage, and Lin Xian simply had nowhere to hide. It's over, it's over. This Zhao Hailuo is going to win. Fuck. If I knew this would happen, I would have fucking fought with this Lin Xian, even if I had 2 million. Sigh. Previously, Lin Xian seemed to be at ease, but in fact, Zhao Hailuo didn't use any martial skills. Now that he's using a martial skill, with his realm, Lin Xian can't avoid it. You think it's over? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. Spatial lock. Following that, Lin Xian retreated to the edge of the stage and sealed almost the entire stage. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded Lin Xian, but it was all blocked by the sealed space. It's useless. You can't block the spatial lock of the Law Realm. Zhao Hailuo roared again and leaped towards Lin Xian. The terrifying force wanted to directly shatter the barrier of the spatial lock. But I never thought of using spatial lock to seal you. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth rose slightly. What? Zhao Hailuo, who was rushing over, was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Spatial shift. In an instant, all the martial skills he released disappeared in front of him and appeared behind Zhao Hailuo. You want to perish together? Then this young master will win, Zhao Hailuo said angrily. In his position, and in the air, it was impossible for him to dodge with just the wind attribute, but Lin Xian couldn't avoid the dense bombardment of martial skills at the same time. They could only fall together. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed. Zhao Hailuo punched Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was hit by him, but he blocked it with his arm. The two figures flew out of the stage together, and Zhao Hailuo definitely didn't want to be hit by his own martial skills, so he had no intention of retreating at all. Just as they were about to land, Lin Xian's figure disappeared in the air, and Zhao Hailuo fell down. Fuck! Damn spatial attribute! Zhao Hailuo cursed angrily. If it wasn't for the spatial attribute, they would have fallen together, and Lin Xian would have fallen down first. However, this spatial attribute was too difficult to deal with. Its functionality was too strong. But you will definitely be seriously injured, Zhao Hailuo thought to himself. The range of his martial skills was huge. Even if he used spatial shift to behind him, it could still cover the entire stage, and he would still be seriously injured by the martial skills on the stage. This couldn't be blamed on him. He clearly didn't have to go up, but who could he blame if he went up? However, he looked back where was Lin Xian, then he suddenly raised his head. Fuck, isn't this spatial attribute too strong? This Zhao Hailuo is furious. Although the martial skill is still in the entire stage, Lin Xian forcefully used the spatial attribute to send himself to the sky above the stage. Although the range of this martial skill is huge, it can't reach the sky at all. I really envy the spatial attribute. That's right. Why did Lin Xian stay on the stage? Can't he do it in the air? Who said that the spatial attribute could only be used to jump horizontally? Who said that it couldn't be used in the sky? Lin Xian landed on the stage from the sky, and then stood up. You lost again. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Hailuo and said with a smirk. Really, everyone wanted to fight with Lin Xian, but his spatial attribute was too OP. If they wanted to fight against the spatial attribute, they had to make it so that it couldn't react in time, or even use space to fight against the spatial attribute, or use time to suppress the spatial attribute. However, Zhao Haitong's realm suppressed Lin Xian, so how could he still lose? It was because his attribute was too trashy. Although the wind attribute was a rare attribute, it couldn't do anything against the spatial attribute. Chapter 1075. These so-called geniuses all felt that they could defeat Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had indeed defeated Zhao Hailuo, so they were actually starting to doubt their own abilities. However, regardless of whether it was enough or not, Lin Xian had earned so much money from this challenge. Lin Xian was already super satisfied, okay? Zhao Hailuo was the one who felt the most uncomfortable. He felt extremely uncomfortable. What exactly went wrong? He, a domain realm cultivator, was defeated by Lin Xian time and time again. Why? Was he convinced? Of course, he was still not convinced. He still had countless martial arts techniques and laws that he had not used. Why did he lose? Powerlessness. There was a deep sense of powerlessness. Most importantly, he had lost in front of the goddesses. This was even more uncomfortable. However, he had indeed lost. Zhao Hailuo laughed and then said, "The spatial attribute is indeed powerful. The wind attribute is indeed a little weak in front of the spatial attribute. Although I still have many martial arts techniques and laws that I have not used, I have indeed been defeated by you. I have indeed lost." He hoped that saying this would be able to salvage his image in the eyes of the goddesses. He could not fight with this Lin Xian anymore. If he continued to fight, others would think that he was a sore loser. This was the only way. Damn it, he had to get back at him. But why did he lose? He really could not understand. Although the spatial attribute was powerful, why was it so difficult for him to shatter the spatial energy barrier? It was not that he had not fought against spatial attribute martial artists before. He felt that even if he fought against spatial attribute martial artists of the same realm, it would not be as difficult to deal with as Lin Xian. Perhaps it was because he had not used his full strength. Of course, he knew where his strength was. Then, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Lin Xian glanced at everyone. No one said anything. How about I don't use the spatial attribute? Lin Xian then said, "Hua." Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was in an uproar again. Wasn't he fucking looking down on them too much? However, it had to be said that the spatial attribute did have a greater psychological pressure on martial artists. Even if these people were in the domain realm and were quite outstanding, they still felt that way. If they had a very terrifying attribute, such as the spatial attribute, they would naturally be among the 108 peaks. This bastard is just thinking of ways to cheat money. Ling Ying shook his head helplessly. This Art Xian group was really making a lot of money every day. What a money grubber. However, she knew that Lin Xian was not a money grubber. Fuck. Zhao Hailuo clenched his fists. You are not using the spatial attribute? He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian, are you sure you don't want to use the spatial attribute? Someone asked. Of course, if I don't use the spatial attribute. That is, I'm not using the spatial energy, not using the. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, deliberately showing weakness. Then Lin Xian continued, but I feel that since I can stand on the 108 peaks, I should be stronger than you. How can I be easily defeated by you? So, I've decided not to use it. Okay, I'll challenge you. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Are there still many people who want to challenge me? Lin Xian then glanced at the crowd. Of course, we all want to challenge you. In their eyes, Lin Xian was powerful because of the spatial attribute. The spatial attribute was indeed strong. But what if he didn't have it? What were they afraid of? Okay, pay up. Everyone. Yes, there were too many people challenging him. In addition, Lin Xian was still showing weakness and even said that he wouldn't use the spatial attribute. How many people would want to challenge him then? The morning passed just like that. How much money did Lin Xian earn? Close to 100 million. The more they fought, the more they felt that something was amiss. How could a domain realm cultivator like Lin Xian defeat them all? Even if he didn't use the spatial attribute, it was still the same. But every time he won, they felt that it was a narrow victory, and yet they felt that they could win. Okay, after fighting for the entire morning, I'm dead tired. I won't accept any more challenges today. Lin Xian waved his hands and said to the crowd, "Fight with me again. I'll definitely win this round." Win my ass. Yours truly didn't even use my space attribute. I'm not going to fight anymore. The rules say that each person can only accept 5 challenges a day before they have the right to reject. I've already gone over 5 times today. I'm tired. Lin Xian waved his hands and walked down the stage. If this continued, he would probably be exposed. Then we'll challenge again tomorrow. Again? Sure, I can't reject the rules of the academy anyway. But remember to bring fewer people. Otherwise, you'll have to pay up. Even I feel sorry for you. Understand? Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Murong Yu. Let's go eat lunch. Lin Xian waved his hands. Then, everyone left the 108 mountains in a bad mood. Ling Ying and the others also left. They didn't have too much contact with Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although he said not to bring too many people tomorrow because he felt sorry for the money, the more he said that, the more people came tomorrow. Logically speaking, he was a bit reluctant to leave the 108 mountains. Perhaps the spirit tools and martial skills in the 108 mountains were the worst, but this was a treasure trove. However, Lin Xian also knew that this matter would at most earn him money for 2 or 3 days. After that, there would naturally be people who would react. So, after earning these 2 or 3 days of money, he prepared to charge up. Big brother Xian, how much did you earn this morning? Lu Jingyi was really shocked the whole morning. About 100 million, maybe less. It's just that the first 2 batches of people transferred more money. Later on, there might be people who noticed something so they didn't transfer much. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Lin Xian smiled. Today's military class was in the afternoon. Basically, every class would have classes in the morning or the afternoon. Xiao Runing liked to have classes in the afternoon because she knew that a certain someone often slept in. However, she also liked to have classes in the afternoon because she also slept in. As for the length of time, it was the same. There were 3 classes, 2 hours. The rest of the time was up to the students. And now, to Lin Xian, the mission was even more important. In the martial arts academy, Lin Xian did learn a lot of things. He also worked hard to learn a lot of things. For example, when he learned from Xiao Runing in the military class, Lin Xian really worked hard to learn. As for the other things, like the use of attributes, Lin Xian felt that he didn't have to deliberately learn because he had the system. Because of the completion of the mission, the purity and proficiency would be maxed out. Chapter 1076. To Lin Xian, Xiao Xinyue's mission was very important. Then came another mission that interested Lin Xian. It was Lan Xing's mission, Break the Law. Then came Murong Yu's mission, Unknown Reward, and one more, Wu Yuhan. What a headache! Wu Yuhan's opening was already held difficulty. However, the reward left Lin Xian scratching his head. What did Dark Disguise Battle mean? The reward for this mission was to activate the Dark Disguise Battle form. It felt like something that could increase one's combat power. Anyway, this reward was not too useless. This was the easiest mission for Lin Xian to come into contact with at the moment. Of course, there was also Murong Qing's and Ling Longyue's missions. These 2 missions were already replenishing Lin Xian's Adonis points every day. However, these 2 missions were not easy to obtain in a short period of time. There was also an XIN. Lin Xian wanted to complete her mission a little later. There was no rush. Lin Xian now had the time attribute, but his proficiency was very low. As long as he completed an XIN's mission, his proficiency would be full. However, an XIN's mission would have a fiancé. They were betrothed when they were young. This person was also very powerful and was also in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian was of course not afraid. He was just afraid of the trouble. All right. There was also Yi Runbing's mission. How should he describe this mission? In Lin Xian's eyes, this mission was already completed in a certain sense. However, it was also very difficult to complete in a certain sense. It was very strange. The main thing was that this woman was very strange. Lin Xian, Lu Jingyi, and the others went to eat a big meal. In the afternoon, he studied seriously in Xiao Runing's military class. The sky was slightly dark. Lin Xian originally planned to return to Lin and City to accompany Lin Ye. However, just as he walked out of the military class area, Lin Xian saw Lan Xingxing, who was wearing pink clothes outside. What a beautiful and sweet girl. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian walk out, Lan Xingxing happily ran over and stood in front of Lin Xian. This scene was still in the eyes of many people. They were puzzled. The Martial Arts Academy's list of the top 10 beauties, but they did not seem to have seen Lin Xian interact with Wu Yuhan at all. The others seemed to have communicated with him more or less. What the hell was this? Lan Xingxing even took the initiative to find Lin Xian. Because of these reasons, Lin Xian was really known by everyone in the Martial Arts Academy, especially in the morning, when he challenged Lin Xian and was surrounded by several beauties. Lin Xian was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. Now, there were too many people who hated Lin Xian. However, there were still many people who did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. Those people were naturally more outstanding geniuses. Ah! Princess Xingxing, my Princess Xingxing, why? Fuck! It's this Lin Xian again. What's so special about him? Why are those girls always around him? He knows Ling Ying and the others because they are classmates. He knows Morongyu because they are also classmates. But what about Lan Xingxing? How did they know each other? Oh, right. Fuck, Lan Xingxing and Morongyu are roommates. Maybe they met through Morongyu. Fuck. Knowing one of the girls on the leaderboard is equivalent to knowing several of them. Those people muttered unhappily. Lan Xingxing's appearance was sweet, and her style was also sweet and cute. Therefore, it was easy for people to arouse a desire to protect her. They also wanted to press her head into their chest and rub it. Therefore, everyone gave her the nickname of Star Princess, which gave off the feeling of a little princess. What are you doing here? Lin Xian looked at Lan Xingxing in confusion. I've already bought a lot of ingredients. Lan Xingxing cutely stuck out her pink tongue at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow, you're too sensible. No. Lan Xingxing said with a smile. You think I am praising you? Oh. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. Is it not? She secretly thought in her heart. But I want to eat your cooking. I'll pay for it. Lan Xingxing looked expectantly at Lin Xian and said, Forget it, you don't have to pay. Lin Xian shook his head. In any case, he didn't have anything to do tonight. Moreover, if he went to the dorm, Lan Xingxing, Morongyu, and Wu Yuhan would be the 3 girls for the mission. This was a good opportunity for him to increase his favorability. That is your big sister Wu Yuhan here? Lin Xian asked. Oh, when I sent the ingredients up, big sister Wu was also here. Lan Xingxing thought for a while and said, Lin Xian, if you feel awkward, we can go next door and eat with big sister Ling and the others. Originally, they did not know each other. However, because they were invited to eat together last time, they naturally knew each other. Lan Xingxing was a cute girl. At the same time, she was very familiar with people. As long as she felt that someone was good, she would make people feel as if they had known each other for a long time. She was completely unguarded and liked to make friends. Last time, after eating together, she added Ling Ying and the others on WeChat. Then, she chatted with them all day long. They talked about all kinds of topics. It was like a guy hitting on a girl after getting her WeChat. Let's go to your place, Lin Xian said. The misunderstanding or conflict between him and Wu Yuhan had to be resolved because this woman had a mission. He could not avoid it just because she was there. Instead, the more she was there, the more Lin Xian wanted to go. Lan Xingxing scratched her hair suspiciously. Why did big sister Wu want to go to Lin Xian when she was there? She did not understand. Okay, then let's go. I bought a lot. Lin Xian nodded. Hi, big sister Morong. Lan Xingxing suddenly greeted Morongyu, who was walking over from behind. Morongyu walked over. What's wrong? Big sister Morong, Lin Xian promised to cook for us. Lan Xingxing said happily. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful light blue eyes. Then, she asked Lan Xingxing, Is Wu Yuhan home? Big sister Wu is home. However, Lin Xian still wants to go. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian in surprise. We have to clear up the misunderstanding, right? Lin Xian said. This can't be considered a misunderstanding. Morong Yu said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Then I have to apologize. Okay. Then, the three of them walked toward the female dormitory. This caused a huge commotion. There were many people who saw this scene behind them. They also secretly followed them. Then, they realized that they had walked into the female dormitory together. The male students could swagger into the female dormitory. However, they could not do so inside the building. Damn! There are so many people following behind us. How am I supposed to go in? Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 1077. These people seemed to be enjoying the scenery and chatting with them, but they were actually waiting to see what they were up to. A man followed 2 campus belles to the female dormitory. What was he up to? Fuck. Why don't you go out and find a place with no one around and use your space attribute to go over? Murong Yu said. Big sister, you have the space attribute too. You should know how hard it is to locate. That's true. Murong Yu muttered to herself. From a position where you could see the place, you could teleport into the room. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had been there before. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. Why don't I just go up? Lin Xian shrugged and said. Huh? Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Since I'm in the backyard now, I have this privilege. As for keeping a low profile, fuck. He couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Everyone knew about him. How could he keep a low profile? However, it was fine as long as he didn't expose his strength completely. As for the girls, he really couldn't keep a low profile anymore. Now, it was rumored that Lin Xian had some relationship with all the girls except for Wu Yuhan. The others didn't care what relationship he had, but he couldn't have any relationship with them. So, what was Lin Xian afraid of? Didn't you say you didn't want to be noticed by those people? Murong Yu asked. But now they have noticed. The fact that you guys came to my 108 Peaks this morning to watch the show has already explained it. That's because we've been classmates for a long time. What's wrong with watching classmates fight? Murong Yu said indifferently. Let me tell you, it's different in the hearts of these idiots. Don't talk about watching me fight. You can't even talk to me. Murong Yu. Men are really strange creatures. It's not strange. The main thing is that girls are too beautiful. For a creature with a lower body, they want to possess them. Lin Xian laughed. Then, big sister Murong is so beautiful. Lin Xian, are you also going to pursue big sister Murong? Lan Xingxing blinked his big eyes and said to Lin Xian. Murong Yu. Everyone wants to pursue a beautiful girl, but the class leader isn't someone ordinary people can pursue. Lin Xian joked. However, this was also a fact. It was really not easy to chase after Murong Yu. But Lin Xian, you're not ordinary either. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian and said. She felt that Lin Xian was glowing, especially when she saw him cooking in the kitchen. He was simply too dazzling. The happiest thing was when he was cooking, and then she would secretly take a few bites. Wow, the feeling of sneaking around was simply too great. Lin Xian really liked this Lan Xingxing. He was helping him pursue Murong Yu. Ha. Is there anything unusual about it? Lin Xian asked. Oh, your cooking is delicious. Lan Xingxing smiled foolishly. What else? Also, Lan Xingxing tilted his little head and thought for a while. He's very nice. Lin Xian. Class leader, what do you think? He's okay. Murong Yu said faintly. I think that's a pretty good evaluation from your mouth, right? Think what you want. In her heart, Lin Xian was a little special. In her opinion, he should be the only friend she felt that she got along with quite well. Although he seemed to be a little shameless with his words, she definitely felt that he was a good person. Murong Yu finished speaking and walked into the dormitory building. Lin Xian chatted with him as he walked in as well. Fuck, what's going on? Lin Xian walked into the dormitory building with them. Don't tell me they're going to their dormitory? Fuck, I don't believe it. Why? Don't panic. If there's really something going on between them, why would they walk in so openly? This news tells us that there's definitely nothing going on between them. That's why they walked in together so openly. I understand the logic, but I just don't like it. This news suddenly exploded again. However, it was similar to what they were discussing. Jealousy and envy. Everyone knew that because they walked in together without any hesitation, it meant that there was nothing going on between them. They were only jealous and envious of Lin Xian and Murong Yu. Why did they have such a good relationship? Class leader, did you spar with that Duan Ling Xiao? In the elevator, Lin Xian asked curiously. Lin Xian was very concerned about this Duan Ling Xiao. He was infinitely close to Murong Yu's ability. No, he said that we'll spar at night. I rejected him. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Spar at night, Sai. Who knows what will happen at night? Lin Xian said with a smile. Sister Murong, does he like you? Murong Yu said, he came to my house to ask for my hand in marriage. Lin Xian. And then I said that he could beat me. So I agreed. I beat him away. Murong Yu said calmly. Lin Xian. Suddenly Lin Xian's eyes lit up. So your goal is to find a boyfriend who can beat you? Then I want to try. Murong Yu, I knew it. Lin Xian definitely wants to pursue Sister Murong. Lan Xingxing pouted her lips. She was a little unhappy. Why was she unhappy? She didn't know. No, it's just that his identity is special, and there are many seniors around. It's not good if I don't give a reason, so I said that. Murong Yu said. She didn't answer Lin Xian's last sentence. The reason is simple. He doesn't like her. I said it, but it's still a marriage proposal. What can I do? Murong Yu shrugged. Then they walked out of the elevator. Lin Xian, delicious, delicious. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to shout. She was very happy again. Little ancestor, lower your voice. Ah! Lan Xingxing was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. I don't want the people next door to hear. One had to know that Ling Ying and the other two were next door. Lin Xian came here to pick up girls. If the three of them knew, it would be bad. You can invite them to eat together. Lan Xingxing said innocently. No, I want to cook less. Do you think cooking isn't tiring? Lin Xian explained. Actually, it wasn't. How could they pick up girls if they came? Oh! Lan Xingxing covered her mouth. Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian. Because of this? Why didn't she believe it? Moreover, cooking was quite enjoyable. Something was fishy. Don't tell them that I'm cooking for you without inviting them. When the time comes, they'll have to ask me to cook for them. I'm a big man, a big martial artist. If I have to cook for you guys every day, I'll be a joke if this gets out. Lin Xian made up another excuse. Got it? Then they opened the door and walked in. Wu Yuhan was sitting on the sofa. She turned her head and looked at them. Chapter 1078. Wu Yuhan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and looked at them with her phone in her hand. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong the moment he saw her. Something was very, very wrong. The first time he saw Wu Yuhan, she was an extremely cold woman. This kind of coldness was different from the coldness of Han Chuxue, Linglong Shui, and Murong Yu. Her coldness was so cold that it made people panic. It was similar to the coldness of Linglong Shui when she was angry. She was so cold that people did not dare to get close to her. She was like a cold killer. But now, she had a devilish smile on her face. It was a seductive feeling. It was completely different from before. It was super, super strange. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing were calmer when they saw her. They were used to it. Then, the two of them walked in with Lin Xian following behind. Sister Wu, Lin Xian is here to cook for us. You should eat some too. The food he cooks is super delicious. Lan Xingxing gave Wu Yuhan a silly smile. Sure, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm going out to eat. I'm happy to have someone cook for me. Wu Yuhan smiled and said. Lin Xian was confused. Damn, what the hell? Did I open it the wrong way? That? Beauty Wu Yuhan, I was in the wrong last time. I was reckless. I didn't have time to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Lin Xian scratched his head and said to Wu Yuhan. It's okay. Just take responsibility. Wu Yuhan chuckled. Ah! Lin Xian scratched his head in confusion again. Wu Yuhan stood up and walked in front of Lin Xian. Her slender hand slowly stroked Lin Xian's cheek. As she stroked, she said in a charming, seductive, and aggrieved voice, You saw me naked. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Lin Xian was confused. The next moment, she frowned slightly. Then, she laughed and took 2 steps back. What the hell? Lin Xian roared in his heart. Lin Xian had heard that Wu Yuhan had a bad reputation. She seemed to be in a relationship with a few people from the martial arts academy. Regardless, Lin Xian did not believe it. How could Wu Yuhan look like that kind of woman when he last saw her? Moreover, the system had triggered a mission for her. Lin Xian knew that once the system triggered a mission for a girl, she would definitely be very good. At least, she was definitely not that kind of woman. This was what he had learned from all the girls who had triggered the mission. However, the current Wu Yuhan made Lin Xian feel that she might really be the same as the rumors. How strange. No, it really felt like they were not the same person. I'm sorry, my sister doesn't seem to like me touching you. Wu Yuhan smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Your sister? Could it be that the one I saw last time was your twin sister? This was also the first time Morong Yu and Lan Xingxing heard Wu Yuhan admit this. Previously, they had guessed that she had dual personality, but they had never asked her. Now, it seemed like it was the case. No, my sister is me. I'm your sister. The one you saw naked last time was also me. Wu Yuhan laughed. Lin Xian? Dual personality? Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. Damn. You can say that. Why? Did you meet a monster? Wu Yuhan smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. No, although this kind of thing isn't common, I've heard of it before. In a sense, dual personality was actually a mental illness or schizophrenia. There were mild and severe cases of dual personality. When such a person recalled daily events, there would be repeated gaps in their memories. These repeated gaps were different from normal forgetfulness. For example, for a normal dual personality, Lin Xian had seen her naked, but this Wu Yuhan would not have the memories of the other Wu Yuhan. In other words, she would not remember anything that happened to the other Wu Yuhan. They were two different people. This was a more severe case. In a less severe case, she would have these memories. They would be intermittent and incomplete, but there was one thing that was very exaggerated. The two personalities of Wu Yuhan were so different that it was frightening. Even for dual personality, there would still be similarities in personality. However, this type of dual personality was really strange. Moreover, the most strange thing was that she could remember things about both personalities. Most importantly, she actually knew that she had dual personality and claimed that the other personality was her sister. This was absolutely impossible. This was definitely not a case of dissociative identity disorder. This was not a mental illness. Then what was it? After all, Lin Xian had everything about the imperial physician's sacred technique in his mind. He was carefully recalling it. This was dual personality, a special type of dual personality. Other than having different personalities, she would not have any other abnormalities and would not do anything out of line. Just now, Lin Xian had also seen Wu Yuhan caressing her cheeks. However, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was the other personality, reminding her not to do so. Even if she wanted to do so, she would still be stopped by the other personality in the end. Of course, this mainly depended on which personality was more important. It was very unlikely that one personality would devour the other. This girl had a very difficult part. For example, if the current personality liked Lin Xian, the other personality would not like Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian could be intimate with this personality, but the other personality could not. Wow, what the fuck? However, there was also a piece of good news. Lin Xian only needed to conquer one of the personalities to be able to conquer the girl. After all, they were only one person. This personality of the girl was obviously more open-minded. Compared to the extremely cold Wu Yuhan, it would definitely be much easier. There were many reasons for dual personality, and it might even be related to genetics. However, something major must have happened to her. Wow, he actually met such a girl. No one else could do it. This feeling of being in love with one person was like being in love with two people. It really felt like being in love with twins. Think about it. For example, this current Wu Yuhan liked Lin Xian, but the other personality did not. However, her identity was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Even if the other personality was in love with him, could she reject him? Of course she could. However, she might not be able to do so in the future. Thinking about it made him a little excited. He inexplicably wanted to conquer this Wu Yuhan, and then have sex with the other Wu Yuhan. Wow, he was invincible. So you can remember everything about the two personalities? Lin Xian asked. Uh-huh. Then can your other personality give you some orders? Of course. For example, she didn't let me touch you just now. Wasn't that an order? What if you insist on touching her? Lin Xian asked. If I insist on touching her, there is a high possibility that the younger sister will take over the body. Wu Yuhan laughed. Chapter 1079. This was a very normal phenomenon. At the very least, it proved that the ratio of her two personalities should be about the same. In fact, the cold personality might even be higher. That could be the original Wu Yuhan. However, what exactly happened to make her become like this? When faced with such a situation, one should never ask directly. Asking would be equivalent to igniting the fuse of explosives. No one could imagine what a dual personality would do. Then, can you feel the other personality's opinion of me? She has a lot of opinions. However, you seem to be much better after you apologized just now. Wu Yuhan smiled. I still like the current you. The other personality is too cold. If you continue talking, I'll come out if I don't like it. Wu Yuhan stretched her body. Don't. I'm afraid she'll beat me up if I come out. You rest first. I'll go make something delicious for you guys. If it's your other personality, she definitely won't eat. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen after he finished speaking. Wu Yuhan's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian's back. Remember to keep it a secret, Wu Yuhan reminded them. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. However, if you don't want anyone to know, why did you still come to the martial arts academy? You have to attend classes every day and show your face in public. I don't understand, Lin Xian said as he organized the ingredients that Lan Xingxing bought. This is a secret. Wu Yuhan chuckled. Then, when can you tell me this secret? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You want to know? You'll know when you get me in bed one day. Lin Xian was speechless. Sister Wu, you're more reserved. I'm more used to it. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue and said, Ha ha ha. Wu Yuhan smiled. Murong Yu was somewhat interested in her matters. However, she was the type of person who didn't like to talk too much. She wouldn't purposely get involved in matters that didn't concern her. She walked into the kitchen and followed behind Lin Xian to help him. Naturally, Lan Xingxing also ran into the kitchen to help Lin Xian. With someone cutting the vegetables and someone washing the vegetables, Lin Xian only needed to cook. In fact, it wasn't tiring at all. However, Lan Xingxing was always stealing food. She even stole the ingredients, cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on. If she cut them into 3 pieces, she could eat one. I feel bad eating your food for free. Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Yuhan walked in and said with a smile. This personality of Wu Yuhan liked to smile a lot. It wasn't a sweet smile, but a charming smile that could steal souls. When men saw it, they would want to press her down and fuck her crazily. There's nothing I can help with. This kitchen isn't big to begin with. You can go out and rest. I'll cook something nice for you to eat as an apology. Lin Xian said. Okay. Wu Yuhan then leaned on the side and looked at them. Murong Yu was more concerned about how Lin Xian could cook such delicious food. This time, she looked at Lin Xian's every step very seriously. Lin Xian was washing the vegetables and cutting them herself. Lin Xian only needed to stir-fry the vegetables, control the heat, and add the seasonings. She didn't believe that there wasn't any other way to make the food taste so good. The first dish was stir-fried shredded pork with garlic and wood ear. This should be a very, very classic home-cooked dish. Sometimes, when you were used to eating delicacies or eating takeout every day, you would feel that home-cooked dishes were the most delicious thing when you occasionally ate them. Murong Yu swore that Lin Xian didn't do anything behind the scenes. She had been watching. So fragrant, so fragrant. The absolute foodie Lan Xingxing almost drooled when she saw this home-cooked dish. Fragrant was just the smell of a normal dish. However, when she thought about the taste of Lin Xian's food, she almost drooled. Serve the dishes, Lin Xian said. Let me. Lan Xingxing excitedly took the plate from Lin Xian's hands and ran out. The first thing she did was to pinch a piece of wood ear and stuff it in her mouth. In the next moment, her big eyes were twinkling with little stars. This is the taste. Ah, Lan Xingxing really wanted to eat it. Is it really that good? Wu Yuhan crossed her arms and walked to Lan Xingxing's side doubtfully. Lan Xingxing pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Wu Yuhan didn't have any reservations and tasted it. Then her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. As a person who had lived until now, who hadn't eaten good food, they had all eaten good food. They might not have eaten delicacies, but as long as they were alive, they would have eaten home-cooked dishes. Wu Yuhan savored the taste carefully. How should she put it? It was delicious, really delicious. It tasted the same as in her memory, but it was also different. It was better. She didn't know what was better, and she couldn't put her finger on it. It was just better. She felt like she had eaten something good after being hungry for a long time. She just felt that it was exceptionally delicious. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but pinch another piece of wood ear and taste it. It's really delicious, Wu Yuhan praised. Then she looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked, as a man, you can cook so well. You must have played with a lot of girls, right? Lin Xian, I say, sister, can you not be so blunt? Lin Xian said helplessly. When little sister comes out, it will be a luxury for you to ask her to talk to you more. Wu Yuhan laughed. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Tell me, how many girls have you slept with? That's also a secret. Lin Xian grinned at her and said, Then how can I know? When you agree to sleep with me, Lin Xian retorted. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh again. Interesting. Murong Yu and Lan Xingxing were dumbfounded. You two are already talking about love? However, they knew that these two were just talking. If they really wanted to sleep with them, how could it be possible? Murong Yu then walked out. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece to taste. Strange, it was really strange. She had never seen such a strange thing in her life. She had clearly watched him cook again. She really watched very carefully. Why was the taste still so good? But what was so good about it? She couldn't tell. It was very strange. Hey, the three of you are not being kind. The three of you are eating secretly. You want to finish every dish I cook? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. I'm not eating anymore. I'll wait for your next dish. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue cutely. I want a bite too. Who will feed me? Let me. Lan Xingxing said energetically. No, I want the class monitor to feed me. Lin Xian said, Lan Xingxing pouted. Sang Xin. Chapter 1080. Murong Yu was slightly stunned. Why do I have to feed you? She asked in confusion. Damn, I've cooked for you for free several times. Can't you feed me? I'm cooking. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu heard Lin Xian's explanation. How should she put it? She felt that what he said was far-fetched, but she also felt that what he said made sense. All right, what he said did make sense. Then she picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat for Lin Xian, along with a few pieces of wood ear and a few stalks of garlic. Lin Xian opened his mouth happily. Murong Yu, you can eat it yourself, but you still want me to feed it to you. Then Murong Yu fed the food to Lin Xian. Delicious. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. What did you add? Why is it so special? Murong Yu asked. No, you saw it clearly beside me. I was just doing it normally. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu really wanted to believe Lin Xian's words, but it was really strange. Guide me for the next dish, Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Guide you? You're a master. How can I guide you? Heat control, seasonings, I want to taste it. All right. Lin Xian shrugged and said. How could he tell her this? Just let her guess. As for whether Lin Xian should use the law of creation to make Murong Yu's food better later, Lin Xian was thinking about this matter. It was fine if he changed it, but if she couldn't recreate the same taste, she would definitely be more confused. It didn't seem good if he didn't change it, because it would be very obvious whether it was delicious or not. In the end, Lin Xian chose not to change. In fact, it didn't matter if he changed or not. It was just that Lin Xian chose not to change, making her feel that he was very special. There was an advantage to this, and that was that Lan Xingxing, who was next to him, would worship him and think that only he could make such delicious food. Otherwise, she would think that Murong, you could also make it, and his position in her heart would drop slightly. When I'm done cooking, Xingxing, have a taste. Yeah, yeah. Lan Xingxing nodded. Then tell me if it tastes good or not. You have to tell me the truth. Yes, yes, I know. Lan Xingxing nodded repeatedly. I say, big sister, why are you always thinking about this? Lin Xian said helplessly. I just want to know. Maybe he secretly put something that only men would have. Wu Yuhan, who was at the side, said with a smile. What? Murong Yu asked doubtfully. You'll know when you have a man. Lin Xian. Wow. This personality of Wu Yuhan was so dirty. The other personality of Wu Yuhan was called Wu Yuhan. This personality should be called Dirty Yuhan. Murong Yu roughly guessed something. It was definitely impossible. Does this mean that big sister Wu Yuhan has had a man before? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Guess. Lin Xian. Damn it. It was as if she had been stabbed. I'm not guessing anymore. I'll help big sister Monitor cook for you. Soon, Lin Xian pretended to guide Murong Yu on how to cook a dish of twice-cooked pork. Then, Murong Yu carried the dish to the table. It smells so good, Lan Xingxing said from the bottom of her heart. Let's try it first. Murong Yu said expectantly. It smelled and looked exactly the same because it was a home-cooked dish. There was nothing special about it. In addition, Lin Xian did not add any special seasoning. Therefore, Murong Yu was particularly puzzled. She could feel that the taste was different, but she could not tell what was different about it. It was strange. Then, Lan Xingxing took a bite expectantly. It's delicious, Lan Xingxing said with satisfaction. How does it compare to Lin Xian's? Murong Yu asked. Lan Xingxing thought for a while. It doesn't seem to be as delicious as Lin Xian's. Murong Yu also took a bite. Yes, it was delicious. However, she felt that there was something missing from Lin Xian's dish. It was as if a crucial seasoning was missing. However, there was none. Why don't you make a dish of twice-cooked pork? Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, sister, why do you have to do that? It's necessary, Murong Yu said seriously. Yes, she was a person with such a character. She had no choice but to be strong. She could admit that others were better than her and could do things that she could not do. However, she had to figure out why. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said, I can't finish it. Don't worry. When you finish the next dish of twice-cooked pork, this one will be gone. Murong Yu said. Lan Xingxing, who wanted to eat secretly, could not help but stop. Then, she smiled cutely. It's okay. Just eat, Murong Yu said to Lan Xingxing with a smile. She had the feeling of an elder sister spoiling her younger sister. Can I? Do you still have a lot to eat later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes, Lan Xingxing said confidently. That's why I didn't ask such a stupid question, Wu Yuhan said. Although they had not known Lan Xingxing for long, they were quite familiar with her. They knew that Lan Xingxing would definitely get up in the middle of the night to look for food in the fridge. Moreover, her appetite was definitely not bad. Perhaps the happiest thing for a foodie was to not get fat. That's right, martial artists could be like this. Martial artists normally could not get sick, and some special things in their bodies would not appear so easily. Of course, the higher the martial artist's realm, the more perfect this effect would be. As long as you had a realm, your body would be in the most perfect state that your current realm could bear. This was also the reason why Ling Long Shui, Ling Ying, and Lan Xingxing did not go to the gym. They were so beautiful, had such good figures, and did not have any extra fat on their stomachs. As for height, it was a matter of genes. It was not something that could be changed through cultivation. Therefore, Lan Xingxing was extremely happy. She ate so much every day and did not get fat even after eating supper. This was also one of the reasons why she would work harder in her cultivation. The more powerful she was, the more perfect her body could be. She was extremely happy. All right, I'm thinking too much. I'll go cook then. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen, and Murong Yu quickly followed him. This way, she could clearly see the difference between her and Lin Xian. As long as there was a comparison, it would be enough. Wu Yuhan was also quite interested. She also tried Murong Yu's cooking and waited for Lin Xian's food to arrive. Very quickly, Lin Xian's twice-cooked pork was done. It was exactly the same as Murong Yu's. There was no difference. At least, it smelled and looked exactly the same. Murong Yu really saw Lin Xian's actions again. The twice-cooked pork was placed on the table. Chapter 1081. The twice-cooked pork was placed on the table, and the three girls gathered around it. Murong Yu was the first one who couldn't help but try it. She wanted to know if it was the same. Then she took a bite. As expected. Then she took a bite of the leftover twice-cooked pork she made. There was an obvious difference. Lin Xian made it better, but she didn't know how it tasted better. But she felt that it tasted better. Wu Yuhan also took a bite with interest. It does taste better than the ones you made, Wu Yuhan said to Murong Yu with a smile. Murong Yu nodded. She admitted it very much. Let me try it too. Let me try it too. Lan Xingxing couldn't wait to take a bite and stuffed it in her mouth. Delicious, delicious. Is it better? Murong Yu asked. Lan Xingxing nodded. It feels like there's another taste. I can't describe it, but it tastes better. Then, Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Lin Xian continued to play dumb. Wow, it's really delicious. Lan Xingxing's big eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, you're awesome. Hee. She felt that a man who could cook, especially one who could cook so well, was the most handsome. Murong Yu realized that this was the most bizarre thing in the world. Why was it so? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Forget it. Murong Yu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. I'm going to continue cooking. You little foodie, eat less. Don't eat all of it when I'm done. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lan Xingxing quickly retracted her hand and stuck out her tongue cutely. I won't. Help me. Coming. Lan Xingxing ran to Lin Xian's side. Slap. Her fair little hand slapped Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian? Sister, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to help you? Lin Xian. I said help me. Pa. Lin Xian. Go eat something. Ah. Oh. Murong Yu and Wu Yuhan suppressed their laughter. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. No, this last was just helping him out earlier. Why can't her brain react now? It's a miracle that you're able to live until now and still be so innocent. No, it should be that it's a miracle that you're still alive. Soon, a table full of delicacies was prepared. Lan Xingxing looked at it covetously. He really hoped that there was no such thing as chopsticks. He really hoped that everyone would eat with their hands. Wu Yuhan was also very satisfied with her meal. She had to admit that sometimes, in order to capture a person's heart, one had to capture her stomach first. This saying was quite useful. At the very least, it would make a girl look at you in a different light and generate some interest and curiosity in you. After all, what was the most important thing when pursuing a girl? Emotions. As long as it was the right emotions, the right time, and the right method, even if it was negative emotions, it would be very helpful to pursue a girl. This was actually the same principle. I realized that I'm quite interested in you. Wu Yuhan's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian and said, Don't, please don't. If your other personality comes out, you'll probably kill me. It's better if we keep a certain distance. But if we keep a distance, you won't be able to sleep with me. Wu Yuhan pouted her sexy little lips and said, Lin Xian, wow, how could there be such an extreme split personality in this world? There are 3 people in your dorm. The class monitor and the little foodie aren't any worse than you. Why must I sleep with you? Right, class monitor? Lin Xian asked Murong Yu with a very reasonable expression. Murong Yu didn't answer, but Lan Xingxing kept nodding. They were full, and satisfied. Whatever Lin Xian said was right. Lin Xian glanced at Murong Yu. I say, class monitor, don't tell me you're still thinking about the food? Murong Yu nodded. Invincible. I don't know why, and I don't know how to explain it to you. All right, I've finished cooking for you guys. I'm going back to the 108 peaks. I don't know how many people will come to challenge me tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, let's add each other on WeChat first. Wu Yuhan smiled at Lin Xian. If you add me, when your other personality comes out, you'll definitely delete me. Lin Xian shrugged and said, That won't happen. I'll send you a short video tonight. Wu Yuhan waved her phone and said, Lin Xian, I'm scamming you. Murong Yu, Lan Xingxing. Heh, maybe this was what men were like. However, they knew that Wu Yuhan wouldn't send a short video. I'm leaving. Lin Xian then waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian was humming as he walked in the martial arts academy. Then his phone started ringing. He took a look and knew that something bad was going to happen. Ling Ying sent him more than 10 emoticons in a second, and they were all about kitchen knives. Little Ling Ying, what's wrong? Why are you sending me kitchen knives? Lin Xian sent a voice message. I want to chop you up. Ling Ying replied with a voice message. Why? You said you went to Murong Yu's dorm and didn't look for us, right? Ling Ying asked unhappily. I didn't. Before Lin Xian could finish, he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He had been smart all his life. Why did he suddenly become so stupid? Yes, he didn't tell Ling Ying that he went to Murong Yu's dorm because he thought that as long as he didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. However, what did he realize now? He, Murong Yu, and the others had swaggered into the female dormitory together. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? Wouldn't this cause a sensation? As expected, Ling Ying took a screenshot of the Martial Arts Academy's forum and sent it to Lin Xian. It was very simple. Lin Xian walked in with them and was photographed. Then, the person who posted it said something like, shocking. Lin Xian, Murong Yu, and Lan Xingxing have such a good relationship? Anyway, it was all similar comments. There were all kinds of jealous replies below, but no one would admit that there was a special relationship between them. They didn't believe it. Besides, if there was a special relationship between them, they should have hidden it. Moreover, the two of them were in the backyard. They could have a rendezvous in each other's dorm. Why would they do it in public? But they were jealous. They were jealous that Lin Xian could go to Murong Yu's dorm, and they couldn't even enter this building. Damn! Ling Ying wasn't angry about this. It was clearly next door, but you didn't even look at it. Little Ling Ying, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Lin Xian replied. Ding! Deceiving little sister, Adonis points plus 30,000. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. He couldn't tell Ling Ying that their presence would affect his flirting. Chapter 1082. Ling Ying was already used to Lin Xian's womanizing outside. Telling Lin Xian was just a way for her to vent her frustrations. Lin Xian understood. All right, I'll cook something good for you tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Who cares? Let's not talk anymore. I'm going to play games with them. Ling Ying ignored Lin Xian after she finished speaking. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and returned to his 108 peaks. There was nothing else that interested Lin Xian in the 108 peaks. He thought that it was time for him to challenge others. Moreover, there was an advantage to challenging others. After he succeeded in his challenge, no one could challenge him for 2 days. Therefore, if Lin Xian succeeded in his challenge tomorrow, no one could challenge him for 2 days. However, Lin Xian could continue to challenge others. If he succeeded, then no matter how many people disliked Lin Xian, they wouldn't be qualified to challenge him. No, this was just a simple challenge. If someone wanted to challenge Lin Xian in the Martial Arts Academy's front yard, they could also challenge him. However, after they succeeded, they would only obtain the ranking on Lin Xian's chess badge. They wouldn't be able to obtain the right to use Lin Xian's corresponding peak. If they wanted the right to use a peak, they would have to succeed in a specific challenge on Lin Xian's peak. As for earning money, Lin Xian felt that today's earnings should be the limit. By tomorrow, no one would be stupid enough to give him money. Even if there were still many people who wanted to challenge him, they must have thought of other ways. Therefore, after Lin Xian finished his class tomorrow morning, he would challenge others in the afternoon. He didn't want to be challenged by these people. It was so troublesome. He would be satisfied with earning money. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of his room. Then, he heard a commotion outside. Damn! When he walked out, he saw a crowd of people waiting for him outside. Lin Xian, this young master wants to challenge you. Come and fight me. A man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Big brother, I had class this morning. Lin Xian said, I'll go after the fight. Sorry, I'm not fighting anymore. You guys can go back. Lin Xian said as he washed his face and squeezed some toothpaste. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, those who are challenged cannot refuse. Do you want to break the rules? Lin Xian then mumbled while brushing his teeth. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, you can choose to refuse a challenge during the course. Then Lin Xian spat and wiped his mouth. He looked at them and said, "Don't worry, you can challenge me again in the afternoon. I'll go to class first." After saying that, Lin Xian put on his jacket and walked past them. After attending classes for the whole morning, Lin Xian also learned a lot. Attending military classes would make you feel an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Lin Xian originally did not want to become a leader or a general. However, after attending a few military classes, perhaps because of Xiao Runing's teachings, Lin Xian felt the urge to become a hero. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, Lin Xian wanted to take advantage of his time at the Martial Arts Academy to go out and farm monsters. Although he was now a one-star domain realm, he could not slack off. However, he heard from Morongyu that the Martial Arts Academy might have an operation in a week. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to go together then. When he returned to the backyard, Lin Xian looked around. Damn, there were hundreds of people waiting at the backyard entrance. Who do you think they are waiting for? Maybe some of them were waiting for others to challenge them, but most of them were definitely waiting to challenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they all stopped him. They already had a lot of opinions about Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian entered the female dormitory with Morongyu and the others yesterday. How much opinions did those young masters in the Martial Arts Academy have about Lin Xian? Although they knew that there shouldn't be any relationship between them, and that they were at most friends, they couldn't even be considered friends with Morongyu. They had not even spoken to each other before. What was so special about this Lin Xian? How could he be more or less related to those school beauties? If you want to challenge me, pay up, Lin Xian said. We heard about what happened yesterday. You don't have to pay at all. You can choose by drawing lots. A man snorted coldly and said, Lin Xian. Sure enough, these people were not stupid. Then why were those people yesterday so stupid? Since they could not earn money, why did Lin Xian want to fight them? Beside him, the old man was slowly sweeping the ground. Then wait for a while. Lin Xian said, Wait for what? Since you are back here, it means that you are fine. You have no reason to refuse the challenge. A man said, Yes, you can challenge me by force, but I have to see an old friend. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly stepped into the teleportation array of the 100th peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. See an old friend? What did seeing an old friend have to do with him challenging him? Then, everyone rushed in. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the 100th peak. At first glance, there wasn't much of a difference between the 100th peak and his 108th peak. However, the interior of the 100th peak was definitely better than the 108th peak. Perhaps it had more martial techniques and higher grades. The Martial Divinity Academy had clearly stated that among the 108 peaks in the backyard, the higher the rank, the better. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Lin Xian shouted after entering. Are you here to challenge me? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, a man walked out from inside and glanced at Lin Xian. After seeing Lin Xian, he frowned. Wasn't this Lin Xian? Lin Xian was really famous in the Martial Arts Academy. He was famous purely because of the girls. You are here to challenge me too? Zhang Ke smiled disdainfully. Although he only had the 100th peak, which was the weakest peak compared to Lin Xian's 108th peak, wasn't it suicide to challenge him? However, although he thought so, he was still a little afraid. Why? Because in yesterday's competition, it was revealed that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute. The spatial attribute was an attribute that any martial artist would be afraid of. It was too useful, but in the face of absolute power, he was not afraid. Anyone who entered the backyard was in the domain realm. As for whether they were strong or weak, it depended on the individual. Yes, quickly accept my challenge, Lin Xian said. Okay, then let this young master test your strength. Whoosh then, Zhang Ke leaped onto the stage. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Academy's rules were humane. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have been challenged to death. Then, Lin Xian also jumped into the arena. Lin Xian, fuck. At this time, hundreds of people chased after them. Then, they saw the two people on the battling platform. Fuck, this is bad. Lin Xian is challenging Zhang Ke. If he succeeds, we can't challenge him for 2 days. Zhang Ke is at least an expert from the 100th peak. Can Lin Xian succeed? It's hard to say. He has the spatial attribute, but his realm is a little low. Let's see how Zhang Ke does it. Chapter 1083. Everyone felt really uncomfortable when they saw this scene. They came to challenge Lin Xian not only because Lin Xian was the easiest to challenge among the 108 peaks, but also because his spatial attribute had already been revealed. Even if he was the 108th peak, this spatial attribute alone was enough to prove that he was difficult to deal with. He had challenged Lin Xian because, firstly, Lin Xian's cultivation level wasn't high. Secondly, he was the most displeased with Lin Xian's relationship with so many campus bells. As long as he could defeat Lin Xian, he would be able to tell everyone that he was stronger than Lin Xian. As for the spatial attribute, although it was strong, it was not so difficult to deal with when there was a gap in realm. Therefore, the challengers today were basically all in the domain realm. Although the law realm martial artists did not want to admit that they were no match for Lin Xian's spatial attribute made them flinch. Moreover, Zhao Hailuo, who was in the domain realm, had also lost to Lin Xian. How many law realm martial artists would dare to challenge Lin Xian? Right now, these people could only pray for one thing, and that was that Lin Xian would not succeed in his challenge. Come on, let me feel the power of the spatial attribute. A dark attribute power erupted from Zhang Ke's body, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps other attributes might be more afraid of space, but his dark attribute was definitely much better. Although it was not night now, and the power of his dark attribute was not that strong, his realm was still there. He could destroy any spatial effect that Lin Xian cast on him, and his dark attribute could control Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, I might not use the spatial attribute. Lin Xian said. The dark attribute was easy to fight. The competition platform was only so big, and it was daytime now. His dark attribute could not use the ability similar to space jump, so the power was reduced by more than half. The rest of the power was not much. Tisk, do you think the dark attribute is so weak in the daytime? Zhang Ke sneered. Not really. Anyway, I just feel that I'm pretty strong. I defeated so many people yesterday, and there was even a domain realm cultivator who lost to me 3 times in a row. The current me is as strong as a yuppie. The reason you defeated him was because of your space force. If you didn't use it, you wouldn't have had any chance of winning. But a man should keep his word. You said you wouldn't use it, but if you still use it, then this young master will look down on you. Zhang Ke said. In fact, he was really worried and afraid of the space attribute. But since Lin Xian said so, wasn't that giving him a chance? He was quite worried that he would be defeated. Firstly, it would be very embarrassing. Secondly, there was a dark attribute martial skill that he was very interested in. He had only learned less than 1/10 of it, and he would need at least a week to cultivate it. If he was defeated by Lin Xian, then it would mean that he had gained nothing from the 100 peaks. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they sneered in their hearts. He had relied on the space attribute to reach this point. If he didn't have the space attribute, the 108 mountains would have absolutely nothing to do with him. Now that he was challenging a domain realm expert, he actually dared to say that he wouldn't use the spatial attribute? What a joke. Lin Xian felt that with his strength, he should be able to get a few rankings without revealing his true strength. As for the top 50, he would have to use his true strength. Come on. Lin Xian's body surged with lightning. He really liked the lightning attribute. It was very domineering. It was very satisfying. A martial artist should enjoy the feeling of power. Zhang Ke felt the lightning attribute power erupting from Lin Xian's body. To be honest, he was definitely afraid. Even if Lin Xian's strength and realm were lower than his on the surface, the purple lightning was so powerful that any martial artist at his level would more or less be afraid. Lightning flash. Lin Xian gathered lightning in his hands and then blasted 2 lightning flashes at Zhang Ke. Just this? Zhang Ke looked at the 2 lightning bolts in front of him that didn't seem to be very strong. Shadow barrier. A black barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! Done in the next instant. The two lightning balls blasted on the black barrier. Bang! That the black barrier was directly shattered. What? Zhang revealed a shocked expression. Isn't this lightning attribute power too domineering? That's not right. The difference between their realms is so huge. Why is his lightning attribute power so strong? His barrier was the domain realm experts. In the next instant, Lin Xian activated freedom under the heavens and appeared in front of him in an instant. Zhang Ke was stunned. What? His speed. He didn't pay attention to Lin Xian's battle. He only heard that Lin Xian had the space attribute. But what's up with his speed? If it was nighttime, he wouldn't be worried because the dark attribute was very strong. But it was daytime now. To be honest, he didn't expect this. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fixed shadow. Lin Xian's charging figure suddenly stopped. Shadow cage. A dark-colored cage rose around Lin Xian's body, trapping him within. You've already lost. Zhang Ke looked at Lin Xian and said, Fixed shadow and shadow cage. These two dark attribute powers were a classic combination martial technique. Fixed shadow controlled, shadow cage locked, then exploded with a powerful force to destroy the enemy's combat power. Space attribute could be countered, but Lin Xian said that he didn't need space. Lost? Lin Xian's lips curled up. In the next instant, the shadowy cage vanished. What? Everyone revealed an expression of disbelief. They weren't weak. They naturally knew that once a martial artist was trapped in the shadow cage, even if your realm was 1 or 2 stars higher than the enemy, it would be difficult to break free. Not to mention that Lin Xian was weaker than Zhang Ke. But what about the shadow cage? Lin Xian directly used the law of creation to create a space on top of the shadow cage. No one knew where the shadow cage was now. Yes, he didn't use the space attribute, but Lin Xian still had the law of creation. The law of creation didn't use the space attribute. No one could figure it out. 5 Thunder, celestial phenomenon. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he charged at Zhang Ke. 5 Thunder, celestial phenomenon erupted. Damn it, if it was nighttime, I would have easily beaten you up. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth. But don't think that this is all I have. Demonic shadow cage. Following that, countless black shadows erupted and charged at Lin Xian's 5 Thunder, celestial phenomenon. Boom! The terrifying power exploded once again. The two of them pulled apart and stood at the edge of the stage. Everyone saw that Lin Xian's martial technique was actually on par with Zhang Ke's strength. There was a huge gap between them. How could they be evenly matched? However, when the dust on Zhang Ke's body dissipated, he suddenly saw Lin Xian's figure bent over on the ground. His body was covered in flames as he slammed his right hand on the ground. He had a bad premonition, and those who saw Lin Xian's battle yesterday knew what it was. Boom! Chapter 1084. When the fire god pillar exploded, Zhang Ke's entire body was hit, and his clothes turned to ashes as he flew out. Zhao Hailuo was still fine before, as the gap between their realms wasn't that big, but Zhang Ke was completely hit by the fire god pillar. When everyone saw this scene and saw Zhang Ke fly out of the stage, they all roared in their hearts. No. What was going on? Why couldn't the 2 domain realms win against Lin Xian? This dual attribute, no, triple attribute, the increase in battle power of a martial artist with multiple attributes was simply too great. Lin Xian walked to Zhang Ke's side and bent down to take down the badge on his chest. He then hung his badge on Zhang Ke's chest. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Lin Xian unwillingly. Why was he so powerless against this person? He was unwilling. He still hadn't used his laws. All right, these 100 mountains are mine now. Do you have anything else you want from me? If you have, then take it quickly. After Lin Xian finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd and said, I just finished my challenge. There is a 2-day break. I'm afraid you can't challenge me. Bye-bye. I won't see you off. Lin Xian then grinned. Damn it. How infuriating. Just you wait. After these 2 days, this young master will definitely take back this place. Zhang Ke looked at Lin Xian, then walked away after saying that. Lin Xian, on the other hand, found a clean room and laid down happily. After resting for a while, he took a look at the martial skills of the 100 peaks. How should he put it? There were quite a lot, not much different from the 108 peaks. There were lightning, fire, and ice attributes, but Lin Xian didn't like any of them. Although an Earth-tier martial skill was very strong, sometimes it wasn't necessarily useful to learn a lot. If you wanted to learn something that you didn't have, and if you had a similar martial skill, it was best not to learn another similar one. It was meaningless. Your martial skill couldn't cause harm to others. So would it be useful to change to a similar one? Now that I have 100 peaks, I can go challenge peaks 90 to 99. Lin Xian stroked his chin. He planned to challenge the person on the 90th peak. That way, the 10,000 people outside wouldn't be able to challenge him, because the people in the front yard could only challenge the 100th peak and the other 8 peaks. Just as Lin Xian was about to issue a challenge, an Xian sent him a message on his phone. Zichiyue had arrived in Lin and City. There was a large party tonight, and she wanted to know if she could attend. Why would I participate? Lin Xian replied, I'm just playing around. What's the matter? If you're free, you can go to the party. Lin Xian thought about it. There was nothing to do tonight, and it was boring to stay here. The class was tomorrow afternoon, so he had time to go. He could just treat it as spending time with them. All right, I'll bring a few friends. Of course. Lin Xian then sent a message to Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. He had more or less accompanied the other girls before, but he hadn't played with these 2 girls in a long time. It just so happened that the 2 girls were in Lin and City and didn't go to the demonic beast domain, so they naturally agreed. Then, Lin Xian drove towards Lin and City. Halfway there, a particularly conspicuous figure on a tree in front jumped directly in front of Lin Xian's car, blocking Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian slammed on the brakes and stopped. Are you fucking crazy? Lin Xian walked out of the car and scolded. Fuck. Scamming? No. How could this be a scam? He subconsciously released his Eye of Cave spirit to investigate, but he couldn't see clearly. This meant that this person was at least a 7-star domain realm cultivator. You're Lin Xian? This man's skin was very white, and he even looked a little feminine. Instead, this kind of man gave off a very dangerous feeling. Seeing him, Lin Xian inexplicably thought of the demon god that appeared at Yi Runbing's place that day. What was his name? Xiechui. He felt very similar to that Xiechui. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and looked at him. Under the orders of the Supreme One, I'm bringing you to a place. What if I don't go? Don't go? That's not up to you. The man sneered. Supreme One looks like I'm right. The 9th Demon God Temple. How could there be someone in the human race who would address him as Supreme One? In addition, this person looked very similar to that Xiechui, so Lin Xian was somewhat certain. Oh, you actually know? Interesting. The man sneered and slowly walked towards Lin Xian. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram, or you'll definitely regret it. Lin Xian stared at him and said, Spatial attribute, is it? Heh, it's useless. They had already thoroughly investigated Lin Xian. Naturally, they were under the orders of Xiechui. Xiechui liked Yi Runbing. This was no secret in the demon race. However, he really couldn't understand why the great demon god, Yi Runbing, would choose a weak human as her male pet. He really couldn't understand. This matter was already set in stone. Because Xiechui had a keen sense of smell, he could clearly sense Yi Runbing's scent on Lin Xian, and Yi Runbing also had his scent on her. Thus, their identities were confirmed. He just wanted to know why? Then he investigated Lin Xian. It was quite clear, including the people around him, his identity, his attributes, and so on. However, the team he sent out didn't return and didn't bring back any information. They were probably dead. Xiechui didn't understand. This human was nothing special. Why would Yi Runbing choose him? Jealousy and anger made him want to attack Lin Xian. It was hard to say whether he would kill him or not. If he did, he was really afraid that Yi Runbing would be angry. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Thus, he sent people to bring Lin Xian to him. He wanted to have a good chat and torture him. He might spare his life, but he would definitely cut off his little brother. Thus, he sent people to watch this martial arts academy's road to Lin and City. Oh, it seems like you've investigated me thoroughly. Since you've investigated me, you should know that I have some relationship with the 10th demon god. She's protecting me. Are you sure you still dare to take me away? Lin Xian smirked and asked. Sometimes it was very uncomfortable. Space was very powerful, and escaping was also very powerful. However, for powerful people, even if they weren't of the space attribute, they would still have some way to suppress you from using the power of space. Take me away. Even if something happens, it's his honor's problem. I only need to follow his orders. If you know what's good for you, don't resist. You might even suffer less physical pain. The man sneered and said. Lin Xian naturally couldn't go. That place was filled with people who were neither male nor female. Even if he had Irun Bing as his backer, Lin Xian wouldn't have it easy. In the next instant, Lin Xian took out a pearl and crushed it. Goodbyes. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Lin Xian returned. The hell? I told you, the power of space is useless. The man sneered again. No, this was something that Irun Bing gave him. It was useless. Chapter 1085. The last time he went to Irun Bing's place, she gave him some of these beads. After crushing them, he would be able to go to her place directly. She only needed to send Lin Xian a WeChat message, and Lin Xian could just use the beads. There was no need for anyone to inform him. Hence, Lin Xian felt that his spatial attribute might not be enough, but these beads should be enough, right? Lin Xian had always treated these beads as a life-saving tool. He thought that he could use them just now, but who knew that they wouldn't work? Can a demon god like you even work? Why are the things you give me so lousy? Lin Xian thought helplessly. Fuck, my luck is really bad. It's one thing to have those young masters as enemies, and it's one thing to have the evil fiend temple as enemies. Now, there's another demon god. Each one is more powerful than the last. What am I supposed to do as a one-star domain realm cultivator? Perhaps this is the nature of you humans. You don't give up in the face of absolute strength. That's called ignorance. The man sneered and continued walking toward Lin Xian. No matter who comes today, you have to come with me. Oh, you said that? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from above. Really, Lin Xian was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he heard this voice. It was so familiar. In the past, when he heard Ling Long Shue's voice at critical moments, he felt very familiar. But now, Irun Bing's voice also felt very familiar. The man frowned and turned around abruptly, looking up into the sky. In the sky, Irun Bing's figure slowly walked down step by step. She was still wearing her pajamas. Then, she yawned and looked at the man with her beautiful eyes as if she was looking down on all living things. Demon God! When the man saw Irun Bing, he trembled and subconsciously retreated. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. What's going on? Why? Even if she's a demon god, she shouldn't be so powerful. This place is so far away from the 10th demon god temple. Even if she has the ability to come here instantly, how did she know? The signal was also blocked by him. Any human communication device was also ineffective. Why? The reason was very simple. Lin Xian had used the bead that Irun Bing had given him and didn't return it. However, since it was something that Irun Bing had given him, no one would know that she had tampered with it. Lin Xian didn't go over and failed to use it. Irun Bing sensed it and knew that something must have happened to Lin Xian. As for the location, it was too easy to pinpoint. Wasn't the location where the bead was supposed to be used where Lin Xian was? It was extremely easy for him to find them in an instant. Aunt Irun Bing sneered, then slowly reached out her hand and pinched. Ah! The man in front of Lin Xian seemed to be in great pain. He screamed and screamed until his entire body turned into nothingness. Lin Xian. Was this the power of the fucking heavenly Tao realm? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Why did Lin Xian feel like this man was at the Empyrean realm? He was gone just like that? Reduced to dregs? Irun Bing looked down at Lin Xian. Trash. Lin Xian. All right. I'm trash. I'm useless. She then landed in front of Lin Xian. But it's also your fault. Without you, I wouldn't have been targeted by the ninth Fey God Temple. Do you think it's easy for me? A mere domain realm being targeted by a Fey God. What do I do? Who asked you to be only at the domain realm? Wah, sis, I'm only 21, Lin Xian said helplessly. Irun froze, then glanced around. Hey, that bead isn't useful. Your Fey God isn't awesome at all. I wanted to run to you, but who knew that I would be intercepted midway? Yurenbing pondered slightly. Look at Xiao Linglong. The things she gave me are all good stuff. Look at you. What? How am I inferior to Linglong Shui? Is the sky rainbow flower I gave you bad? What's the point if it can't protect my life? I don't believe that his spatial power can stop Xiao Linglong's things. Lin Xian said. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. He had given the heavenly void pearl to the girl beside him. Lin Xian's thoughts were simple. He would be at ease as long as the people around him were safe. She is the strongest person in the world when it comes to the use of space. This sovereign acknowledges this point. Of course, she would give the best things related to space. In this world, there is no second person who dares to say that they are better at using space than her. This sovereign was lacking in consideration. I will improve this thing when I return, Yurenbing said to Lin Xian. That's more like it. Oh, when did you dare to give me advice? Yurenbing glanced at Lin Xian. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. I wouldn't dare. It's just a suggestion. A small suggestion. Lin Xian grinned. Since we've met, then come back with me. Lin Xian, don't. I have something to do in Lin and City. Oh, I really have something to do. Otherwise, why would I take the risk of driving out of the martial arts academy? If you have something to do, then bring me with you. Lin Xian, don't. Yurenbing sneered. Looks like it has something to do with women. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. You're going to a banquet. A demon god like you is interested in a human banquet? If you are, I'll laugh at you. Lin Xian's words made Yurenbing speechless. She was a demon god. How could she be interested in human affairs? But to be honest, he was really interested. She couldn't beat that Linglong Shui even when she played games every day. She was very angry. I'm not going. I'm leaving. Yurenbing's figure then disappeared. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person from the Demon God Temple was a little more reasonable. Lin Xian then got into the car and continued driving toward Lin and City. On the other side, Yurenbing went back and changed into a new set of clothes. She directly left the 10th Demon God Temple and went to the 9th Demon God Temple, where Xieqiui was. As for where it was a place that no human had dared to set foot in since ancient times. Just like Yurenbing's 10th Demon God Temple, the Demon God Temple was the true forbidden land of the human race. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Poison God Temple? Yurenbing stood in front of the huge ancient castle gate. A group of powerful guards surrounded her. They naturally didn't recognize Yurenbing. Their status was different, so they didn't have the qualifications to know Yurenbing. The 9th Demon God Temple was different from Yurenbing's 10th Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple was filled with the myriad poison Heavenly Python clan, which was Xieqiui's clan. Yurenbing's 10th Demon God Temple was filled with many different clans. Yurenbing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but the corners of her mouth still curved into a casual smile. After that, she didn't move from her spot. Her clothes and hair suddenly fluttered, and a terrifying power erupted from her delicate body. The people around her were instantly sent flying, and in the process of flying, they were annihilated by the power of darkness and turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 1086. Yurenbing acted as though she had done something trivial. She didn't even blink her eyes. Following that, she walked straight ahead as a terrifying force shattered the gigantic door. It was as though no one was there. A group of people rushed out when they sensed the commotion outside. Yurenbing casually killed any who came out. How should she put it? She might not admit that Lin Xian held a high place in her heart, but she knew that anyone who wanted to bully her had to go through her first. If anyone tried to bully her without her permission, they would only be courting death. No matter how powerful these people were, they were nothing in front of Fey goddess Irenbing. One expert after another died under Irenbing's hands. It was as simple as squashing ants. Irenbing, what's the meaning of this? At this moment, Xiechio walked out from inside, and he frowned when he saw that it was Irenbing who was causing trouble outside. He was still wondering who had the guts to barge into his Fey god temple. So it was her. It wasn't surprising. What's the meaning of this? Irenbing slowly reached out her hand and squashed a trembling expert across the void. She looked at Xiechio. Do you think a bug like you can touch my people? Xiechio's handsome face revealed a sinister look, but it was fleeting. Why don't I understand what you mean? Who are you? Xiechio was feigning ignorance. How did he know? Trash. His men must have failed. What a piece of trash. He knew that he couldn't beat Irenbing. He was from the myriad poison Skywyrm race. Although they were a top Fey race, it was impossible for them to reach the heavenly Dao realm with their talent and bloodline. He had encountered a fortuitous encounter, and with his personality, he was able to become the lord of the Fey God Temple. But compared to Irenbing, Irenbing had a top bloodline among dragons. Dragons were already top, so what did that mean? There were very few people in this world who could match her in terms of bloodline. She was one of those people who, as long as one didn't die, only needed time to steadily advance to the heavenly Dao realm with her bloodline. As for how far one could go in the heavenly Dao realm, that would depend on one's luck. The difference of 1 star in the heavenly Dao realm was truly the difference between heaven and earth. He really didn't dare provoke Irenbing. If there's a next time, I'll stomp you to death. After Irenbing said that, her figure vanished. Xiechio clenched his fist tightly. At the very least, he was one of the Fey gods. In terms of status, he was on the same level as Irenbing. Yet, he was being looked down upon and humiliated by Irenbing. How could he be any better? Of course not. However, he really couldn't afford to offend Irenbing. The entire 9th Fey God Temple and the entire myriad poison Skywyrm race, including him, might not be Irenbing's match. Perhaps his realm wasn't much different from hers, but only they knew how terrifying top dragons were. Dragons were the race with the most terrifying destructive power in the world. No one dared to clash head-on with dragons. Furthermore, ignoring their terrifying destructive power, dragons also had one of the best defenses. Creatures like dragons were so perfect that it was terrifying. It was also the reason why dragons had such a high standing. Your Excellency, isn't this Irenbing too arrogant? She doesn't think anything of your Excellency. A man walked to Xiechio's side and said angrily, "Umph, I want to see how long this Irenbing can last. There will come a day when this supremacy will make you submit," Xiechio said viciously. Elsewhere, Lin Xian received Yi and Lu Yufan. Not bad. You're already at the law realm? Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the 2 youthful beauties. They were really youthful beauties. They weren't like Murong Yu and Han Chuxue, who were conquered at first sight. After all, they were still young and hadn't completely grown up. In another 2 years, when they completely grew up, they definitely wouldn't be inferior to them. Yes, E and I have been super diligent during this period. We haven't been to the demonic beast domain as many times in our lives. Now that we've reached the law realm, we feel invincible," Lu Yufan said as she waved her fist in the air. Back then, they were only at the Qi building realm. He didn't expect them to reach the law realm in such a short time. However, because they could farm monsters to increase their realm, this wasn't a big deal. If you spent all your time farming outside and ignored the dangers, your realm would definitely increase very quickly. Of course, this realm's increase would become slower and slower. In the past, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious heaven realm's increase in realm was already slow enough. However, when he reached the law realm, he realized that, damn, this law realm's increase in realm was really slow. He had a lot of opportunities to reach this level. What if he didn't? What if he was just an ordinary martial artist? Yi also nodded. She glanced at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, you should be at the domain realm, right? Yes, I've just reached the domain realm. That's why you guys have improved quite quickly. I heard that you can comprehend the laws at the law realm. But how do you comprehend them? How did you comprehend them at that time? Yi asked expectantly. As the people around them became stronger one by one, they increasingly realized that they had to improve their own strength. Otherwise, they would really be just a vase. No one was willing to be a vase. It depended on whether you dared to work hard and whether you dared to take that step. Fortunately, they took that step. From then on, these two girls were no longer ordinary and just beautiful girls. I'm a little special. To be honest, I'm not too sure about the specific process of comprehending the laws. When the time comes, you can ask in the group. Many people will answer you. Lin Xian was really a little special. Everyone in the group was an expert. Anyone who had reached the law realm had comprehended the laws. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Murong Qing, Ling Long Shui, and the others were even more experienced than him. Okay, the two girls nodded. Today, they were dressed beautifully because Lin Xian told them that they were going to attend a party, so they had to dress more formally. Yo, I feel like you've grown bigger after not seeing you for a while. Lin Xian moved closer to Lu Yufan and said with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face blushed slightly. Get lost. I'm already very big. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes, but she was actually quite happy. Then why don't you make a move? Do you want me to take the initiative? Since they confirmed their relationship until now, they had only kissed once. Big pig trotter. But you're still not as big as Yi. Lin Xian looked at Yi with a smile. Yi's pretty face also blushed slightly. Then you can't touch me, Lu Yufan said unhappily. Who said that? Yi, are you going to let me touch you or not? Lin Xian then moved closer to Yi. Yi. Chapter 1087. Yi and Lin Xian didn't have any special relationship. At least, they hadn't established a relationship yet. If Lin Xian were to pursue her, he should be able to succeed. After all, her favorability towards him was already very high. These two girls were the first girls that Lin Xian met after he obtained the Adonis system. They had always been by his side. Therefore, Lin Xian's feelings towards them were quite special. However, Yi and Xiao Runing hadn't triggered any missions yet. This made Lin Xian feel very strange. When Yi heard Lin Xian's words, her pretty face blushed slightly. Nope. Then, she said softly. Pfft. Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Someone still thinks that he's very charming. Lu Yufan was overjoyed to see Lin Xian deflated. Be careful. I'll beat you up. Lin Xian fiercely glared at Lu Yufan. Ha ha! Lu Yufan made a face at Lin Xian. The gala wasn't far from here. Lin Xian liked to chat and bicker with him, so he simply walked there. Lin Xian, what gala are you bringing us to? Lu Yufan asked curiously. I don't know either. An XIN invited me. Lin Xian said. Wow, are you saying that an XIN will be there too? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian and an XIN knew each other. Of course, they had seen an XIN before. However, there was one thing to know. An XIN's gala was definitely not ordinary. Yi also said happily, maybe it's a celebrity gala? We might see a lot of celebrities. After all, the two girls were still young. It was normal for them to like celebrities. Ling Ying and the others liked celebrities, but they were definitely not die-hard fans. I think so. I don't know either. I'm just going to have fun. It's boring to stay at the martial arts academy for so long. Lin Xian shrugged and said, and I can't go even if we wanted to. Lu Yufan's cute little nose wrinkled slightly. We'll definitely be able to go next year, Yi said with some determination. To be able to go to the martial arts academy, ranking aside as long as they could enter, she felt that it was a recognition of her strength. Compared to many people in the martial arts academy, you're actually a few years younger. Next year, you might reach the domain realm and have a high chance of entering the martial arts academy. However, the martial arts academy is filled with geniuses. You have the water attribute, and Fan, you have the wood attribute. Both of them aren't rare attributes, so you must cultivate these two attributes to the extreme before you can have a place in the martial arts academy. Lin Xian said. Although Lin Xian didn't go to the beast domain with them, he could see how hard they worked from the fact that they had reached the law realm in such a short time. He vaguely remembered that when he first met them, they were really ordinary young ladies. Other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about them. At that time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were both beautiful and powerful. They might not have noticed this at that time, but as the people around them became more and more powerful, they increasingly felt that they couldn't be ordinary anymore. Then, they began to work hard. Perhaps the environment they grew up in was more harmonious. For example, although Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were born well, they were born in a place like Tiandu, one of the 8 great families. The pressure was especially great. It was normal for them to work hard from a young age to improve themselves. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan didn't have such pressure. In addition, their attributes were very ordinary. However, it was fine as long as they weren't content with the status quo. In fact, they weren't content with the status quo. They were working hard to improve themselves, which made Lin Xian like them even more. We will work hard. My goal is to learn from Senior Ling Ying. Lu Yufan clenched her fists. How should I put it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. As he walked forward, he said, it's good to set a goal for yourself, but you shouldn't choose someone who is completely different from you. Ling Ying has the dark attribute, and you have the wood attribute. You two are not of the same type. It might not be good for you to learn from her. The biggest advantages of your wood attribute are healing and control. In terms of attribute positioning, you are a support. But I don't want to be a support. I want to be the center. Lu Yufan pouted slightly. Me too. Yi said. The water attribute is actually more of a support attribute. The water attribute is also healing and control. Of course, it's inevitable for you two to improve your combat ability. However, why do I hope that you two can study your own attributes? Because you may need attributes to achieve yourself. Close combat ability is icing on the cake. Lin Xian said, but why do you want Xintong to work hard to improve her combat ability? Her attributes are light and water. They are also considered support attributes. Lu Yufan asked, perplexed. So, as you said, she has 2 attributes. The situation is rather special. Tell me, for example, Fan, the wood attribute is the most powerful control attribute. Yet, you don't work hard to cultivate it. Instead, you focus on improving your close combat ability. Do you think that's right? Lin Xian continued. What I'm trying to say is that you guys shouldn't be like Xintong and put your lives on the line to improve your combat prowess. It's fine if you want to improve your combat prowess, but don't forget where your strengths lie. But it's very weak. Lu Yufan pulled her tiny head. Then, do you know that a top human expert at the Heavenly Tao realm is of the wood attribute? Just a pure wood attribute? If you want to form an elite battle team, her existence as a top-notch, skilled control-type warrior is the soul of the team. Once a wood attribute warrior cultivates to the phenomenal success stage, it will be extremely terrifying. There's no such thing as a weakest attribute, only a weakest warrior. Just her wood attribute alone can reach the Heavenly Tao realm. So why do you despise her? Lin Xian asked. Lu Yufan lowered her head and pondered. You're right. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a glint. Right? And I believe you should understand. Don't belittle yourself, and don't belittle your own attributes. Got it? Yi nodded slightly as well. Yes, Lin Xian was right. There was no such thing as a weak attribute, only a weak warrior. If they were unwilling to accept and believe in their very ordinary attributes, how could they become a powerful warrior? Others could use the most basic attributes to become a top-notch existence, so why should they despise it? Thank you, Lin Xian. Yi hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. Don't just thank me verbally. Do something more substantial. Lin Xian then leaned his face over and gently tapped his cheek. His meaning was very clear. Lu Yufan pursed her lips and then stomped her foot down. Ayo! Chapter 1088. Soon, the three of them arrived at their destination, chatting and laughing. Jingling Palace. Lin Xian was speechless as he looked at the three words above the huge, golden, and resplendent building. Why didn't he notice such a luxurious place in Lin and city before? It wasn't a hotel or a restaurant. Jingling Palace was a huge, luxurious business club. As for what it was for, it was formal. There was a small casino, a luxurious KTV, and a golf course behind Jingling Palace. That's right, Jingling Palace was in the suburbs. Lin Xian and the others didn't live in the city center. It was about 3 kilometers away from here. Usually, there would be large-scale parties held here, such as the Spring Festival, the Lantern Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Anyway, all the high-ranking officials and nobles would be invited to these parties. The boss of Jingling Palace seemed to be quite powerful and had a wide network. I heard that the boss of Jingling Palace is the richest man in Lin and city. Yi said. Oh. No, the former richest man must be Lin Xian now. Lu Yufan said with a smile. To be the richest man in Lin and city, his assets must be in the hundreds of billions. What does he do? I think his main business is an entertainment company. All right, I remember. I heard an Xian mention in the group 2 days ago that the boss of Jingling Palace is her company's boss. Jingling Palace is just her boss's hobby. He likes to open places for entertainment and to gather people together. No wonder an Xian came to this party. Lu Yufan said. There's such a thing. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, he's still not the richest man in Lin and city. Does that mean that I'm the richest man in this city because I opened Qingdao Plaza? Well, anyway, I heard that she started from scratch here, so she should be the richest man here, right? Well, that's about right. Lin Xian's interest was piqued. Why? Because he wanted to make the entire Lin and city his power. If an Xian's boss had a lot of big companies in Lin and city, Lin Xian had to take him down. Hey, Lin Xian. Fan. In front of them, a girl wearing a cap and sunglasses greeted them happily. They didn't hear her voice, but judging from her attire, she must be an Xian. Miao Xiao Miao stood beside an Xian, eating a lollipop. She glanced at Lin Xian and the others and greeted them. Then, she was chatting with someone on her phone. She seemed to be very busy. Lin Xian and the others walked over. What are you looking at? Lin Xian moved closer to Miao Xiao Miao. I'm chatting with Big Sister Moro. Isn't that your business? My business? It's that signal receiver. Whoa. Lin Xian grinned, and Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes. Lu Yufan, Yi, and an Xian were chatting. They were really an Xian's fans and knew every single one of an Xian's songs. Hence, when they saw an Xian's true self for the first time, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian, let's go in together. An Xian said. Okay. Following that, the group of people walked in together. There were countless luxury cars parked outside Jingling Palace. None of them were worth less than 800,000 yuan. One could imagine what kind of party this was. Where's that Ziqiyue? Lin Xian asked from behind. Huh? Ziqiyue? Could it be that Ziqiyue? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan showed a surprised and excited expression. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The two most popular female celebrities in modern times, Ziqiyue and an Xian. But there were definitely more people who liked Ziqiyue. Even those in their 30s and 40s were infatuated with her. Although Ziqiyue was only 27 or 28 years old. It's that Ziqiyue. Wow. Ziqiyue is here too? Why did she come to this party? She's so amazing. Lu Yufan said in shock. Yi also had a surprised expression. She had attended Ziqiyue's concert before, but only once because she didn't have much time. Moreover, the tickets for her concert were really hard to get. Other amazing celebrities sold out in 3 seconds, but she only took 1 second. It might even take less than 1 second. It was a kind of luck method to get tickets. How to compete? There was a special software to buy tickets. All the fans were waiting in front of their mobile phones or computers. The moment the tickets were sold, tens of thousands of people would buy them together. Therefore, at this time, the network speed and luck played an important role. You might directly show that the purchase was successful, but most people would be stuck on that page. When you refresh the page, you would find that the ticket was gone. It was that cruel. And Xian's concert tickets were basically the same. All the super popular celebrities' tickets were like this. Because Sister Chiyue was also invited. Originally, she wouldn't have come, but Sister Chiyue happened to come here to find Lin Xian, and then she came to this party. And Xian explained as she walked forward. Wow! Lu Yufan couldn't help but exclaim. Her big eyes looked at Lin Xian with little stars. So amazing! Zi Chiyue actually came to find Lin Xian. This man is glowing. Why? Yi asked in confusion. You're stupid. Lin Xian wrote songs for Sister Chiyue before. You learned it from me. Sister Chiyue must have seen that Lin Xian is very special, so she wanted to see Lin Xian. Lu Yufan said. Yi suddenly understood, and her small face was a little red. Why didn't she think of this? Logically speaking, she should have thought of it directly. By the way, what are we doing tonight? Lin Xian asked. Tonight is the star stage because the boss of Jinling Palace is the boss of Imperial Entertainment, which is the company I'm in now. Basically, all the stars who are signed by Imperial Entertainment are here. Many of them are famous, and even some seniors are here. I don't know what they're going to do, but after all, they're all stars. They're going to sing, and Xian said. Then why are they coming to this small city? Lin Xian didn't understand. And Xian said, because the boss's grandparents are old. This party is actually held by her for them. Today is the boss's grandfather's 80th birthday. Although the elders are very healthy, the boss doesn't want them to travel, and it's dangerous to take a plane, so she held the party here. Then tonight will probably be a group of flatterers. Miao Xiaomiao muttered, more or less. After all, Imperial Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in the whole continent. The boss has countless resources in her hands. Too many second-tier stars want to take advantage of this opportunity to rise to the top. If they can please the boss's grandparents, their future will be bright. And Xian was also very thorough. Chapter 1089. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. This was probably a very common phenomenon in society. It couldn't be helped. Sometimes people did need help to climb higher. For example, if you walked against the wind, you might walk faster if you lowered your head. Sometimes, you really did need to lower your head in order to walk further. Fortunately, he probably didn't need it. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's her birthday. Since we're here, shouldn't we bring some gifts? Lin Xian asked. No need. Lin Xian, you're not here for anything. You were invited. I told the boss that she wants it to be lively. She'll be happy if there are more people. And Xian said, that's good. Otherwise, it won't look good. Lin Xian shrugged. All right. And Xian suddenly thought of something and said, tonight's party will be broadcasted live. Huh? They were all stunned for a moment. Because many celebrities have signed contracts with the live broadcast platform, and the boss wants it to be more lively, she said there will be a live broadcast. I'm afraid there will be hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of viewers, and Xian said. Although tonight's party couldn't be compared to the Spring Festival Gala, how many celebrities would be there? If the fans of an Xian and Zichiyuan knew that they would appear on the live broadcast, they would definitely wait in front of their phones and computers. That means there will definitely be singing and dancing tonight. Lin Xian said helplessly. What was there to broadcast if they didn't sing and dance? I think so. And Xian nodded. Wow. Then, Lin Xian, do you want to... Lu Yufan was actually Lin Xian's little fangirl. Yi and Miao Xiaomao were also fangirls. It was just that she was more arrogant. She was actually looking forward to it. Why? You want me to sing? Give up. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. No. Lu Yufan ran to Lin Xian's side and hugged Lin Xian's arm, swinging it back and forth. She said coquettishly, I want to hear you sing. I've never heard you sing before. I've only seen it in videos. I want to see it. I'm not here for anything. I don't need flattery. Why should I sing? As for what you want to hear, I'll sing for you when we go to the recording studio. Okay? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Lu Yufan pouted. All right. I don't want to show off in front of millions or tens of millions of viewers. I hate being judged the most, Lin Xian said. That's right, and you'll be recognized. Lu Yufan nodded. Lin Xian didn't like being recognized. Otherwise, people would come up to him and ask for his autograph like a celebrity. That would be a disaster. But some people just like this kind of scene. There was nothing he could do about it. As they chatted, they came to a huge back. 2 bodyguards were standing there. Here, an Xian handed over the invitation card. Please come in. Then, they opened the door and walked in together. Wow! Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It was a golf course. It was nighttime, and it was exceptionally beautiful. However, it was not dark because there were various lights around it. There was also a huge stage. There were many people in the huge golf course. Everyone was chatting with each other. Everyone was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. There were handsome men and beautiful women. Soft music was playing on the golf course. So many celebrities. Wow, that's Qin Ge. Wow, wow, wow. And Zhang Chaowei. Her Majesty is here too. Wow, wow, wow. What kind of celestial party is this? Lu Yufan's mouth was slightly agape as she exclaimed in shock. Lin Xian also saw some familiar faces, but he didn't know who they were. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said embarrassedly, there seem to be a lot of beautiful ladies. Of course, they're all female celebrities. They're definitely pretty. An Xian took off her cap and sunglasses and said with a smile, what are you doing? Lu Yufan's cute little nose wrinkled. Nothing, nothing. No matter how pretty they are, they're not as pretty as you guys. Lin Xian laughed. Wow, wow. Huge, it's Huge. Lu Yufan suddenly saw a handsome man. Yi also looked surprised when she saw him. Huge, Huge. Lu Yufan and Yi ran over excitedly, looking like little fangirls. Lin Xian, wow, and you're talking about me. These two, Lin Xian said helplessly. Miao Xiaomiao also walked over silently. Lin Xian's mouth opened wide. Damn, this girl also went over? Huga, I really like him too. I feel that he's the best out of all the male celebrities. An Xian also walked over. The 3 girls were asking for Hu Ji's autograph. When they got the autograph, they were overjoyed. Other than many celebrities, there were also many daughters and young masters from big families. Therefore, Hugo wasn't surprised. Teacher Hugo. An Xian walked over and greeted him. An Xian, the latest songs are very nice. Hugo said with a smile. Teacher Hu Ji's new TV series is also super good. I've been following it. An Xian said cutely. That's my honor, haha. Hugo laughed. Lin Xian glanced at them. He knew this Hugo. He was an A-list male celebrity. He had never been involved in any scandals. His good reviews in the industry were off the charts. There was nothing to criticize about his EQ and character. Moreover, he was really handsome. Lin Xian quite liked him. He wouldn't be jealous. It was normal for Lu Yufan and the girls to be fans of celebrities. When they saw the real person, it was normal for them to go over and ask for his autograph. All right, is Lin Xian here? Hugo asked an Xian. Ah, Teacher Hugo. Hugo smiled and said, I quite like him. Those songs are very nice. I want to get to know him. It's good to add him on WeChat. Lin Xian, an Xian hesitated. Lin Xian didn't like to show his face and didn't want to expose his identity, I know. Lin Xian definitely doesn't want others to know. Hugo glanced at Lin Xian, who was eating a cake not far away. It's him, right? He saw that an Xian came with him. An Xian had never developed in Lin and City. She didn't have any friends of the opposite sex here. If she did, it would be Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. I just want to get to know him. Hugo smiled, and then walked over. Hi, I'm Hugo. Hugo then greeted Lin Xian. Hello. Lin Xian swallowed the cake in one bite and shook his hand. I really like you, especially my sister. She's your #1 fan. I wonder if we can add each other on WeChat? If my sister knows that I got your WeChat, she'll be so jealous. Hugo smiled. Of course. Thank you. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Hugo turned her head after she finished speaking. Teacher Chiyue. Hugo then smiled and looked at a girl walking over. Chapter 1090. In their line of work, they liked to call each other teachers. As long as you had a certain level of achievement, you would be called a teacher even if you were young. Zichiyue, who was wearing a purple evening dress, looked at Hugo with a smile. The white rose brooch on her chest was strung with a white pearl necklace. Her beautiful chestnut long curly hair fluttered in the wind and draped over her slender waist. Her slightly pursed thin cherry lips were even more delicate and alluring. Her beautiful eyes had an unfathomable feeling. Her white and pink crystal heart earrings were hidden in her hair, and the cross pendant bracelet on her hand shone with a dazzling light. She was a very delicate woman, flirtatious, beautiful, noble, and mature. She was like a second Morong Qing, but not the same. No wonder she was so popular. Besides being talented, she was indeed very beautiful. Teacher Chu, you are getting more and more beautiful. Hugo gently shook Zichiyue's hand. Teacher Hugo, you are also getting more and more handsome. Zichiyue smiled and said softly, "Ha ha, Teacher Chiyue, don't call me teacher. I don't deserve it. Since Teacher Hugo said so, you don't have to call me teacher." Ha ha. Zichiyue looked very lively and said with a smile, "By the way, there is a new show next month. I want to invite Teacher Chiyue to take a look and cooperate with me." Zichiyue pondered for a moment and said, "I may not have time next month. Let's wait for the announcement. I need to read the script first." "No problem. I will contact you when the time comes. I have a few friends over there. I will go and say hello," Hugo said and walked away. "Why did you pinch me?" Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan helplessly. Zichiyue. Lu Yufan pinched Lin Xian's arm hard, as if she was holding back something. She was so excited that she was afraid that if she didn't pinch Lin Xian's arm, he would scream. An Xin would give people a feeling that they could touch her. But heavenly consort Zichiyue was like someone from another world. Her status was too high, and people couldn't help but feel that she was very far away from her world. Suddenly, she appeared in front of you. That kind of feeling was unreal. Lin Xian also looked at Zichiyue. It had to be said that this woman was really beautiful. She was not a demon, but she made a man want to sleep with her. That kind of feeling was very strong. Perhaps it was because everyone knew that she was the heavenly concubine, Zichiyue, so they felt that if they could sleep with such a star, that kind of pleasure would be great. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Divine rank random attribute 5-star martial skill. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment. Gigi's length is shortened by 5 centimeters. System prompt. Immortal Qi in Lin Xian's mind is expected. Lin Xian knew that seeing her would trigger a mission, and it really did. Divine level martial skill. To be honest, Lin Xian really wanted a deity-ranked martial skill. Until now, he really didn't have a deity-ranked martial skill. In the past, he had the opportunity to obtain one, but he changed the reward. However, Lin Xian didn't regret it at all. Although there was a saint rank above the divine rank, Lin Xian really didn't know how strong a saint rank martial skill was. He felt that a heaven rank martial skill was already unbelievably strong. However, the most important thing now was this Zichiyue. The heavenly concubine was high and mighty. She was the boss of the entertainment industry. Countless people paid attention to her every move. From her debut until now, she had made countless records and won countless awards. She had never been involved in any scandals. She was indeed high and mighty. Lin Xian didn't know what such a woman lacked. She had fame and fortune, and she also had money. There was no need to talk about freedom. With such a status, even if she didn't have her own company, even if she still joined another company, it was impossible to easily restrict her. Like an Xin, Lin Xian at least knew what she wanted. She wanted to write more and better songs. She wanted to win more awards, therefore, Lin Xian felt that the path of pursuing Zichiyue was confusing. The only way was Zichiyue came to find him because of the songs, so she should care about the songs a lot, right? Sister Chiyue. An Xin ran in front of Zichiyue like a little fangirl. Zichiyue smiled and rubbed an Xion's hair. "You're getting more and more beautiful. Sister Chiyue is the most beautiful." Sister Chiyue. That, an Xin then looked at Lin Xian, who was not far away. Lin Xian also looked over. Zichiyue smiled and nodded. Then, she walked towards Lin Xian. She was quite tall. She probably reached Lin Xian's ears. She was definitely more than 7 meters tall. Because of her height, she deliberately didn't wear high heels. "Hello, Mr. Lin Xian." Zichiyue smiled and reached out her hand to Lin Xian. Hello." Lin Xian reached out and shook her hand. Of course, many people were paying attention to this scene. Many of them didn't expect the heavenly concubine to attend this banquet. Naturally, everyone wanted to know her. She was the heavenly concubine. However, they didn't have the right to strike up a conversation with her, nor did they dare to. Basically, they were all celebrities. Anyone who struck up a conversation with her would be ruined by bad news. They could only politely greet her. They didn't dare to say anything more. Of course, in addition to celebrities, there were also many young masters and daughters of big families here. Not only were they from Lin and city, but there were also many people from other cities. Anyway, the entire golf course was full of lights and people. There were at least 700 or 800 people. It was really lively. Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and even Miao Xiaomao were very nervous. They really liked Zichiyue. They felt warm when they saw an Xin, but they were nervous when they saw her. "I didn't expect Mr. Lin Xian to be so young." Zichiyue smiled. "The heavenly concubine is also very young. It's just a nickname given by others. Mr. Lin Xian, don't mind it. If you can also call me Sister Chiyue Likanen." Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Zichiyue was really surprised. She didn't ask an Xin about Lin Xian. She had seen him in the video, but she couldn't see him clearly and didn't know his age. Today, she saw him as a little boy around 20 years old. He was so young. It was reasonable for him to be so talented. However, it was really amazing for him to write such a deep song at such a young age. For Zichiyue, she loved music very, very much. Music was her life. Her dream was to be good at music. She treated music seriously and wholeheartedly. Every song she wrote was free. She even bought the copyright of the songs she sang in variety shows from the program group and gave them to her fans for free. Yes, she didn't make music to make money. She hoped that more people would like to listen to her music. She also set an example for an Xin, which led an Xin to do the same. Chapter 1091. Zichiyue hoped that every song in her album would be a good song. She had been working hard and writing her own songs. There were also many people who came to visit her and sold their songs to her. She would read every song, and if she thought it was good, she would really record it in her own album. Therefore, Lin Xian had indeed amazed her. She felt that this person was very talented. She felt that this person could write a lot of good songs. She also hoped that she could have more popular songs. Therefore, she came. Her purpose was very simple and pure. Of course, it was not for money or fame. She did not lack it. She just wanted to make her life in music better. Not every song that was written by oneself was perfect. Everyone had a time when they were at their wits' end and had reached a bottleneck. It was enough to be able to sing the flavor and meaning of a song and resonate with the listener. Talented people really shine. They can attract the attention of beautiful girls. Zichiyue's beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and Miao Xiaomiao, who were beside Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "Sister Chiyue is too kind. What attracts them is not my talent, but my handsomeness." Lin Xian said with a grin. Puffed. Zichiyue could not help but laugh. This scene was seen by many people. Where Zichiyue went, what she was doing, and who she was chatting with, they would all pay attention to it. The live broadcast had not been broadcasted yet, so everyone was more easygoing. Because they were all celebrities, they were more reserved. At least for now, it was very difficult to show off and slap people in the face. This was because the occasion was different. Bah! Lu Yufan and Miao Xiaomiao could not help but spit. How shameless. This bastard could still be so indecent in front of Zichiyue. There was really no one else like him. Well, I think it makes sense. Sometimes, I think that a person's talent will make them more elegant and handsome. Zichiyue smiled. Sister Chiyue, Are you saying that I'm not handsome? Lin Xian scratched his head. That's not what I meant. It's just that I've been in the entertainment industry for a long time and have gotten used to all kinds of handsome guys. I'm immune to them. However, it's rare to see girls as beautiful as these sisters in the entertainment industry. Zichiyue looked at Lu Yufan and said, she had been in the entertainment industry and had seen too many beautiful women. There were many real beauties in the entertainment industry, but most of them were painted with makeup. She could see the natural beauty of Lu Yufan and the others. If their looks could appear on the big screen, she could imagine how beautiful they would be. After being praised by Zichiyue, their hearts were filled with sweetness and happiness. Teacher Chiyue, I'm also your fan, Lu Yufan said excitedly. Then let's have a meal together and go karaoke when you're free. Zichiyue smiled. Can I? Why not? Wow. Lu Yufan couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Lin Xian, do you want to arrange a time to have a meal and sing a song? Zichiyue then looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked, I have no problem with that. The problem is that if your fans and paparazzi take pictures of us, what's wrong with that? Do you still care about that, Mr. Lin Xian? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I don't want others to see us. It will disturb my life. That's easy. Just wear a cap and a mask. Those paparazzi can't break into the private room where we eat and secretly take pictures, right? Okay. Lin Xian saw that Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and even Miao Xiaomao were looking forward to it, so he simply agreed for them. In fact, he didn't agree for them. Zichiyue had triggered the task. Lin Xian also wanted to get along with her and cultivate a good impression of her. He wanted to see when he could complete the task. Then it's settled. Are you free tomorrow? I'm free tomorrow. You can choose the location. I'll take them there directly. Lin Xian said. That's not a problem. Zichiyue nodded slightly. By the way, Zichiyue thought of something and said, Mr. Lin Xian, do you want to sing a few songs on stage later? Me? I don't think I'll sing. Lin Xian shook his head. I can see that they all want to see it. Zichiyue glanced at Lu Yufan and said. After that, she continued, I still have a few friends to say hello to, so I won't accompany you. By the way, Zichiyue took out her phone and shook it. Do you want to add me on WeChat? Lu Yufan and the others showed an envious expression. Wow! Zichiyue's WeChat. Okay. Lin Xian was of course very happy. Then, the two of them added each other on WeChat. Not far away, the people who had been paying attention to them were also very surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't know what they were talking about, but they saw that Lin Xian seemed to have glanced at Zichiyue's phone. What did this mean? Did he add her as a friend? Everyone could only think of this. Who was this person? He added Zichiyue as a friend? Which family did he belong to? That's Lin Xian. On the other side, Liang Yu said to Wu Hongfeng next to her. Wu Hongfeng glanced at it. That's him? Well, don't underestimate him. Lin Xian and Zichiyue's songs were indeed written by him. I didn't have a good discussion with him. I've already told you about the song My Favorite, so it's best if we don't have any contact with him today. Liang Yu said to Wu Hongfeng. I know, but the new song. Liang Yu said, I'll think of a way to get the new song. What you need to do now is to get the attention of the boss's grandparents at tonight's party. Only then can you get the boss's appreciation, get more resources, and become an A-list star. But there are many A-list stars at this party, including an Xian and Zichiyue. How can I? Liang Yu said, don't worry. There will be a performance for everyone later. I've already bribed 2 seniors in the music industry. They will praise you. As long as you work hard and with their praise, it will be easy to get the boss's appreciation. The main thing is that you have to let the boss see your potential and strength. Your performance must be good. Okay, the so-called seniors in the music industry were definitely seniors who had a lot of experience but were not famous. Most of them were songwriters who wrote songs and lyrics. You might have heard of their songs for a certain star, but you wouldn't know who they were. Such people were not considered stars. In fact, some of them were really short of money. It was just that they had a lot of experience. On the bright side, they had been in the industry for decades. On the bright side, they had only written a few songs. Since they could come here, they might have a famous song, but it was unknown whether it was popular or not. Therefore, it was normal for such people to receive money. And it was just a few words of praise, so it was not difficult. Chapter 1092. Lin Xian, Lu Yufan, and the rest wandered around the golf course. And Xian was a superstar after all. She went to greet the people who greeted her, because she knew that if she kept hanging out with Lin Xian, people might guess that he was the Lin Xian who wrote the song for her. It was fine now. When the live broadcast started, there would be so many immortal viewers and netizens. Someone would definitely find out who Lin Xian was. It was because Lin Xian was by their side. Although Lu Yufan and the others were very beautiful, this was a special occasion. It wasn't a simple evening party. Even those rich young men didn't have the intention to approach them. This kind of evening party was different from normal parties. Although there were still the same number of people, there were more celebrities. It was a special occasion. Wow! I never thought that I would be at a party with so many celebrities one day. Lu Yufan said excitedly while holding a drink. Actually, in my eyes, celebrities are quite ordinary. They are just ordinary people who appear on the big screen. Although I don't know much about the entertainment industry, I know that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be a teacher. There are all kinds of people. Some people look bright and beautiful on the surface, but in reality, they have many fans at night. Just the three of you. If you want to be celebrities, many companies will be willing to sign you. After all, you are so beautiful. Lin Xian said, but it's easy to be a celebrity, but it's not easy to be popular. Bullshit. If you want to be popular, all you need is a popular drama. The male lead is handsome, the female lead is pretty, and then you sprinkle some sugar on it, and it will be popular. With such a drama, the original husband will be who, but suddenly, the husband will become someone else. Lin Xian shrugged. Indeed, this was the norm now. It was the era of little fresh meats. Those who were handsome could go from being unknown to millions of fans because of a drama, and all of them were girls. What could they do? Even gay dramas can become popular and can be filmed. Who can resist this? Therefore, Lin Xian did not like the entertainment industry. It was very fake, but there were definitely some people who were very good. Take an Xian, for example. Of course, an Xian was popular because of her looks, but that was only part of the reason. The real reason was her talent. Hence, this was also why Lin Xian had helped write a few songs without even showing his face. However, a fan had created a Weibo account with millions of followers. It was all because of his talent. That's true, but I quite like my current life. I don't want to be a celebrity. Lu Yufan muttered softly. That's right. As a celebrity, you have to walk on the streets every day. What the fuck? You're stuck in traffic for an hour just to walk 100 meters. Who can stand that? Like now, Little Fairy and the others don't come out much, because they're famous now. There are always people coming over when they walk on the road. Lin Xian said helplessly. However, it was still all right. It could be considered as a wave of advertising for the Art Xin group. It is quite troublesome. Forget it. I'm already super satisfied to be able to see these big stars, especially Zichiyue. I wonder if Zichiyue will be singing tonight. Lu Yufan said expectantly. I don't know. After all, she's a celebrity, but she should be able to sing. The few of them gathered together and chatted. Lin Xian's gaze also fell on Liang Yu. When he saw her, Lin Xian sneered. That song had basically been stolen by her. Lin Xian didn't want any trouble, nor did he want to look for trouble. Anyway, it wasn't a high-quality song. Lin Xian didn't care. He only hoped that they wouldn't continue to be so shameless. Otherwise, he would definitely find trouble. After about 10 minutes, a woman walked in grandly while supporting an old grandma and an old grandpa. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Lin Xian also glanced at them. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Activate the top domain. Mission penalty. GG disappears. Mission time limit. 3 months. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. Fuck. Triggered the mission? Luo Chenxi? Lin Xian looked at the beautiful woman. This woman was younger than he had imagined. She was probably about the same age as Murong Qing and Zichiyue. It was hard to imagine that a woman in her late 20s could own the top entertainment company in the mainland. An Xian was an artist under her company. Lin Xian felt that she must have inherited it. However, this woman was really beautiful and had a very elegant aura. She was wearing a black, glassy, shoulder-bearing dress that was as soft as a feather. Her green eyes were like the waves of the night sea. There was a faint and enchanting white mist around her eyes, making her even more charming. She had cherry lips, shapely eyebrows, fair skin, and a delicate oval face. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Lin Xian felt that she looked a little familiar. Wow! Luo Chenxi, it's Luo Chenxi. Lu Yufan said in surprise when he saw her coming out. You know her? Of course, she's also a celebrity. She's very popular. I used to like her a lot, but she stopped participating in variety shows, television shows, and movies later. I heard that she started her own company and then left the entertainment industry. I didn't pay attention to her after that. I didn't expect Imperial Entertainment to be hers. Wow! Lu Yufan was a little gossipy girl and knew a lot of things very well. I've also heard that if she continues to develop her career, she might not lose to Zi Qiyue. She's really beautiful. I still have all of her albums at home. Miao Xiaomiao said. Wow! How old are you? Chapter 1093. Lin Xian glanced around. He knew that the live broadcast had started. The live broadcast was public. Everyone knew that there would be a live broadcast. Therefore, in front of tens of thousands of viewers, even if those celebrities were hypocrites, they had to act particularly likable. Because of a small action or a sentence, it could instantly set off 1,000 waves on the internet, destroy an artist, or make an artist famous. Tonight is a live broadcast. Now that the live broadcast has started, why do we have to do it? In fact, the reason is very simple. Tonight, there will be some activities similar to a party. Singing, dancing, playing the piano. It's rare to have such a good opportunity to gather everyone together. There must be countless fans in front of the mobile phone. I hope that everyone can share this joy together. Then, the bullet screen crazily flooded with words such as "Long live Luo Chenxi." The room's popularity soared from 0 to 1. 2 million in just 1 minute. Then, the total value of all the gifts received in our room tonight, I will double the money and donate it to the 3 forces in Lin and City to buy supplies for them. As a border city, Lin and City is also my hometown. I hope that it can be well. Luo Chenxi said with a smile. The bullet screen crazily flooded with words such as goddess. Okay, next I will introduce a few people. Take it as an introduction to Grandpa and Grandma. Then, Luo Chenxi smiled and glanced at the 2 elders below. They were very proud. Their granddaughter was so powerful now. They were really satisfied. They did not want to do this just for their 80th birthday. It would be better to have a meal together at home. However, Luo Chenxi was not willing. It was rare for her to have time to accompany them. This time, she wanted to do it well. Welcome my good friend, Heavenly Consort Zi Qiyue. Then, Luo Chenxi spread her hands and pointed at Zi Qiyue, who was wearing a purple dress not far away. The camera of the live broadcast instantly turned to Zi Qiyue. Wow! What? Zi Qiyue? Damn! Oh my god! Zi Qiyue is also here? Damn! Where? Where is this party in Lin and City? I'm also from Lin and City. Damn! Zi Qiyue is also here. I want to go! Oh my god! Heavenly Consort, I love you. Good luck! When the camera turned to Zi Qiyue, the bullet screen instantly exploded. Zi Qiyue smiled and waved her hand. Lin Xian immediately understood why Zi Qiyue had come. It turned out that they were good friends. Next, Hugo. She's also a good friend of mine. Everyone here today are my good friends. The bullet screen exploded again. Next, peace of mind. Luo Chenxi smiled and looked at an Xian. An Xian also smiled and greeted the camera. Relax. Goddess, I love you. When is Inden going to release a new song? I'm really looking forward to it. Inden loves you. The popularity of the room had reached 150 million. However, as far as I know, Lin Xian doesn't want his peaceful life to be disturbed. We have to respect him. As for whether Lin Xian will sing on stage later, I'm also looking forward to it, but I don't know. So, don't give him any unnecessary shots. Luo Chinsi said. Because there were many celebrities and at the same time, there were many ordinary people, young masters and daughters. Therefore, even if many people saw an Xian's gaze, and there were many men and women there, no one would know who Lin Xian was. The next person is also a new rising star in our company, Wu Hongfeng. Luo Chinsi said with a smile. Wu Hongfeng then greeted the camera with a smile. Then, Wu Hongfeng's fans spammed the screen crazily. However, Lin Xian's was still spamming rockets. There were already 1,500 rockets. That was 30 million. When he spammed 1,000 rockets, he changed his ID to "Fuck. This makes me embarrassed to reject them," Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 1094. Lin Xian really didn't plan to sing, but wouldn't it be too heartless if he didn't come out now? To be honest, Lin Xian was touched by the fans' actions. As for the gift-giving segment, it was already over. When they first arrived, they had already sent their gifts somewhere. Naturally, this kind of gift-giving segment couldn't be broadcasted live for everyone to watch. The content of the live broadcast was more about the performances of various celebrities. Nearly 100 big and small A-list, B-list, C-list, and even C-list celebrities had basically prepared a performance. Most of them were just songs. Perhaps those 18-star celebrities were not qualified to sing. After all, the elderly couldn't stay in such an environment for too long. Well, next, let's officially start the party. There are a lot of song libraries here, various instruments, and a band. Before this, we didn't have any rehearsals. I don't even know who will come up to perform for everyone. It's all free play. So the fans in front of the mobile phone should be very happy to see such an occasion. Next, if anyone is ready, feel free to come up to the stage and perform. After Luo Chinsi finished speaking, she walked off the stage and sat next to her grandparents. Although they were free to go on stage, those 18-star celebrities definitely didn't dare to go on stage, now even if they felt that this was an opportunity to show themselves. This was because many big shots hadn't gone on stage yet. If these 18-star celebrities went on stage, they would really be scolded to death. The bullet screen was crazy. Every one of them was eager to go on stage to perform. Only a few of them were the most enthusiastic. An Xian, Zichiyue, Wu Hongfeng, and many other A-list celebrities. Among them, Lin Xian's name also appeared frequently. Because of Lin Xian, an Xian didn't get close to Lin Xian because she knew that once she got close to Lin Xian, many people would see and guess that he was Lin Xian, although some people had already seen him. "I'm going on stage," Wu Hongfeng said to Liang Yu. "Don't worry, let others go first. With your status, if you go first, I'm afraid you will be scolded by many people," Liang Yu said. Wu Hongfeng then nodded. At this time, Zichiyue slowly walked onto the stage and picked up the microphone. "Today is a good day, and I've seen many good friends. I'm also very happy to be able to come here. I wish Grandpa and Grandma the best here. They should be very happy to have such an outstanding granddaughter." Zichiyue smiled and said. She had been a guest at their house before. Luo Chinsi's grandparents knew Zichiyue, and they had a good relationship with her. "And if it's a performance, then I'll start it off. I'll bring everyone the song that made me famous, Daytime. I'll give it to everyone, and also give it to my grandparents." Then, there was a round of applause below. The bullet screen was rolling crazily, and the gifts were crazily refreshed. Then, the staff helped to play the accompaniment of the song, and Zichiyue began to explain. "No wonder she's so popular. Her voice and temperament are really good." Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. "Of course, that's heavenly consort Zichiyue. She can easily sing this kind of song." Lu Yufan listened and said. Lin Xian glanced at his phone. That person was still sending rockets. He must have sent 50 million yuan already. "Hey, Fan, help me send a rocket," Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan. "Ah." Lu Yufan looked puzzled. "Change your ID to." After Zichiyue finishes singing, send a rocket to let everyone see. "Lin Xian, you're going to sing." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the three girls were very surprised. "Sigh, that fan is too crazy. If I don't sing, it will be really embarrassing. Help me send a rocket and tell him to stop sending it. It's a waste of money. Lin Xian said. Oh, you're the national idol. Miao Xiaomiao laughed. What idol? I'm just an ordinary person. But, are you wearing a bra? Lend me one. The three girls. Pervert. What are you doing? I'm going to tie it on my face to cover it. Damn pervert. Go to hell. Lu Yufan rolled his eyes. Lin Xian shrugged. How about a mask? Yi said. Where do you get a mask? Ask someone to send one over. You can always buy one. Lin Xian thought for a while and nodded. He sent a message to Linya and asked her to buy a mask for him. Zichiyue finished her song very quickly. Then, she bowed slightly and walked off the stage. The bullet screen was flooded with words like heavenly concubine. Lin Xian's fan was still sending rockets. This would probably be big news tomorrow. At this time, Lu Yufan changed his ID and sent a rocket, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Super rockets were the best gift. It would be displayed on the public screen for a long time. Of course, many people saw the rocket sent by this ID, and the bullet screen changed instantly. Are you Lin Xian? How did you know that Lin Xian was going to sing? Yes, please tell us. Okay, that's it. Lin Xian glanced at it and said. However, when those people saw this scene, the original gifts suddenly flew all over the sky. Those people's IDs were all fans of Zichiyue. They were all fucking crazy. Lin Xian. How could this be? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He meant for everyone to stop sending gifts. He was going to perform on stage. How? Everyone probably thought that you were going to perform on stage and became more excited. That's why they sent more gifts. Miao Xiaomiao explained. Lin Xian. For some celebrities, their fans were of very high quality. For example, Lin Xian's fans might not be as many as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but the quality was still very high. This was because they were completely convinced by his talent. Such fans would not easily leave him. Change your ID to Lin Xian. Oh! Then Lu Yufan changed his ID and sent a rocket. This time, the gifts did not decrease. Instead, they increased. Lin Xian. What the hell? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Were these people thinking differently from normal people? They probably want to see you go on stage too much. Miao Xiaomiao said. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Forget it. Send gifts if you have the money. Lin Xian did not care anymore. Right? Have you thought of a song? Yi asked. Not yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Someone is probably going to show off. Lu Yufan muttered. Hey, I've never been a show-off. Someone has the nerve to say something like that. Miao Xiaomiao also muttered. Agreed. Lin Xian. Chapter 1095. After Zichiyue finished singing, she walked off the stage and quietly chatted with others. Then, she sipped her red wine. Then, one by one, the celebrities went on stage. Zichiyue found an opportunity and slowly walked behind Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, your fans are very active in asking you to go on stage, especially this fan. She has already given you more than 100 million in gifts. Are you really not going to go on stage? Zichiyue asked with a smile. Yes, if I don't go on stage, I will be scolded to death. Lin Xian touched his forehead. I'm looking forward to your performance, Mr. Lin Xian. I'll be waiting. Zichiyue then slightly nodded her red wine at Lin Xian. Then she drank it and walked away. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. It was Linya. Lin Xian then called an Xian. An Xian looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. An Xian, my sister is here. Help me bring them in? Okay. After a while, an Xian came in with Linya and Murong Qing. Wow, so many celebrities. It's so lively. Linya, your brother is not kind. If it weren't for you giving him the mask, he probably wouldn't let us come. Murong Qing said with a slight smile. Linya didn't say anything. When she saw Lin Xian, she walked over and handed the mask to Lin Xian. In order to avoid suspicion, an Xian tried not to be with Lin Xian. The mask was a funny clown mask. I really couldn't find any other place to sell masks. I could only buy this clown mask. Linya said to Lin Xian. Okay. Why? Are you going to sing? Murong Qing asked with a smile. Sigh, the fans have given me so many gifts. If I don't go on stage, I will be scolded to death. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh, are you going to enter the entertainment industry? Lin Xian shook his head. Definitely not, but I can't disappoint those who like me. Can I? One of them even spent more than 100 million just to get me on stage. Oh wow, you have such a rich fan? Lin Xian shrugged. It was true. To be able to do this person's assets were definitely in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, he had to have a liquid capital of a few hundred billion to have the confidence to do this. That's right. That's why I'm too embarrassed not to go. I haven't seen you sing before, little Xian. I'll take a look, Linya said happily. The one who was most surprised was definitely Linya. When did Lin Xian learn to play the piano? When did he learn to compose music? She had no recollection of it at all. All right, then wait for it, Lin Xian said with a smile. His singing skills and standard might not be that high, but he still had a lot of ideas in his head. Linya and Murong Qing deliberately left Lin Xian and watched quietly from the side. As they knew that Lin Xian did not want to expose himself, and they could easily expose Lin Xian, they walked away. Soon, an Xin went on stage. An Xin was a popular starlet. The moment she went on stage, the bullet screen exploded. An Xin sang Sunny Day, which brought the whole atmosphere to a peak. The song Sunny Day was too popular, especially at this time. The bullet screen was also crazily spamming Lin Xian. As this song was written by Lin Xian, they were crazily begging Lin Xian to go on stage. Although they directly sent rockets saying that Lin Xian would go on stage, no one knew if it was really him. There was no confirmed news. Luo Chinsi looked at an Xin with a smile. She liked an Xin the most in the company. An Xin made her see the shadow of her past self. She was very hardworking. She would not slack off because of her superior conditions. Instead, she worked harder to do everything. Because of this, she could succeed. As for Lin Xian, it could be said that he had awakened her second spring. This was also her luck and fortune. After an Xin finished singing, she bowed and ran off the stage cutely. From the beginning to the end, the bullet screen did not stop spamming Lin Xian. No matter who was singing, there were always many people spamming Lin Xian. At this time, Wu Hongfeng went on stage. I'm very honored to be able to attend such a party today, and I'm also very happy. I wish Grandpa and Grandma good health and good luck in everything. Today is the first time I've seen Grandpa and Grandma. Seeing them always reminds me of my own Grandpa and Grandma. The next song is called Favorite. It's my latest song. This song is for my fans and friends, and at the same time, it's also for Grandpa and Grandma. Wu Hongfeng said with a smile. Then, the accompaniment sounded. Feng Feng, I love you. Feng Feng, come on. Come on, Feng Feng. Feng Feng, you're the best. You'll definitely surpass an Xin. Come on. Favorite? I believe that your favorite fans are your Grandpa and Grandma. It's your first time seeing them, and you still say that they're your favorite? Damn. Can you not be such a bootlicker? Wow. That's really disgusting. Yeah, it's fine if you didn't say anything. You've really disgusted us with that sentence. You're so wretched. The bullet screen showed two extremes. Liang Yu frowned when she saw the bullet screen. This was not good. Indeed, he might have said those words out of kindness or deliberately to please Luo Chensi. Luo Chensi might not have any reaction, but the audience would be very disgusted if they heard such words. He was still too young. Then, Wu Hongfeng started singing. Those who are spamming Lin Xian, that's enough. Is Lin Xian your father? Keep spamming, spamming, spamming. You can spamming other celebrities when they're singing, but please don't spamming our Feng Feng, okay? Who does Lin Xian think he is? He doesn't even dare to show his face. Is he more handsome than our Feng Feng? Fuck you. What kind of stupid woman is upstairs? How can Lin Xian be spammed? Wow. What right does she have to spam Lin Xian? Why doesn't he show his face? He's not doing it for fame and fortune. How can someone spam him? I'm convinced. That's disgusting. This kind of woman is a brainless fan. Why can't we spam Lin Xian? Then what did you say about those spamming Zichiyue? Stupid things. After Wu Hongfeng finished singing, he bowed and walked off the stage. Qinci, I see that people keep talking about Lin Xian. Who is this Lin Xian? Luo Qinci's grandfather asked doubtfully. As the phone was in front of them, Luo Qinci had been paying attention to the bullet screen. Naturally, she saw that people had spammed Lin Xian with so many gifts. Her grandparents naturally saw it too. Lin Xian, how should I put it? I haven't seen him before, but recently, he wrote a few songs for Qiyue and an Xian. Every song became a hit. However, he hasn't shown his face since an Xian's concert. He's unwilling to join the entertainment industry, but he's very talented. Because of his talent, he has accumulated a lot of fans. This child is good. There are very few children who don't care about fame and fortune like him. Is he here too? Luo Qinci's grandfather asked. He's here, but I don't know who he is. At this moment, several people's eyes fell on a person wearing a clown mask. He walked up to the stage. Chapter 1096. On this occasion, a person wearing a mask walked up to the stage. Everyone was extremely surprised. Wait a minute, who needed to wear a mask on stage? Lin Xian. Lin Xian also appeared in the live broadcast. When everyone saw Lin Xian on stage, half of them were confused. The other half guessed that it was Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. It must be Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian doesn't want to show his face. He's the only one who wears a mask. Really? Is it really Lin Xian? It should be, right? Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The bullet screen exploded in an instant. Luo Qinci looked at Lin Xian, who was wearing a mask. Lin Xian had taken off his jacket. Moreover, he was inconspicuous. Once he took off his jacket, no one would know that they had seen this person wearing this before. They would not be able to recall him at all. Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian with a smile. She was really looking forward to what Lin Xian would sing. Would he sing his previous songs, or a new song? Of course, everyone was looking forward to Lin Xian singing a brand new song that had never been released before. Lin Xian picked up the microphone. Hey, everyone. Lin Xian then coughed dryly and spoke into the microphone. Of course, he was speaking to the people in the live broadcast room. I'm Lin Xian. Wow. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded when they heard his words. Why did Lin Xian cause an uproar in the live broadcast room again? This was because he had an absolute sense of expectation for everyone, and this sense of expectation was especially important. As for the celebrities below, many of them actually hoped to get to know Lin Xian. They did not dare to promise anything else, but this person's songs were really good. If they could get to know him or become friends with him, they could casually write a song or two for him. With Lin Xian's quality, he would definitely be noticed. Friends who have been sending gifts just now, please stop. You've already sent a lot. The point is that even if you send gifts, they won't reach me. It's a huge loss. Everyone, fuck. It's so fucking realistic. No, I feel that if Lin Xian joined the entertainment industry, he would definitely be a hit in a few variety shows. It's a pity that he doesn't like to join the entertainment industry. We have to respect his choice. Lin Xian then continued. Some people keep asking me to join the entertainment industry. I have to emphasize this matter here. This is not the life I like. I like to live a quiet and ordinary life. I don't want to be disturbed, so this is also the reason why I'm wearing a mask today. I didn't intend to sing at first, but I can't resist everyone's hospitality. I feel that if I don't come up, I'll probably be scolded to death. If they can't find a place to scold me, they'll probably go to an Xian to scold me. Lin Xian said helplessly. An Xian could not help but laugh. Lin Xian, your fans are strongly urging you to sing a new song. Luo Qinci smiled at Lin Xian and said, a new song. Lin Xian scratched his head, then thought for a while and said, all right, I happen to have one. I'll sing it here. Although it might not be suitable for the current situation, I think it's quite good. After saying that, Lin Xian sat in front of the piano and put the microphone there. As this was Lin Xian's new song, there was no accompaniment, so he could only play and sing by himself. However, this made a man more charming. This young man is very low-key. Not bad. Qinci, Is he from your company? Luo Chenxi's grandfather asked. Grandpa, didn't he say that he doesn't want to join the entertainment industry? He doesn't want to join the entertainment industry. So how can he be from my company? Luo Chenxi said with a smile. What a pity. But I think everyone says that he's talented. Let me see how talented he is. Lin Xian placed his hands on the piano keys and exhaled slightly. The bullet screen was filled with love hearts. Everyone's attention was on Lin Xian, especially the few girls. Linya looked at Lin Xian carefully. When did he learn to play the piano? Then, the piano began to play slowly. When the first note sounded, those who were familiar with it would know that it was a good song at the very least. We all accommodate the mouth, we all hold back the truth, we all let love sprout first, we will accept the punishment, one of us will become a mute, the more we give in, the less we express. Damn. Lin Xian is indeed Lin Xian. I love him. It's another good song. This song is so sad. Is Lin Xian heartbroken? All the silence is artificial coldness, all the noise calms down after being comforted. I don't need proofy, don't need sound at this moment. In a beautiful room, a girl was holding a laptop and sitting in a wheelchair. Her eyes were very beautiful, but there was no light in them. When she heard Lin Xian's song, she could not help but cry silently. The ID on her computer was at this moment. The door opened, and a beautiful woman walked in. Chi-Chi, I told you too many times. The doctor said that your eyes are getting worse and worse. You can't watch electronic devices like TV and computers that have strong light radiation. Her mother walked over quickly and tried to snatch the computer away from her, but she held it tightly. Chi-Chi, be good. Seeing her like this, the beautiful woman's eyes turned red. She then gestured a few times with her hands, meaning, I want to watch, you sigh. Her mother sighed. Then don't watch for too long. Go to bed early. Be a good girl. The girl nodded gently. Then the beautiful woman closed the door and walked out. After the song, Lin Xian bowed and was about to leave. The bullet screen was flooded with positive comments. However, seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, the bullet screen was crazily flooded with comments asking for another song. Previously, even in Xin and Zichiyue only had a few comments asking for another song. However, Lin Xian, everyone was asking for another song. Lin Xian, everyone wants you to sing another song. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Seriously, he just wanted to sing a song. What was he going to do now? Well, then it's the last song. I don't have any new songs, so I'll sing the next one. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, I don't believe it. Yes, I don't believe it. Sing 2 more songs. When can you publish it, brother? The song, just now, was very nice. Lin Xian couldn't see the bullet screen from where he was. It was Luo Chenxi who told Lin Xian about the situation. Then the next song should be a more positive song. I hope to give it to every friend. Everyone will encounter hardship and loss, but the light of dawn will always come. Maybe someone will bring it here. This song is called Your Answer. Chapter 1097. Maybe the world is like this. I'm still on the road. No one can tell. Maybe I can only be silent, tears in my eyes, but I don't dare to be weak. When Lin Xian played and sang the song, the entire banquet reached its climax once again. Wow, it's so good. An Xian had really become Lin Xian's little fangirl. Lu Yufan and the others had long been Lin Xian's little fangirls. Although Miao Xiaomiao didn't want to admit it, he was really glowing. Linya was even more shocked. This was Xiao Xian and Murong Qing. She felt that this wasn't Lin Xian's style, but she had to admit that it was very nice, and the lyrics were very good. Lowering my head, looking forward to the day, accepting all the mockery, facing the wind, embracing the rainbow, walking forward bravely, the light of dawn will pass through the darkness, breaking all the fears. I can find the answer even if I have to go against the light. I can dispel the darkness, throwing away all the burdens. I'm no longer alone. Drip, drip, drip in the room. The beautiful girl heard Lin Xian's song, and tears streamed down her face again. She wanted to see him. She must see him. She must see him. She had a very special disease since she was young, and it really started to recur when she was about 8 years old. First, she lost the ability to move her legs. Then she lost the ability to speak, and now she was gradually losing her vision. The doctor said that in the future, she would also lose her sense of hearing, touch, taste, smell, but not long ago, she heard the song Sunny Day and completely fell in love with it, because she felt that the song lit up her dark sky. She began to pay attention to this person called Lin Xian. The nocturne, those flowers, through an Xian singing, she really fell in love with this lyricist and composer. She was glad that when she could still see and hear, a song written by such a person broke into her world. Especially tonight, that mute song seemed to let her see herself. This song, lowering my head, looking forward to the day, facing the wind, embracing the rainbow, the light of dawn will pass through the darkness. Breaking all the fears, I can find the answer. She felt that this song gave her a kind of hope. This was also why she especially liked this person called Lin Xian. It was because his songs made her see herself and resonate with him. The girl hurriedly changed her ID to Lin Xian, "Can I contact you?" and then quickly sent rockets. As Luo Chenxi listened to Lin Xian's song, she gradually became intoxicated. This person was really talented. She had seen too many talented people, but their talents needed time to show. Perhaps today's song was very good, but the next one would need a little more time. But if a person could come up with such a good song in such a short period of time, she liked it very much. It was a pity that he wasn't willing to join the entertainment industry. However, she realized that this person could definitely nurture many top stars for her company. Because of his talent, not only was she relieved, but if possible, she could ask him to help write songs for other celebrities and help them reach the top. Then, she saw the person in the room who had given Lin Xian hundreds of millions of yuan. He changed his ID and continued to send rockets. Interesting, when Luo Chenxi saw this, she muttered to herself. The song was quickly finished. Lin Xian said that this was the last song, so it was the last song. He didn't care how many people asked him to continue singing. In any case, he wouldn't sing again. An Xian and the rest were happily clapping for Lin Xian. "All right, I'll stop here. There are other friends who are going to sing. I'll go down first. Bye, everyone." "Hey, Lin Xian, wait a moment." Luo Chenxi interrupted Lin Xian and walked up to the stage. Lin Xian looked at Luo Chenxi in confusion. This woman was also extremely beautiful and elegant. In any case, Lin Xian had already thought it through. Furthermore, he had also triggered a quest. If he could interact with her, Lin Xian was naturally willing. "This fan of yours changed his ID and continued to send you gifts. He hopes to contact you." Lin Xian glanced at him. Spent hundreds of millions of yuan to contact him? Hope to help him write songs? No one would do that. On the other side, the girl looked expectantly at Lin Xian's reaction through the camera. She was very nervous and expectant. "Okay, then I'll use Boss Luo's account to send him my contact information. Is that okay?" "Sure." Lin Xian felt that he had sent him hundreds of millions of yuan. Although the money didn't belong to him and would be used to support the soldiers of the three forces to buy supplies for them, it proved that this person had something important to do. The girl on the other side was very excited and quickly checked her private message. I also want Lin Xian's contact information. Whoa, I don't have hundreds of millions of yuan. I can't send that much." "Lin Xian, can you add me? I want it too." Those fans were very jealous. They knew that she had sent so much money to Lin Xian, so it was normal for Lin Xian to give her his contact information. After all, she couldn't let him down. Moreover, the money didn't belong to Lin Xian, so he didn't do it for the money. "Okay." Lin Xian then sent her his WeChat private message. "Boss Luo, I wish you all the best. I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." Lin Xian said to Luo Chenxi with a smile. "Leave your contact information?" Luo Chenxi waved her phone and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Okay. After all, you're an Xian's boss, and I'm her friend. If I don't give her face, it won't be good if you make things difficult for her." "Huh?" Lin Xian laughed. "Well, you reminded me. If you have something to do, go do it." Then, the two added each other on WeChat. Lin Xian put on his clown mask and walked away. Linya and Murong Qing continued to stay and watch the party. If they followed Lin Xian, someone would definitely notice. Now, there must be many paparazzi secretly taking photos of Lin Xian. They would definitely find out that Lin Xian was more popular. Lu Yufan and the others didn't follow. Lin Xian went outside and directly disappeared with the power of space. Those paparazzi? What the fuck? Back home, Lin Xian lay on the sofa and waited for Linya to come back and cook for him. Although there were many delicious dishes at the party, he still liked to eat the home-cooked dishes made by Linya. He took out his phone and saw that he had 3 new friends today. One was Zi Chiyue. Her profile picture was her own profile picture. It was very beautiful. Lin Xian opened her circle of friends. Basically, it was all about the entertainment industry and some of his daily life. The second person was Luo Chenxi. Her entertainment industry was more about her daily life, and there were very few work-related things. Then, there was a friend request. The ID was, and the profile picture was a cute kitten. Could it be that he's a hobo? Lin Xian saw this ID. Generally, men in their 40s or 50s like to use such IDs. Thinking about it, it made sense. Anyone who casually spent 100 million was probably a successful person. Chapter 1098. Those hooligans like to come up with such names. Even IDs like Tomorrow is Better, Healthy Love, Tomorrow's Every, and Beautiful Distance. Therefore, in Lin Xian's opinion, this was definitely a man in his 40s or 50s. Hello? Lin Xian then sent him a message. Hello, Lin Xian, I'm your fan. The other side replied within seconds. Lin Xian then typed, Thank you for your support, but don't send me gifts like this in the future. There's no need for it. I know, but I don't know how to contact you, so I thought of this method to get your attention. Lin Xian. Yes, she succeeded. She spent more than 100 million to get his attention. Amazing. Then, uncle, what's the matter? Lin Xian asked. The other side went silent. After a while, the other side sent a message. Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. That actually, I'm a girl. Lin Xian. And no, I'm sorry, girl, I misunderstood. Lin Xian also sent a message, embarrassed. Lin Xian was shocked. Damn, this was actually a girl. And she claimed to be a girl. Being able to call herself a girl meant that she wasn't old. So rich at such a young age? Fuck. It's fine, it's fine. The girl sent a message. That may I ask what's the matter? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I really like you. I really like your songs. Thank you, but like is one thing. Sending gifts like this is too much. Lin Xian sent a message. I feel that it's all worth it. Lin Xian. Wow. Little rich girl. My name is Zhao Yunqi. I just came of age this year. Little sister Yunqi. That's a pretty name. Zhao Yunqi's little face blushed slightly. But can I come and see you? Zhao Yunqi asked expectantly. Lin Xian. No, you're just blindly chasing after celebrities. Moreover, I'm not a celebrity yet. Your way of doing things is really not recommended. Lin Xian typed a message. No, it's because you're really very special to me. What's so special? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Actually, some time ago, I wanted to leave this world. Lin Xian. But when I heard the first song, Sunny Day, I couldn't bear to leave. Later on, Nocturne and Those Flowers, and so on, I could sing every song and listen to them. Although an Xian sang them, they were all written by you. From then on, I didn't want to leave this world. Every day, there's something I'm especially happy about, which is waiting for an Xian to sing the songs you wrote. At that time, I created a Weibo account as a fan of yours, Lin Xian. Now, it has 3 million followers. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Lin Xian didn't feel like this little girl was joking at all. He had never planned to release these 2 songs. In fact, he didn't even want an Xian to release them. When the time came, he would write another song for her. But now Lin Xian might have to hesitate. It will be released. Really? That's great. Thank you. But can you tell me why you don't like this world? Lin Xian asked. I like it. She even added 3 exclamation marks at the end. But then, Zhao Yunqi told Lin Xian about her situation. Lin Xian finally understood why these songs, as well as mute, and your answer at the end made her so excited. She saw hope and color. Originally, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't have met her because he really didn't encourage it. But now, if meeting her could make her yearn for this world and save someone, Lin Xian felt that it was necessary. It was true. A young lady at the prime of her life who had lost her ability to move due to a special disease might still be acceptable. But gradually, she would lose her ability to speak, her vision, her hearing, her sense of touch, her sense of taste, and her sense of smell. All of these would gradually disappear. If it were Lin Xian, he really didn't know if there was a need for him to continue living. Lin Xian could understand. If she lost all her senses, what was the difference between her and a vegetable? She was very happy to be able to tell Lin Xian these things because Lin Xian was her idol. She didn't want Lin Xian's sympathy. She just wanted to see Lin Xian. She wanted to see what this person she looked forward to every day was like. She wanted to see him while she could still see him. Perhaps only she could understand this feeling. It was as if in the darkness, there was suddenly a ray of light that illuminated her, illuminating the world. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was deep in thought. Because he had the imperial physician's holy technique in his mind, he had some understanding of these things. However, he couldn't remember any illness that could cause such a situation. This shouldn't be an illness. If possible, Lin Xian really wanted to try and cure her. Lin Xian never thought that his song would actually save a girl's life. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. Perhaps being an idol was a good choice sometimes, but he still wouldn't choose to do so. Give me an address. I'll look for you in 2 days. Lin Xian sent a message over. He felt that it was necessary. No need. I'm your fan. I'll look for you. Good girl. You can't move freely right now. I'll look for you. Zhao Yunqi's little face was red as she sat in the wheelchair. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Okay, then she sent the address to Lin Xian. Tianlin City. Lin Xian looked at the address. Tianlin City was the city next to Tiandu. It was as prosperous as Tiandu. The power of the several major families in Tianlin City wasn't any weaker than the 8 great families of Tiandu. No wonder this girl was so rich. Her family was probably not small in Tianlin City. I'll look for you tomorrow. Okay. Do you want me to give you a secret signal? When the time comes, no one will know that you're Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. She was still a naive girl. Okay, what's the secret signal? Let's call it, the Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Lin Xian is the mightiest. Lin Xian. Okay, then I'll say the first line, and you can say the second line. Okay? Okay, it's getting late. Go and rest. I'll go and prepare a gift for you. Lin Xian put away his phone. Mom. On the other side, Zhao Yunqi was happily moving her wheelchair. Daughter, slow down. Her mother looked worried. Mom, I've contacted Lin Xian. Lin Xian will look for me tomorrow. I have to dress up nicely. Chapter 1099. As for what Lin Xian prepared for her, all gifts were meaningless. She was rich and didn't lack anything. She only lacked motivation. An Xian, why don't you work overtime tonight? Lin Xian contacted an Xian. An Xian quickly left the party and waited for Lin Xian with Miao Xiaomiao and Lu Yufan at the studio where she recorded songs. Why are you in such a hurry to record songs today? An Xian asked Lin Xian curiously. Beside them, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi looked at everything in the studio in amazement. It turned out that all those good songs were recorded here. Miao Xiaomiao was also very excited. She liked to play instruments and record songs. She felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Xian then told them about Zhao Yunqi. This wasn't something that couldn't be said. Lin Xian just wanted them to feel this way and have a sense of responsibility. That's too unfortunate. Lu Yufan bit her lip and looked sad. That's why I want to record a song with an Xian that can cheer her up. I'll also record the 2 songs I sang tonight with an Xian as a gift for her. What do you think? I didn't expect a hooligan like you to have such a gentle side. Miao Xiaomiao said, TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't think this is gentle. Any normal person would think this is the right thing to do. I didn't expect to save a little girl either, Lin Xian said. I'm all for it, Lu Yufan said. Is there anything we can help with? Yi asked. Just do some chores, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian, when the time comes for us to release the song, should we announce it? Whatever. Just don't say her name. All right. What's her name? Zhao Yunqi, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi, Miao Xiaomiao thought for a moment. Are you saying that you're going to Tianlin City? Lin Xian nodded. What's wrong? I know. No. I know that there's a person called Zhao Yunqi in the Zhao family of Tianlin City. She's very powerful. Oh. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao in confusion. The Zhao family is the biggest family in Tianlin City. Their wealth is astonishing because their daughter, Zhao Yunqi, is very smart. She has invented many things. You can think of her as someone in the same industry as me, Miao Xiaomiao said. Lin Xian, in the past, I remember it was 3 years ago. At that time, she and I participated in an invention competition. Each of us had to invent something according to the topic. In the end, I lost to her. Lin Xian. The Zhao family was able to reach its current height because of some of her inventions, Miao Xiaomiao said. So she's a genius like you? Miao Xiaomiao nodded. It's just that she hasn't invented anything in recent years. Then who's more powerful? They're about the same. They've both won and lost before, Miao Xiaomiao said. Is it her? If it's Zhao Yunqi from the Zhao family of Tianlin City, then it's her. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. She saw her as a rival among her peers. She didn't expect something like this to happen to her. Although they didn't know each other, they definitely knew each other. It should be her. Don't forget that she gave me a gift worth more than 100 million at the party. Then it's probably her. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Wow, this is so hard to accept. Such a powerful person actually had such a thing happen to her. Lin Xian, you're really great this time. An Xian said, there's nothing great about it. I just feel like there's something I can do if it's just a small matter, Lin Xian said. Okay, practice the 2 songs I sang first. This time, I'll sing with you. If there's a new song, I'll sing with you too. New song? What kind of new song are you going to give her? Snail. Snail? The 3 girls were confused. What kind of meaning was this? You'll know in a bit. Then, they quickly recorded the 2 songs. Don't release them yet. I'll give you a time tomorrow. Release them at that time. Don't release any news about your new song. That'll be considered a surprise for her, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wow, I've never seen you give us any surprises before. Lu Yufan pouted. If you're like this, I'll give you a surprise every day, Lin Xian said. Don't. Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing how happy she'll be when she finds out. The next day, Lin Xian originally wanted to go to the martial arts academy. Naturally, he didn't go. It didn't matter whether he went or not. In any case, he was on a truce today. No one could challenge him. He boarded a plane and flew to Tianlin City alone. Tianlin City was a good place. It might be a little inferior to Tianlin City, but this was negligible. There were many powerful families there. Lin Xian remembered that there was a man called Lin Chantian. He was Lin Ye's admirer and was from Tianlin City. However, he backed out in the end. Instead, he obtained the distribution rights of the Art Pavilion Group to sell medicine in Tianlin City. Lin Xian, are you here? Zhao Yunqi sent a message to Lin Xian. I just got off the plane. I'm going to the address you gave me. There are too many people at home. I'll wait for you at the cafe. I've sent you the address. Okay. Lin Xian then took a taxi to the address Zhao Yunqi gave him. In the cafe, Zhao Yunqi wore her favorite white dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. 2 strands of hair on her temples were mischievously blown by the breeze from the window beside her. Today, she specially put on a little light makeup. It was her mother who helped her do it. She had never put on makeup since she was young. She sat quietly in a seat and looked outside with anticipation and nervousness. Hubby, Chi-Chi, a man and a woman were sitting not far away. They were her parents. There was only one waiter in the cafe. Today, they had booked the entire place, so it was very quiet. Chi-Chi doesn't want much. What she wants most is to meet this Mr. Lin Xian. The funny thing is that we as parents haven't even found him. Instead, our daughter found him. Zhao Tinghua hugged her as Li Siyu sighed. Li Siyu's eyes reddened. She loved her daughter too much. In fact, she felt happy for her in her heart. When she thought about how her daughter would feel nothing in the future, she didn't know how many times she secretly cried at night. When the time comes, we have to thank this Mr. Lin Xian properly. Yes, of course, there was always someone pushing the door open. Zhao Yunqi was always expectant and nervous, thinking that it was Lin Xian. Every time, it was a customer who came to drink coffee. When they learned that the cafe was booked, they would leave. At this time, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 1100. It was easy to find out who it was because there were only 4 people in the cafe. A clerk, a man and a woman in the distance, and a quiet girl in a white dress sitting there, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. It must be her. Lin Xian then walked over. Zhao Yunqi's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian then sat on the table in front of her with a sloppy look. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, Lin Xian purposely whispered. Zhao Yunqi was pleasantly surprised. So, he was Lin Xian. He was much younger than the uncle she had imagined. He was only a few years older than her. Then she held up her phone and typed 5 words. Lin Xian is super awesome. Lin Xian then smiled and took out an ice cream cone from behind him. Here, I bought it on the way. Lin Xian then sat in front of her. Zhao Yunqi was extremely happy. She took the ice cream cone and wrote 2 words for Lin Xian on the paper in front of her. Thank you. Her handwriting was beautiful, and so was she. Really, it was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. She was really beautiful, just like Lu Yufan and the others. She was definitely a sweet school belle, but she had a kind of softness. Perhaps it was because of her illness, but she would definitely be beautiful in 2 years. Lin Xian especially liked the faint mole at the corner of her eye. It was very beautiful. Ding! You have triggered the quest. Quest reward. Permanently activating the metal element. Quest time limit. 3 months. Quest penalty. Joji shortens by 3 centimeters. Lin Xian. What the fuck? Bastard system. Although she was beautiful, why didn't you look at her situation? Also, it was fine if you triggered a quest, but you triggered a confession quest. Why did you trigger a push-down quest? What the fuck? Zhao Yunqi was really surprised. Although Lin Xian wasn't very handsome, and she wasn't someone who cared about appearances, Lin Xian's youth was beyond her imagination. In the corner, her parents were also paying attention to Lin Xian. When they discovered that Lin Xian was actually so young, they were also very surprised. Their daughter liked this Lin Xian very much, so they naturally paid special attention to him. They also listened to Lin Xian's songs. They really didn't expect that these songs were written by such a young man. They were very shocked. You're much more beautiful than I imagined. Lin Xian smiled at Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi's small face blushed slightly. Then, she lowered her head and wrote a few words. You're also much younger than I thought. Is he handsome? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Cool. Liar. No one has ever said that I'm handsome. Lin Xian said. No. I feel that he's more handsome than those people. It's the truth. Zhao Yunqi pushed the words in front of Lin Xian. Come, take out your phone. I have a gift for you. Lin Xian smiled. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Then, she tilted her small head. Phone? What gift could he give her? Then, she took out her phone. Open the music. Zhao Yunqi guessed something. Then, she opened the music. As expected, she found the 2 new songs an XIN released. They were just released 3 minutes ago. No wonder she didn't receive any news. Let's listen. Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhao Yunqi nodded. Then, she opened the play button. What surprised her the most was that although she had heard these 2 songs, she thought that an XIN would sing them alone. She didn't expect that Lin Xian and an XIN would sing together. She was especially surprised and touched. After listening to the 2 songs, Lin Xian secretly sent an Xin a message. Then, an Xin stayed there and released the new songs. After a short delay, the new songs were released. There's one more song. After Zhao Yunqi finished listening, Lin Xian continued. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Look, Lin Xian pointed at the new song that an Xin song list had just appeared. Zhao Yunqi looked at it in confusion. This song was called Snail? She didn't understand what it meant. Then, she opened the song. Should I put down my heavy shell and search for where the blue sky is? Drifting with the gentle wind, I don't feel the pain of the injuries I've experienced. I want to climb up step by step, waiting for the sun to shine, quietly looking at its face. The small sky has a big dream, wrapped in a heavy shell, gently looking up at it. Zhao Yunqi listened to the song in a daze. Gradually, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Lin Xian sat in front of her and looked at her. It wasn't an illness, it was a goo. Maybe the people in this world didn't know much about voodoo, but there were always some people who knew how to do these things. Someone had planted a voodoo in her body many years ago. Sure enough, what kind of disease could make people lose their five senses? It was impossible. At most, they would lose one sense. But goo worms could. Lin Xian wasn't sure if he could cure her, because it might take too long. But he could give it a try. After finishing the song, Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Is this written for me? Zhao Yunqi wrote and asked excitedly. Of course. I said it's a gift for you. Of course it's written for you. Lin Xian smiled. In the corner, Zhao Yunqi's mother was sobbing when she heard the song. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Yunqi held back her tears. These were tears of gratitude. She never thought that Lin Xian would give her such a gift. I'm hungry. Let's order something to eat. Okay. This was a coffee shop, but it was also a Western restaurant. There must be a lot of exquisite dishes inside. Do you want Uncle and Annie to come with us? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Yunqi nodded gently. They didn't come because they wanted to give their daughter more opportunities to be alone with Lin Xian. They didn't want to disturb them, but they had to come. They had to be at a place where they could see their daughter. Only then could they be at ease. Lin Xian walked over. Uncle and Annie, let's go and eat something together. Lin Xian said to them. We won't go. Sorry to trouble Mr. Lin Xian. You have to come here personally. Don't worry. Regarding today's matter, including you, we won't break the building. Thank you very much. Zhao Tianqua said gratefully to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, that's okay. I think that my song can make her stronger. It's an affirmation for me. But there's something I want to say. What? They asked in confusion. Zhao Yunqi's condition doesn't seem to be an illness. It's a goo. Lin Xian, goo? What's a goo? Li Siyu asked hurriedly. She paid close attention to everything related to her daughter. Even if she didn't understand, she would ask anxiously. Don't mess it up, Zhao Tianqua said, then looked at Lin Xian. You're saying that Chi-Chi's problem is a goo? I have some understanding of goo. Zhao Tianqua looked at Lin Xian and said. However, he had only heard of it. He didn't even know what it was. Chapter 1101. Lin Xian was basically certain that she was poisoned, which was why he dared to say that to her parents. As for whether or not it could be cured, Lin Xian still needed to observe in detail. Mr. Lin Xian, how do you know this? Zhao Tianqua asked. Naturally, he wouldn't absolutely believe Lin Xian's words, but it was related to his daughter, so he would pay attention no matter what. I happen to have studied medicine, and I also happen to know a little about poisons. Lin Xian said. Then Chi-Chi, she. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, if you two believe me, I can give it a try. There is hope that I can cure her, but I don't dare to make any guarantees. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two of them were shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had invited countless professionals and even experts of the Great Void Stage to help their daughter, but no one could do anything about it. They couldn't even diagnose anything. In the end, the diagnosis was that it was some kind of disease that was discovered for the first time. But now, a man in his early 20s said that he might have a chance to cure her. How could they not be shocked? However, shock was just shock, followed by disbelief. Even virtuous stage experts couldn't do anything. So how could a man in his early 20s do anything? But on second thought, this Lin Xian didn't seem to want anything from them, and he wasn't their enemy, so there shouldn't be any benefits, right? Why did he have to exaggerate? Mr. Lin Xian, you really? Li Siyu looked at Lin Xian excitedly. I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. Then do you need us to do anything? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, No, I just need you to give me a few hours alone with her. And don't disturb me. Okay. Li Siyu nodded repeatedly. Let's go and eat together, Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Yunqi looked at them in confusion. What were they talking about? It seemed like they talked a lot. Soon they were sitting there together. Chi, let's have Mr. Lin Xian come back to the Zhao family with us after dinner. Can you show him some of our previous inventions? Li Siyu smiled and rubbed her daughter's hair. Huh? Zhao Yunqi froze for a moment, then shyly glanced at Lin Xian. Does Lin Xian like to watch? Zhao Yunqi wrote a few words. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Of course I like it. I have a company that specializes in small inventions. I also know a friend who knows you. Who is it? Zhao Yunqi typed in confusion. Miao Xiao Miao? Do you know her? Yes. Knowing her, I really admire her. Zhao Yunqi typed excitedly. She also admires you. She even said that she lost to you in some competition before. Lin Xian said with a smile. Mr. Lin Xian is also involved in a company? Entertainment company? Zhao Tianqua asked. In their eyes, Lin Xian was very mysterious. Although they were shocked, they still didn't believe it. As a mother, Li Siyu probably didn't think too much. She put her daughter first, but as a father and the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianqua naturally had to know more. Even if it was safe for her daughter to be alone in a room with Lin Xian, there shouldn't be a problem. But think about it. So many people and so many experts couldn't do anything about Zhao Yunqi's illness. But Lin Xian said that there was a cure. Even if there really was a cure, it was another matter to let him treat her. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's mainly my sister's doing. I'm just a bystander. What company? My Zhao clan also has some foundation. Maybe we can even cooperate. The latter part was a small matter to Zhao Tianqua. What was important was the first part. Once he knew what company it was, he would know Lin Xian's identity. Of course, Lin Xian knew what he was thinking. His identity wasn't that mysterious. In fact, with the Zhao family's ability, they could find out his identity if he showed up, so it wasn't a big deal to tell them. Moreover, the Zhao family was rich. Maybe if the Art Xin Group and the Zhao family reached a cooperation, they could make a lot of money. Art Xin Group. Lin Xian said. What? This time, they were all shocked. Even Zhao Yunqi was very surprised. Although she didn't leave the house, she had seen the Art Xin Group on the internet many times. She felt that it was very powerful. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's the Art Xin Group. Zhao Tianqua couldn't help but gasp. He suddenly remembered that the chairman of the Art Xin Group was called Linya, and his name was Lin Xian. Moreover, the Art Xin Group was in Lin and City, and he happened to be from Lin and City. It was unexpected. It was too shocking. If he was a member of the Art Xin Group, then all his worries were gone. It was impossible to have any relationship with him. The only thing left to worry about was whether his daughter could be handed over to him for treatment. Yes, it was a matter of safety. However, in front of their daughter, they wouldn't talk about this. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Xian to be the brother that President Lin always talks about, Zhao Tianqua said in surprise. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. In Zhao Yunqi's eyes, Lin Xian was even more outstanding. She didn't believe that the Art Xin Group had nothing to do with him. Even if he didn't, in Zhao Yunqi's eyes, Lin Xian was the most special. When the time comes, maybe the Art Xin Group and the Zhao family will have a chance to cooperate. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, it would be best if there is. Previously, I also wanted to talk to President Lin about cooperation, but the Art Xin Group said that they wouldn't cooperate for the time being. So I didn't go. Zhao Tianqua said. They were just talking now. The most important thing now was his daughter's matter. For his daughter, as long as she could be well, he was willing to lose everything in the Zhao family. Yes, but the Art Xin Group will develop throughout the empire, and even the 5 great empires in the future. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi quietly listened to their conversation. When she saw Lin Xian looking over, her little face suddenly lowered. As a mother, Li Siyu understood her daughter's thoughts very well. Perhaps this was liking him, although they didn't have any contact. To her daughter, Lin Xian was her spiritual support. In addition, when they met today, Lin Xian was very young, about the same age as her. Although his appearance was relatively ordinary, he was very good-looking. Her daughter wasn't the kind of person who cared about appearance, so she had a very good impression of Lin Xian. Li Siyu could imagine this. However, this wasn't important. If her daughter could be well, she naturally wouldn't object to the two of them being together. Moreover, Lin Xian wasn't bad. Chapter 1102. After dinner, Lin Xian pushed Zhao Yunqi's wheelchair, and they walked to the Zhao family together. Zhao Yunqi was really, really happy. Not only had she met Lin Xian, but he had also personally pushed her wheelchair. Lin Xian was even going to visit the Zhao family as a guest. She was really, really happy. She had a lot of little things at home that were all made by herself. In the past, she couldn't move them and could only stay in her room. Occasionally, her family members would push her wheelchair out. When she had nothing to do, she could only distract herself and focus her attention on other things instead of her legs. Therefore, she studied a lot of little things and designed a lot of useful programs. Of course, this was related to a person's IQ. Mr. Lin Xian, I'll get you a glass of water. When they arrived at the Zhao family, Li Siyu said, "No need to trouble yourself. We just ate and drank a lot. Mom, I'll take Lin Xian to see the things I made." Zhao Yunqi gestured to Li Siyu. Lin Xian didn't understand, but they definitely did. "Okay, go ahead. We won't disturb you." Zhao Yunqi pointed in a direction, and Lin Xian pushed her over. "Hubby, do you think Lin Xian can?" Li Siyu sat on the sofa and looked at Zhao Tianqua nervously. Zhao Tianqua lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. "I don't know. Let's not have too much hope." "Why?" "We've invited virtuous realm experts. The entire continent can't do anything about Qi. Can we place our hopes on a young man in his early 20s? It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but it was too hard to believe. He could believe that Lin Xian might have done a little research in this area, but research and treatment were two different concepts. Sigh. Li Siyu also sighed. She was too naive. How could she place all her hopes on a young man in his early 20s? "Hubby, why do you think our daughter's life is so hard?" Li Siyu nestled in Zhao Tianqua's arms, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Clearly, she could have a perfect life like other girls. Her family was also very good. She could do whatever she wanted. However, reality had crushed her. "I, Zhao Tianqua, have never done anything bad in my life. At most, I snatched you away from home in the past. If God wants to punish me for this, why punish our child?" Zhao Tianqua sighed heavily. In Zhao Yunqi's room, Lin Xian pushed her around. The room was really big. It was probably comparable to a normal 3-bedroom house. It was very warm and beautiful. Her parents had probably helped to decorate the room. It was pink and had a sky blue wallpaper, which made her look happier. There were a lot of dolls, but most of them were lying there as if they had not been moved for a long time. It was obvious that the one that had been moved the most was the computer. There were 2 bookcases at the side, and on top of them were some photos and some strange trinkets. Zhao Yunqi was very shy. This was her boudoir. Apart from her father and grandfather, no third man had ever entered this place. "What is this?" Lin Xian curiously picked up a small round ball. "This is a mind projector." Zhao Yunqi wrote something for Lin Xian to see. "Mind projector? What does it do?" Lin Xian asked with interest. "After you turn it on and hold it with your hand, the mind projector will project whatever image you think of in your mind." "It's so magical?" This was a high-tech product. In the past, who knew how many people had dreamed of such a day, because sometimes this thing was super convenient. Then Lin Xian tried to turn it on and thought for a while. Shwa. Then a scene was projected onto the wall. It was Lin Xian imagining himself playing LOL and showing off his moves. "Damn, it can really project." It's too magical. Lin Xian opened his mouth. You invented this? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Yunqi nodded. This was also a genius. Wow. No wonder it was said that the Zhao family reached the peak because of her. If she invented something, once it could be used, it would be very profitable. Amazing! Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhao Yunqi's little face flushed red. But I still feel that Lin Xian's songs are the best, Zhao Yunqi wrote. How should I put it? These are two aspects. Anyone can write songs. The threshold is very low. It just depends on whether the writing is good or not. In your eyes, my songs just happen to suit your taste, so you think it's very good. However, there are still many people who criticize it, right? But inventions like yours can benefit the entire society. Forget about inventing. I don't even know the basic programming. How can you talk about inventing? I still think yours is the best. Any invention that was slightly related to technology, such as this mind projector, looked simple and small, but it contained a lot of programming. A small chip might have hundreds or thousands of self-created programs. This was the best. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhao Yunqi was very satisfied. She felt that the affirmation from those experts was very boring, but Lin Xian's simple words made her very happy. Lin Xian sighed. There were so many talented people in this world. The key was that Miao Xiaomiao and Zhao Yunqi could already come up with these things at such a young age. It would be too exaggerated in the future. Then, Zhao Yunqi introduced many things one by one. She could see that Lin Xian was very interested. Of course, Lin Xian was interested. This was a lot of money. His next plan needed a lot of money. Although I can sing, I can only hum. Zhao Yunqi wrote dejectedly. Don't worry, it will definitely be good. Lin Xian patted her shoulder and smiled. Zhao Yunqi knew that Lin Xian was comforting her, but she was still very happy. After chatting for more than an hour, Lin Xian sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Zhao Yunqi. Does the Zhao family have any enemies? Lin Xian asked. Enemies? Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment and wrote, Of course. The Zhao family is a big family. There are naturally many families that compete with the Zhao family. Then you must have come into contact with them when you were young, right? Zhao Yunqi nodded. Forget it. This is not something I should be thinking about. Give me your hand. Lin Xian extended his hand to Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Then, she shyly extended her hand. Lin Xian held her hand and placed his finger on her pulse. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in shock. Was he taking her pulse? Over the years, she had seen many doctors. There were all kinds of doctors. Naturally, there were those who took her pulse. But the final result was the same. It was useless. Chapter 1103. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know anything about medicine, but he had a cheat. This system was his cheat, and it was truly invincible. Taking a pulse seemed easy, but in reality, it could take decades or even centuries to master. A truly powerful person could know every single detail of a person's body just by taking a pulse. The current Lin Xian was such a person. This was because the Taihua art student had integrated a lot of knowledge and methods. Lin Xian didn't have to do anything, but the hard work of others over thousands of years had already entered his mind. Carefully examining Zhao Yunqi's body, Lin Xian could use all the meridians in her body, as well as the infusion of his spiritual power, to understand every single detail of her body. As expected, Lin Xian's investigation found that there was indeed a goo worm in her body. This goo worm was wandering in her meridians and was very small. But wasn't this how the human body was? Not to mention a special goo worm, even a speck of dust that entered a person's body could bring about irreversible and terrifying effects. It was possible that some bacteria or virus could take away a person's life. Goo worms were specially cultivated and had special effects. There were millions of types of goo worms, and Zhao Yunqi's goo worm might be some kind of disease goo worm. It had been too long. Although this goo worm wouldn't grow, it had been fused with her body for too long, so it would be difficult to force this goo worm out. However, Lin Xian sighed in relief. Although it was difficult, it wasn't impossible. He was still quite confident. In this world, the reason why Zhao Yunqi's condition couldn't be cured was because there weren't many people who understood goo worms, and no one would think about it. If the cause couldn't be found, how could it be cured? This kind of goo worm couldn't be detected with technology or other methods. Only if you understood it could you detect it. Lin Xian then opened his eyes. Zhao Yunqi's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, do you know medicine? She typed a few words on her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I know a little. Lin Xian let go of her hand and said, I can try to treat you. Do you trust me? Trust him? To be honest, Zhao Yunqi definitely didn't believe him. Even though Lin Xian was very special in her heart, it wasn't that she didn't trust him, but that she didn't believe her condition could be cured. How could Lin Xian possibly get better? She had been to all kinds of hospitals and all kinds of powerhouses' families to help her, but they couldn't do anything. So how could Lin Xian? This was also a very normal situation, but she liked to look at Lin Xian. Okay. Zhao Yunqi then nodded. Okay. Lin Xian stood up and extended his hand. More than 10 silver needles appeared in his hand. Do you have a knife? Ah? Zhao Yunqi tilted her tea. But she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Zhao Yunqi then pointed at the table. Lin Xian walked over and took a sharp fruit knife. There were no special requirements for the knife, as long as it was sharp. Lin Xian then released a fire attribute flame to disinfect the knife. Zhao Yunqi kept looking at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian said while disinfecting, Your condition is that you've been poisoned by a goo. Someone planted a goo on you. What's a goo? Zhao Yunqi asked Lin Xian in confusion. Goo. To put it simply, it's countless kinds of insects. Each kind of insect is cultivated using a special method, and then planted into the body of a person or even an animal. These goo will stay in the body and gradually exert its effects. Some goo are so powerful that they can be cultivated for decades. Some can kill a person in a short period of time, and some can even control a person. Your goo is actually considered a relatively mild one. Those people probably don't know anything more powerful. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Zhao Yunqi's little mouth opened slightly. You're saying that someone wants to harm me? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it could be the Zhao family's competitors. As for why they want to harm you, I don't understand either. So I feel that since it's the Zhao family's competitors, it's your father who's harmed, not you. Then I suddenly understood that the Zhao family rose to prominence because of you, so they want to harm you. But something doesn't make sense because you've been poisoned since you were young. This goo has been in your body for about 7 to 8 years. Zhao Yunqi thought for a moment, then typed. When I was 8 years old, I invented a few things, and the Zhao family entered the ranks of the 4 major families. Lin Xian. Sorry, he thought too simply of Zhao Yunqi. That makes sense. It should be the Zhao family's competitors who want to get rid of you. But you're the daughter of a major family after all. It should be very difficult to hire a hitman, so they used another method, which is to implant a goo. The simplest way I can think of to implant a goo on you is to find someone who's close to you in your family as a friend or someone who's close to you. That kind of person has a high chance of implanting a goo on you. Or you can say that you'll go to a certain house as a guest. You've eaten and drunk tea at that house, so it's easy to implant a goo on you. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian said something that Zhao Yunqi had never heard of before. She felt that it was very strange and mysterious, but she believed that Lin Xian was telling the truth. I don't care about that. I just want to know if you can be cured. Zhao Yunqi revealed a shocked expression. Cured? That was an extravagant hope. She didn't hope that she could be cured. She only hoped that this would be enough. As long as she didn't gradually lose her 5 senses, that would be enough. She never dared to hope that she could recover. Lin Xian then glanced at her and said, You may have to take off your clothes. Swish. Zhao Yunqi's little face suddenly turned red. Ahem, don't misunderstand. You don't have to take off your clothes. It's just that you're wearing a little too much. It's not easy for me to perform acupuncture. Lin Xian showed the silver needles in his hand and said. Zhao Yunqi nodded with a red face. Just take off your jacket and sweater. Zhao Yunqi then slowly took off her clothes with a red face. It was still winter. Spring hadn't arrived yet, so the weather was relatively cold. Zhao Yunqi didn't have any cultivation, so she naturally couldn't resist the cold. After taking off her jacket and sweater, she was only left with a thin underwear. Ahem, Lin Xian's old face turned red. Zhao Yunqi wasn't very old, probably around 17 or 18 years old. She was only wearing underwear, and Lin Xian could clearly see that she wasn't wearing a bra underneath. Lin Xian even saw two little Daodu. See no evil, see no evil. Lin Xian kept chanting in his heart. Zhao Yunqi was simply embarrassed to death. She lowered her head the whole time and didn't say a word. I'll carry you to the bed. Chapter 1104. Although Zhao Yunqi couldn't walk, her family would help her stretch her muscles and bones every day, including the muscles in her legs. Therefore, although she hadn't exercised for a long time, her muscles were maintained very well and were full of vitality. She couldn't feel her legs. It was similar to being paralyzed, but it didn't mean that her legs were crippled. She just couldn't move them. Lin Xian roughly tested her legs and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the goo worm was released, her condition would gradually recover. It wouldn't take long for her to return to normal. This was all thanks to her family's daily rehabilitation treatment. I'll perform acupuncture on you later. It'll be a little painful during the process. You have to bear with it, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi nodded. Normal acupuncture definitely wouldn't hurt. However, the goo worm had been in her body for too long. When the spirit power was forced out, the goo worm would escape and his spirit power would surge in her body. Her body was only a mortal body. In such a situation, her body would hurt. Lie on your stomach. I'll just stick it behind your back. Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi, are you sure you didn't do it early? Zhao Yunqi then turned over and lay on her stomach on the bed. She felt less embarrassed like this. After all, she was only wearing underwear and there was nothing inside. Therefore, she knew that her little bits were showing. However, if she lay on her stomach like this, she wouldn't feel safe anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Then Lin Xian inserted the needles into the corresponding acupoints one by one. Zhao Yunqi was slightly stunned. Was he really trying to give her acupuncture treatment? And it didn't hurt at all. Time slowly passed. Lin Xian first used his spirit power to slowly locate the goo worm. This process was relatively long and consumed a lot of spirit power. Fortunately, Lin Xian's spirit power was very dense. In addition, his realm wasn't too low, so he could still do it. 10 minutes later, be careful. It's going to hurt soon. Lin Xian reminded Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi blinked. She felt very comfortable inside her body just now. There was a warm current, very warm, very warm. The next moment, her expression suddenly became pained. She felt as if there were countless little people running in her body, and they were all wearing nailed shoes. Lin Xian didn't say anything. All of his attention was focused on chasing after the goo worm. His spiritual energy was constantly moving around Zhao Yunqi's body, splitting into many parts. Therefore, he needed to concentrate on controlling it. If he wasn't careful, his spiritual energy would hurt her. In the beginning, Lin Xian wondered if the law of creation could improve her body. In theory, it was possible, but creation was creation. Her body could be improved, and so could Lin Xian. However, the goo worms would not disappear. The root of the problem still needed to capture the goo worm. After capturing the goo worm, Lin Xian could use the law of creation to repair her body, and she would be able to become a normal person. Drip! Zhao Yunqi suddenly felt a drop of water on her neck. Puzzled, she turned her head slightly to take a look. She saw Lin Xian sweating profusely with his eyes closed. Sweat was dripping down his face. She was in pain, but at this moment, she was very, very touched. She didn't know what Lin Xian was doing, but she could see that Lin Xian was working very hard. The consumption of spiritual energy was too great, and the greatest consumption was mental energy. After another minute, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the knife next to him. Endure it, Lin Xian said to Zhao Yunqi. Then, He pressed down on Zhao Yunqi's arm with one hand and used the knife with the other to directly cut a wound on her wrist. Ugh! Zhao Yunqi's tears instantly fell, but she forced herself to endure. Lin Xian then controlled his spiritual energy and forced the goo worm from all directions to that place. The goo worm had nowhere to run. Slap! Lin Xian patted her arm, and a column of blood spurted out. Then, Lin Xian reached out and pinched a small black worm that was not even the size of a rice. Lin Xian then let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he released the law of creation and used his remaining spiritual energy to restore the wound to normal. Zhao Yunqi was stunned for a moment. She was shocked to find that it suddenly didn't hurt anymore. Then, she raised her hand and looked. Where's my wound? Lin Xian wiped his sweat and put the goo worm into a small bottle next to him. Then, he patted Zhao Yunqi's back and said, "Put on your clothes. It's fine now. I'm going to wash my hands." Then Lin Xian walked away. Zhao Yunqi watched as all the blood around her disappeared. Her little mouth was wide open. Was this a magic trick? Why did the blood on the bedsheet disappear too? Lin Xian walked to the bathroom and suddenly staggered. He held onto the sink and gasped for breath. Damn it, I'm really kind, handsome, and charming. Lin Xian thought narcissistically. When Lin Xian walked out, Zhao Yunqi had already put on her clothes. She sat there quietly and looked at Lin Xian. It's fine now. Lin Xian patted her shoulder. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion and gratitude. There are some things that I won't tell you. Lin Xian sat to the side and ate a spirit recovery pill to recover his spiritual energy. That little worm. Zhao Yunqi wrote 2 words and pointed at the little worm in the bottle. It's the one that caused you to become like this, Lin Xian said. Zhao Yunqi showed an expression of disbelief. But I don't feel better. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion as he wrote. Lin Xian smiled and said, Idiot, your body has been like this for so long. Even if the goo worm was taken out, you wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Unless what? Unless you kiss me, and you'll recover immediately. Do you believe me? Lin Xian smiled. Zhao Yunqi's small face flushed red again. Actually, he didn't need to beat around the bush to get her to kiss him. She really liked him. Zhao Yunqi's face was red. She closed her eyes and kissed Lin Xian on the cheek. Then, she quickly retreated and lowered her head with a red face. Lin Xian. Wow! This man was so handsome that it was impossible to understand. Lin Xian sensed that the spirit recovery pill that Ling Long Shui gave him was extremely fast. He felt that it should be enough. Then, he secretly released the law of creation on Zhao Yunqi. Once again, he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he succeeded. Zhao Yunqi lowered her head and shyly glanced at Lin Xian. Strange, she suddenly had a strange feeling. Her vision had already begun to deteriorate. But at this moment, she felt that her vision was exceptionally clear. Why don't you say a few words? Lin Xian smiled at this moment. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Then, she typed, I can't speak anymore. Believe in yourself and try saying something. Just say, Lin Xian, you're so handsome. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Zhao Yunqi tilted her head and bit her lip. Strange, he clearly knew that she couldn't speak. Why did he still let her speak? Then she tried to say something. Then she froze on the spot. Chapter 1105. Lin, that's right. She was just trying to sound him out. What shocked her was that she actually made a sound. At that moment, she felt incredulous. It was as if she was dreaming. She didn't even know what her voice sounded like. Lin Xian. She tried to sound him out again. The next moment, she covered her little mouth in shock. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. This scene was so magical that she really felt like she was dreaming. You're not dreaming. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Why? She asked Lin Xian excitedly. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because I'm too handsome. Lin Xian smiled. Pfft. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Come, stand up and walk around. Lin Xian looked at her and said, "Ah." Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Walk around. Do you still need me to support you?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhao Yunqi felt a little dizzy. She could suddenly speak. Now Lin Xian was asking her to stand up. Could it be? Then she stood up tentatively. She didn't walk, but when she saw that she could stand on the ground without holding on to anything, her eyes reddened. Lin Xian got up, took her hand, and walked a few steps with her. I'm back to normal." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I told you. That goo worm is the culprit. When the goo worm disappears, of course you'll be able to return to normal." Zhao Yunqi was so emotional that tears fell. Lin Xian didn't stop her from crying. He could understand Zhao Yunqi's feelings. This feeling was indescribable. "Thank you." Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but hug Lin Xian. Her delicate body was trembling slightly. Lin Xian gently patted her back. Zhao Yunqi felt like she was the happiest person in the world. She had met Lin Xian when she was at her most despairing. His songs had reawakened her hope for life. After meeting him, he had given her the best gift in the world. All right. You'll be fine after crying for a while. My clothes have been ruined by your crying. Can you help me wash them?" Lin Xian smiled and patted her back. Zhao Yunqi's sobbing made people feel especially tender and protective towards her. After a long while, Zhao Yunqi finally calmed down from her emotional state. "Hubby, Lin Xian, and Chi-Chi have been in the room for more than an hour. What do you think is going on?" asked Li Siyu worriedly. No matter what, Chi-Chi's wish to see him has been fulfilled. "I'm really grateful to this Lin Xian." Then, Zhao Tinqua sighed. But, thinking of his daughter, even a grown man like him couldn't help but tear up. Why was the world so unfair? Even if she couldn't move or speak, it was only a slight inconvenience. But if she lost all her 5 senses, they couldn't imagine how devastated they would be when they saw their daughter one day. "Dad, Mom." At this moment, a sweet and excited voice sounded. Then, the door was pushed open and Zhao Yunqi ran towards them happily. Boom! In that instant, the two of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. "Dad, Mom." Zhao Yunqi threw herself into their arms and couldn't help but cry. She restrained herself in front of Lin Xian because she didn't want to cry in front of him. But when she was in front of her parents, she wanted to hold back because she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Lin Xian. But when she saw them, she couldn't hold it in at all. She thought of how hard her parents had been all these years and how they were always sad behind her back. She thought of how her mother always washed her face with tears and all the grievances she had suffered all these years. My daughter, Li Siyu trembled as she hugged Zhao Yunqi and cried. Zhao Tinqua, who was next to her, was shocked and surprised. Then, he walked towards Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin Xian, this?" he asked in disbelief. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I happen to know some medical skills in this area. It's related to goo." Then Lin Xian handed the small bottle to Zhao Tinqua. Zhao Tinqua took it. "This is," Lin Xian said, "it's this goo worm in Zhao Yunqi's body. It's because of this goo worm that she's in this situation. She'll naturally recover after the goo worm is taken out." Zhao Tinqua looked at the small bottle in disbelief. It was this little worm that harmed his daughter. Thumped down in the next moment, Zhao Tinqua directly knelt down in front of Lin Xian. "Hey, don't." Lin Xian quickly helped him up. "Mr. Zhao, why do you have to do this?" Lin Xian said, "Mr. Lin Xian, I only have one daughter in my life. My daughter's situation is my only regret. I thought that she could only be like this for the rest of her life. I didn't expect that because of Mr. Lin Xian's kindness. You're a great benefactor to my Zhao family and to me." Zhao Tinqua said emotionally. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. It's fate that brought us together. It just so happens that I know some things in this area." Li Siyu wiped her tears and walked towards Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin Xian, thank you. I'm really grateful to you. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. If you have any requests, as long as our Zhao family can do it, we'll do our best." "That's right." Zhao Tinqua also nodded. I don't have any requests. I came here because I heard that there's a little fan who worships me. Then I came to take a look. I really don't have any requests. Lin Xian shrugged and said, This. They looked at each other. Chi-Chi's mom. Hurry up and buy ingredients to cook. Today, I want to drink with Mr. Lin Xian until we're drunk. Zhao Tianquist said excitedly. Okay. I'll go right away. Then, Li Xiu kissed her daughter and hurried out. For the Zhao family, today was undoubtedly their most exciting and happy day. Lin Xian, thank you so much. I never thought that one day I would change for the better. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian gratefully. You don't foolishly send gifts at night anymore. It's fine if you send more than 100 million at once. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but blush. Mr. Lin Xian, this goo, Zhao Qingque asked carefully. This should be a goo worm that someone specially planted on her. My suggestion is that if you want to investigate, you should investigate the Zhao family's competitors. 7 or 8 years ago, you might have been friends with each other or something. Of course, it's almost impossible to investigate this matter. I won't get involved in this matter, Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque nodded. Chapter 1106. Zhao Tianque's gratitude to Lin Xian was indescribable. If he was given a choice to give up everything in exchange for his daughter's safety, he would definitely choose without hesitation. But today a young man came. He didn't do anything and cured his daughter. He didn't feel glad that he didn't do anything. He just felt that he was really lucky. Before this, Zhao Qingque didn't believe in the so-called good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. He hadn't done anything bad in his life. Instead, he let his daughter fall into such a situation. Could it be that good will be rewarded with evil? Could bad people really live for 1,000 years? It wasn't until Lin Xian appeared and cured his daughter that he began to truly believe that good people would be rewarded. Zhao Yunqi was really happy and excited. Lin Xian was really her lucky angel. Lin Xian, I don't know if you like this tea. Zhao Tianque poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and said, I don't know much about tea. I usually drink plain water. Lin Xian brought it over. Ha. Maybe it's because I'm old. I like to make tea when I'm old. Zhao Tianque laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Lin Xian then took a sip. As expected, you still like to drink drinks? Lin Xian laughed. I'll go get it for you. No need. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian laughed. I have more. I'll go get it. Zhao Yunqi thought of something, then got up and ran to her room. Zhao Tianque looked at Zhao Yunqi's back and couldn't help but sigh. Her mother and I fantasize about this scene every day. It's all thanks to the two of you helping her move her muscles every day. Otherwise, her legs would definitely be crippled. Lin Xian said, It's useless. If Mr. Lin Xian didn't come, everything would be useless. Then, Zhao Tianque looked at Lin Xian and said, About the matter you mentioned, I have a rough idea of which family it is. I definitely won't let them off. Don't be impulsive. Don't worry. I'm not young anymore. Naturally, I won't be impulsive. I just don't know how to repay Mr. Lin Xian. Zhao Tianque looked at Lin Xian and asked, This favor was really too big. How about giving Zhao Yunqi to me? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Zhao Tianque. He was stunned for a moment, then said tentatively, I don't have any objections. Chi-Chi seems to like you very much. You have a great influence on her, and you're not that old. I think it's very suitable, but Lin Xian, no, I'm saying that Zhao Yunqi is a genius. She has invented many useful things, and the Yixian group is in this field. The Yixian group may have wider channels and fame, as well as the channels of the three major forces. As long as Zhao Yunqi invents something good, it will definitely become a phenomenal product, so Zhao Tianque was stunned. So that was what he meant. Of course, there's no problem. My Zhao family has already entered a period of stability, and this incident made me understand that no matter how rich you are, there are some things that you can't do anything about. Chi-Chi does have some accomplishments in this field. If she can shine, it's naturally better. It's just that The Yixian group doesn't lack money, right? Lin Xian smiled. Who doesn't want more money, right? That's true. Zhao Tianque pondered for a moment. He felt that Lin Xian wasn't such a vulgar person. The key is that the Yixian group has a plan for the next step. The plan may require more than a few $1 trillion. This amount of money is not something the Yixian group can take out in a short period of time. However, if they can produce a few good products in a short period of time, they can still speed up, Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque. What plan would require a few $1 trillion? A few billion was normal, but a few trillion, he was the head of the Zhao family. Lin Xian's words still shocked him. If it was someone else, he would definitely think that they were bragging. However, Lin Xian made him believe in this person. After all, he previously thought that he could cure Zhao Yunqi as a boast. However, he really did it. Only then did he understand that he had misjudged him. Now his words were also a fantasy. However, the Yixian group did indeed have the capital to do so. Forgive me for asking, but what would require a few $100 million? Zhao Tianque didn't want to ask, but he was still too shocked. I want to turn Lin and city into my territory, Lin Xian said. Zhao Tianque. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this too exaggerated? But I don't think this is a good choice. Lin and city is close to the territory of demonic beasts. The risk is too great. Zhao Tianque said. He believed that it was impossible for them not to know such a simple thing. We've already considered this. Without a certain degree of certainty, we wouldn't make such a choice. These people would probably never imagine that Lin Xian was acquainted with the demon god in charge of this area of Lin City. All right, if that's the case, I have no problem with it. I believe Chi is also very willing. Zhao Tianque said. At this time, Zhao Yunqi jogged out of the room. Lin Xian here. She handed Lin Xian a bottle of sweet crooked wine. Lin Xian, it's very delicious. This is my favorite drink. Zhao Yunqi said with a slightly red face. I also quite like to drink it. Lin Xian smiled and took a sip. Zhao Yunqi smiled happily. After a while, Li Siyu quickly walked in with a lot of ingredients. I'll go cook. You guys take your time to chat. She looked at her obedient daughter longingly. Mom, I'll help you. Zhao Yunqi ran over. Girl, you've never cooked since you were young. You should rest. No, I haven't exercised in a long time. Mom, let me exercise a bit. Lin Xian stood up and said, Why don't I help too? Zhao Tianque and Li Siyu were both surprised and hurriedly said, No, you've helped us so much. You're also a guest. How can you? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's fine. I also like to cook. I'll show you my skills. Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This person could write songs, have medical skills, and even cook? Heavens! Zhao Tianque and Li Siyu looked at each other. They were really embarrassed to let Lin Xian cook, but Lin Xian had already put on an apron. I'll just make 2 dishes for this little fan of mine to try. Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Yunqi and said with a smile. Whoosh! Her little face instantly turned red again. All right. Then they were very surprised. Seeing Lin Xian's skillful operation, they knew that this person really knew how to cook. He really cooked often. Chapter 1107. Soon, a table full of dishes was ready. Lin Xian didn't cook much, only 4. Li Siyu made more than 10. Lin Xian sincerely said that she didn't need to cook so much, but she was still very active. Come, Lin Xian. Zhao Tianque poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. I won't drink too much. 1 glass is enough. If you want to get drunk, Uncle Zhao, you can do it yourself. Lin Xian smiled. Haha, okay. Zhao Tianque must get drunk today. He was in a good mood. Come, Chi. Li Siyu added a piece of meat for Zhao Yunqi. I want to try Lin Xian's cooking first. Zhao Yunqi said straightforwardly. You little girl. Li Siyu looked at her daughter with a smile. Nothing had happened yet, but she was already siding with an outsider. Zhao Yunqi's pretty face immediately turned red. She really didn't think too much before blurting it out. Then, she secretly glanced at Lin Xian. When she saw that Lin Xian didn't say anything, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she picked up a piece of Lin Xian's red braised pork and put it into her mouth. Oh, she couldn't help but be surprised. Was it because she was in a good mood after her body recovered? Why did she feel that it was so delicious? How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's delicious, very, very delicious. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but pick up another piece. It's so delicious? Li Xiyu looked at her daughter in confusion. She often made red braised pork for her. It was a classic home-cooked dish, but she didn't hear her daughter praise it so much. Was it because of Lin Xian? Zhao Tinghua also tried Lin Xian's dishes. It's really delicious. Zhao Tinhua's eyes also lit up. Then he said to Li Xiyu, it's really better than yours. Li Xiyu only felt that they were flattering Lin Xian. She cooked every day. How could she lose to Lin Xian? Let me try. Then Li Xiyu also took a bite. She had lost. It was really delicious. I didn't expect Lin Xian to have such amazing culinary skills. Li Xiyu said in surprise. I usually do a lot of work, so I just studied it a little. It's really delicious. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but ask. Then eat more. Look at how thin you are. Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Yunqi was indeed very thin. Although she could not exercise, her appetite was not good, and she was in a bad mood. It was normal for her to become thinner. The meal was over very quickly. It was very exaggerated. Almost all the dishes on the table were finished, and even the soup was finished. Lin Xian and Zhao Yunqi ate a lot, but the one who ate the most was actually Zhao Tinghua. He drank quite a lot, but it was a pity that there was one less person to compete with him in drinking. However, he was in such a good mood that he drank until he lost consciousness. Li Xiyu helped him into the room. Lin Xian, your cooking is really delicious. Zhao Yunqi touched her protruding belly and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Then I'll cook for you in the future, Lin Xian said. Then, she thought of something and showed a disappointed expression. In the future, would there be another chance? I'll go back in a bit, Lin Xian said to her. Ah! Zhao Yunqi looked at Lin Xian with reluctance. Got it. Then, she suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Xian expectantly, Can I look for you in the future? Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian nodded. I talked to your father. If you want, you can go to Lin and City. He said that you want to cultivate and become a martial artist. If you want, you can come to Lin and City. There are many friends there. Of course, Zhao Yunqi said impatiently. Then, she thought for a while and said, But I want to stay here for a while to accompany Mom and Dad. Of course, no problem. When the time comes, you have to help my Art Xian group invent some good things and help me earn a lot of money. However, cultivation still comes first. Study at St. Brilliant's Academy first. Then, I'll ask my friends to take you to the demonic beast domain to improve your realm, Lin Xian said with a smile. I'll work hard. Lin Xian nodded. Zhao Yunqi's attitude meant that she would not be mediocre. Right? Will you be able to see an Xian then? Zhao Yunqi asked. She liked Lin Xian. Of course, she also liked an Xian very much. She probably won't leave for the time being. You should be able to see her. In the afternoon, Li Xiyu and Zhao Yunqi sent Lin Xian to the airport. I'm leaving. See you later. Lin Xian waved at Zhao Yunqi. I'll come find you soon, Zhao Yunqi shouted. Lin Xian nodded and walked away. Zhao Yunqi kept looking at Lin Xian until his figure disappeared. Then, she looked back, her little face full of reluctance and disappointment. What's wrong? You like him? Li Xiyu asked with a smile as she pulled her daughter into her arms. Zhao Yunqi's pretty face suddenly turned red. No, you're my daughter. How can I, as a mother, not understand my daughter's thoughts? If you like him, then go after him boldly. He's indeed very outstanding. I also like him very much. I have the urge to be his mother-in-law. Work hard, baby. Zhao Yunqi looked up at Li Xiyu. I'll work hard. Go home first. Grandpa and the others know about your situation and will be here soon. Your grandparents are so happy. After this period of time passes, you can go to Lin and City. Mom will accompany you. Lin Xian also sighed. His luck with women seemed to be quite good. He didn't deliberately get close to a beautiful girl. Instead, it was the beautiful girl who got close to him. This Zhao Yinchi was probably his. There was no hurry. Lin Xian really liked this girl. She was gentle and weak, with a kind of sickly gentleness. However, her heart was very strong. The key was that she was beautiful. After returning to Lin and City, Lin Xian had nothing to do. He went shopping with Linya, had a meal, and then went to the martial arts academy in the evening. In the 10th Demon God Temple, Yiren Bing was lying on the bed when her beautiful eyes suddenly opened. She felt that something was wrong the entire day. Then, she fell asleep during the day. When she suddenly felt something, she opened her eyes. Yiren Bing slowly sat up, her brows furrowed. She could clearly feel that there was an additional life in her stomach. Then, she closed her eyes and carefully felt it. After a long time, Yiren Bing opened her beautiful eyes. She was pregnant. No wonder she was so tired the whole day. Dragons were different from other races. When dragons were pregnant, the baby would absorb a lot of the mother's energy and strength. This was also why dragons were born strong. Dragons' babies were much weaker than other races when they were born. Yiren Bing sat there in a daze. She was actually pregnant. Chapter 1108. As a woman, she had the rare bloodline of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon. She had to inherit the bloodline of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon. But when the day came, could she accept it? All kinds of emotions surged up. First, she was going to be a mother. Second, how did she get pregnant? Third, damn, she was pregnant with a human's child. Fourth, didn't she just fuck a few times? How did she get pregnant? Even if she could sense the existence of life, it would take at least half a month. Didn't that mean that she had already been pregnant with Lin Xian a few times? If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely be upset. Damn! Didn't they say that dragons were a race that was extremely difficult to breed? How did he become the father of 2 children? Lin Xian would definitely doubt his life. This man would also be very melancholic as a father. All kinds of emotions. When Linglong Shui was pregnant, Lin Xian would definitely be the same. But at that time, he was more focused on pursuing Linglong Shui, so it might be slightly better. Yiren Bing hurriedly got up. She didn't want this child. As a mother, how could she bear to? Also, it was extremely difficult to breed dragons. If she didn't want it this time, who knew when the next time would be? But if she wanted it, the father of the child was a human and was pitifully weak. Would the child's bloodline be good? More importantly, that Lin Xian would be the child's father. Did she have to serve this Lin Xian? She, a demon god, had to serve a lowly human? But she kept pacing around the room. She was in a mess. Whoosh! In the next instant, her figure disappeared from the spot. She was a little messed up. She had never messed up in her life, but this time, Linglong Shui and the other 2 sat on the sofa, watching television, eating snacks and chatting. They had been living very comfortably these days. The happiest thing was that they didn't have to worry about gaining weight. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Linglong was the happiest. Sister, how long will it take for your baby to be born? Linglong Shui drank the yogurt and glanced at Linglong Shui's stomach. By now, Linglong Shui's protruding belly had become more obvious. About half a year, Linglong Shui subconsciously touched her belly. To be honest, she was really looking forward to the birth of her child, but at the same time, she was not looking forward to it because the closer it was to that day, the closer she was to leaving. Shua. Yiren Bing's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Linglong Shui and the other 2 looked over. He was quite puzzled, but he had never seen her with her hair disheveled. He had seen her in pajamas many times, but there was something wrong with her disheveled hair. Yiren Bing had just woken up. She hadn't even combed her hair before coming over. She must be a little messy. Did something happen? Linglong Shui glanced at her and asked. And nothing happened. Yiren Bing sat on the sofa. Linglong Shui looked at her again and felt that something was wrong. Do you want some tea? Bing Lingwei asked. No, thank you. Yiren Bing shook her head and looked at Linglong Shui's belly. Then, she reached out and touched it. 3 months? Ling Long Shui nodded. Pretty good, Yiren Bing said lightly. What do you want to say? Ling Long Shui asked. There was something wrong with this woman. Nothing. Yiren Bing shook her head. Then, she added, nothing. Ling Long Shui knew that there must be something. This was not in this woman's character. She was hemming and hawing. Yiren Bing was going crazy. This was her? Ling Long Shui kept looking at her. All right. Seeing Ling Long Shui's gaze, Yiren Bing shrugged and leaned on the sofa. I'm pregnant. Ling Long Shui. Bing Lingwei, Ling Long Shui. All right, this was indeed a big news. Is it Lin Xian's? Ling Long Shui asked. Nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep myself clean. However, I find it strange. Why would I? Ling Long Shui felt the same way. Wasn't she the same? The Void Fox was also a top bloodline race. How could it be so easy to get pregnant? She felt that her pregnancy was purely a coincidence. But now that Yiren Bing was pregnant, it was not a coincidence. There was a bloodline theory in the mainland, especially for the demon race. The higher the bloodline of the demon race, the harder it was to pass down the bloodline. Otherwise, if the demon race was already so strong, if their reproductive ability was outstanding, then in time such a race would be able to rule the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the law of competition. God gave you a strong, evil power but took away your chances of reproduction. However, if two people with similar bloodlines had a higher bloodline, then the chances of them being shot would be higher. But Lin Xian was a human. Although humans were the most powerful beings, their bloodline was nothing compared to the Night Shadow Dragon and the Void Fox. This Lin Xian could actually... Then what are your plans? Ling Long Shui asked. I'm so annoyed. Where's Lin Xian? I want to kill him. Yiren Bing gritted her teeth. Ling Long Shui leaned slightly on the sofa. I don't know. She then shook her head. Bastard. Then give birth to the child like Ling Long. After all, the child is a life. Besides, it's not easy for dragons to give birth. Bing Lingyue said to Yiren Bing. I know. I'm just very annoyed. Of course, she couldn't bear to give up the child. After all, it was her child. She was just a little shocked. More importantly, she was annoyed. Damn it. Not only is my man a human, but she's pregnant with his child. She wanted to strangle him. Should we tell him? Ling Long Shui asked. Where is he? Yiren Bing took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Holy fuck. Did someone else pick up Yiren Bing's phone? What? Lin Xian sent a message over with a dumbfounded expression. I'm going to die. Yiren Bing sent a message over. Lin Xian was confused. What the hell? This woman hasn't had sex for 2 days, and she's already so thirsty? No, you have to give me a reason. Lin Xian sent a message over. Anyway, I'm going to die. Lin Xian was speechless. Is this Yiren Bing? Who the hell are you? Get out of her body for this, daddy. Okay. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm having a night class at the Martial God Academy. I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye. Lin Xian shook his head and watched Xiao Runing teach. The Martial Arts Academy also had night classes. Then, Lin Xian's phone vibrated again. He received a message from Ling Long Shui. Yiren Bing is pregnant. Boom. Lin Xian's phone fell to the ground. Chapter 1109. Murong Yu, who was in the same class as Lin Xian, looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What's going on? What's so big that he's so shocked? What's wrong? She still asked. Lin Xian came back to his senses and picked up his phone. Nothing. My phone is leaking electricity. Murong Yu. Lin Xian really wanted to cry. He's going to be a father again? No, didn't you guys say that it's hard for girls with these bloodlines to get pregnant? How did she get pregnant? It's so uncomfortable. Of course, it's not because he's feeling, but because he's already the father of 2 children at such a young age. Once the children are born, it's as if I'm locked up in prison. No. How did both of them get pregnant? The reason why Ling Long Shui wanted to tell Lin Xian was because this was a big matter, and Yiren Bing might not know how to bring it up for the time being. If Yiren Bing didn't know how to bring it up, then Ling Long Shui would help her ask Lin Xian. To Linglong Shui, this might be a good thing. If Yi Runbing is pregnant, she might be able to take care of her child too. Yi Runbing's worries were no less than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian, are you free? I want to eat your delicious food. After the evening class, Lan Xingxing ran over to Lin Xian. I'm not free today. I have to go back to Lin and City. Maybe next time. Lin Xian hurriedly left after he finished speaking. Oh. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian's back and pouted. She really wants to eat delicious duck. I'll go back and make it for you. Murong Yu saw Lan Xingxing's aggrieved expression and shook her head helplessly. For some reason, she doted on this girl a lot. She wasn't young anymore, but she was so innocent and adorable that people couldn't help but want to take care of her. There's no need. The Martial Arts Academy sells a lot of things. I'll just buy some food. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. In fact, she simply wanted to eat Lin Xian's cooking. Lin Xian returned to Lin and City after class and went straight to Linglong Shui's place. At this moment, the four of them were playing PUBG together. Lin Xian opened the door. They were all wearing headphones, and none of them even looked at him. Lin Xian, it can't be, right? This was Ling Longyue's idea. Since you guys are all frustrated, why don't you play games? It works. Cough, cough. Lin Xian closed the door and coughed dryly. Several people looked over at the same time. I have a first aid kit here. Who wants it? Yi Runbing turned her head and said. The other three also turned their heads. I want it. Lin Xian, hey. You can't ignore me like this. Lin Xian sat over. I'm not ignoring you. Bing Lingyue said. Die. Lin Xian sat there and said. Boom. At the same time, the four of them were in a car and were all killed by a bomb in the red zone. The four girls. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to cook. Do you want to eat? Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian and asked. Yes, I'll definitely eat. Then I'll go help. Bing Lingyue stood up. I'm not going. I want to watch the show. Ling Longyue said. Then, she saw Ling Longshui's gaze and coughed dryly. I'll go help too. Then, the three girls walked into the kitchen together. Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly and went to Yi Renbing's side. That, Lin Xian scratched his head. It was so awkward. It's not only my problem. Don't you think so? Lin Xian said awkwardly. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. What problem? It's about you being pregnant. What's wrong with that? Yi Renbing sneered. Lin Xian looked at her. Then what do you think? Lin Xian asked. Actually, for a man, if a girl was pregnant, the baby could be taken or not. Men might not be so reluctant. However, for a woman, especially a woman from the Devil Clan, they would definitely be reluctant. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even if a woman from the Devil Clan got pregnant after being raped by someone else, there was a very high chance that she would want to keep the baby. This was how a woman from the Devil Clan was. Give birth to the baby. When I'm bored, I can play with the baby and teach him cultivation. Isn't that great? I won't have to look for a dog like you. Lin Xian, all right then. I respect your choice. Lin Xian nodded. As if you have the right to decide. Know your place. Lin Xian, all right. I was wrong, Lord Devil God. Lin Xian said bitterly. Yi Renbing snorted coldly. In front of Lin Xian, she was completely different from in front of Ling Longshui and the others. In front of Lin Xian, she was extremely arrogant. There was no helping it. Weren't these women all like that? I'm leaving first. Yi Renbing stood up and said. Ling Longshui walked out of the kitchen and asked, not eating? No. After saying that, Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian and disappeared. She still had to go back and see what to do when a woman got pregnant. Although she had lived for so long, this was still her first time. Ling Longshui had become more and more homely in the Devil Clan. Because of her pregnancy, sometimes she even spoke like the mistress of the house. Hey, Xiao Ling Long, didn't you say that it's hard for people with your bloodline to get pregnant? You're even afraid that you won't be able to reproduce in this lifetime? Why are you and Yi Renbing pregnant? Lin Xian asked bitterly. Ling Longyue had a huge opinion of Lin Xian. This person was too infuriating. Her sister Bing, and Yi Renbing were all so beautiful and outstanding. Why did they all fall into his hands? Why was that? He was really lucky. What are you snorting for? Let me tell you, the people around you are now my people. If you don't behave, I'll get them to beat you up. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue and said, You. Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian angrily, and then wrinkled her cute little nose. Humph. She snorted and stopped talking. Wow! Everyone around him seemed to have become his people. How infuriating! Xiao Ling Long, go and rest. I'll cook for you. Lin Xian said and walked in. It's okay, you go and rest. Ling Long Shui said indifferently. She really felt that she cared more and more about Lin Xian. Then let's eat together. Lin Xian said with a smile, and then pulled Bing Ling Yue's hand. Bing Ling Yue's beautiful face blushed slightly. Wow! This queen blushing was really beautiful. Chapter 11:10. Lin Xian had always wanted to take Bing Lingyue down. However, he was still one step away from getting the heaven-ranked martial skill reward. However, Lin Xian didn't want to push her down just like that. Although Lin Xian felt that it would be easy for him to push Bing Lingyue down. Bing Lingyue had a strange feeling. Ling Long Shui was here, and it felt weird for her to be flirting with Lin Xian. Humph. You guys go ahead. I'm going out. Ling Long Shui saw Lin Xian flirting with Bing Lingyue and was about to explode. She was so angry. Wasn't it enough to have her sister? She was even here. How dare you flirt with Sister Bing? She didn't want to watch anymore. After saying that, she walked over. It's good that you're going out. You don't have to be a third wheel. Lin Xian said with a grin. Ling Long Shui staggered. Ah, she wanted to bite him to death. I'll do it. You and Lingyue can go out and rest. Ling Long Shui glanced at them and said calmly. She really wanted Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue to take a step forward. We'll help, Lin Xian said. Bing Lingyue nodded. Then, Lin Xian moved behind Ling Long Shui and reached out to touch her stomach. It was getting bigger. Xiao Ling Long, do you want to go to the hospital tomorrow? Lin Xian asked. Why? Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian curiously. It's 3 months now. We can tell if the baby is a boy or a girl. Lin Xian said. Ling Long Shui's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Xian's words. To be honest, she was also looking forward to seeing if the baby was a boy or a girl. Okay. Ling Long Shui nodded. Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. He hoped that it would be a girl because Lin Xian liked girls. Thinking about it, an especially pretty, cute, and adorable little girl swaying and asking for a hug. Oh my God, he couldn't take it. Ling Long Shui hoped that it would be a boy. Perhaps every girl in the Goblin clan hoped that it would be a boy because they felt that boys could support the heavens and become great heroes. Moreover, boys could better continue the family line of the man. She felt that the man should also like girls. But Lin Xian really didn't favor boys over girls. Instead, he felt that girls were better. Daughters were their father's intimate little cotton-padded jackets. Although Ling Longyue was very unhappy that this pig Lin Xian had taken away her sister, she was also looking forward to the birth of the baby. That way, she wouldn't be the youngest in the family anymore. Soon, they made a few simple yet delicious home-cooked dishes. The few of them ate happily together. It was already late when they finished eating because it was already 8 o'clock when Lin Xian arrived. After cooking, it would be 9 o'clock. After eating, cleaning up, and chatting, wouldn't it be 10 o'clock? Aren't you going to the martial arts academy? Ling Long Shui asked Lin Xian. Class is over, and we're all here. Why should I go to the martial arts academy? Lin Xian said with a smile as he hugged Ling Long Shui. Ling Longyue glanced at him. Ah! She was so angry. Now, Lin Xian could even take advantage of her sister in front of her. She was so angry, so angry. I'm going back to my room. Ling Longyue pouted and went back to her room angrily. I'm going back too. Bing Lingyue said and went back to her room. Let's go to sleep too. Lin Xian kissed Ling Long Shui's pink cheeks and said. Ling Long Shui looked at Bing Lingyue's back and said to Lin Xian, Go and find Ling Yu. Lin Xian shook his head and said, No, I can bully Bing anytime. But you, after today, I won't be able to bully you. Ling Long Shui frowned and looked at Lin Xian. No. She shook her head. Why? Sob, sob, sob. You've rejected me so many times. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. The last time I went to the hospital, the doctor said it's best not to have sex. Linglong Shui said, it's fine if I'm 3 months pregnant. It'll be fine if I don't do it. Let's go, let's go. Trust me. The doctor said it's best not to have sex, right? Lin Xian then pulled Linglong Shui's hand. Damn, it had been a long time since he touched Linglong Shui. This girl was too beautiful. Lin Xian couldn't help it. Indeed, it wasn't good to do that after 3 months of pregnancy, but that didn't mean that it was impossible. It was still possible after 3 months. One had to pay attention to their posture and the intensity. After that, it wouldn't be too good. Lin Xian knew about this. He had done his research. Linglong Shui. Let's go, let's go. No. Linglong Shui shook her head. I just wanted to say hello to the baby in advance. You didn't let me. I'm so pitiful. Lin Xian then said with a wronged expression. Linglong Shui. I just want to go in and say hello to the baby. Linglong Shui. Let's go, let's go. Then Lin Xian brought Linglong Shui, who was half unwilling and half willing, to her fragrant room. Lin Xian was right. If he didn't do it today, he wouldn't be able to touch Linglong Shui for the next 6 months. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it tonight. As for Bing Lingyue, there was no rush. She could do it any time. Linglong Shui was still a soft-hearted person. Baby, Daddy is coming to see you. Lin Xian's lips curled up. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the fairy-like Linglong Shui in his arms. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Did he save the Milky Way galaxy in his previous life? With so many beautiful goddesses by his side, he reckoned that he must have saved the Milky Way galaxy. Bing Lingyue had just woken up in her room. She was actually looking forward to Lin Xian coming to her room, but Lin Xian didn't. To be honest, she was a little disappointed, but it was nothing. She knew that Linglong Shui was Lin Xian's favorite. She wasn't jealous. Perhaps they all subconsciously thought that it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. In the era that Bing Lingyue lived in, all capable men had multiple wives and concubines. The concept was deeply ingrained. The most amazing thing about Lin Xian wasn't that he had multiple wives and concubines. It was that the girls around him got along very well. Although they didn't know that the girls around him were Lin Xian's women, there were bound to be some who knew and some who guessed. However, they didn't say anything. Look at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, 2 modern goddesses. Monogamy was deeply ingrained in them, and they were both very good girls. However, to what extent did they compromise for Lin Xian? This was something that Lin Xian didn't expect. Therefore, Lin Xian was really a very happy and lucky person. Linglong Shui might have felt Lin Xian's naughty hands. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. You're awake. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her. Chapter 11:11. It was blissful. To be honest, from the first time Lin Xian met Linglong Shui, he never thought that such a day would come. Even after meeting her, Linglong Shui hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. But now, she was nestled in his arms. He was so comfortable. Linglong Shui blushed slightly and tried to get up. Don't get up, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian then whispered something in her ear. Her face instantly turned red. No, Linglong Shui refused. Don't. Be good, Lin Xian said softly. Linglong Shui then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and slowly went in. More than an hour later, they walked out of the house together. Dragoni was sleeping at home. According to Linglong Shui, she's very sleepy these days, even eating less than before. Sometimes she'll sleep for days at a time, but she's getting better and better. Linglong Shui wore more clothes. The weather was quite cold, so it was fine to wear more clothes. The other girls except Linglong Shui were all wearing masks and berets. The main thing was that they were too beautiful. Lin Xian felt that if they went out like this, especially when he was beside them, something bad would happen. Moreover, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue appeared in the MV. Lin Xian also wore a mask. Wearing a mask wasn't a big deal. Many people on the road wore it. As for Ling Longyu, she was very beautiful, but she looked young. So even though she was very beautiful, she couldn't be compared to women like Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue. Moreover, this girl didn't like wearing a mask. The few of them went to the hospital together. After the examination, they waited for the notification. The notification came quickly. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Ling Longshui was also looking forward to it. Ling Longshui's family, come and get the report. I'll go. Lin Xian then ran over and looked at it as he walked over. How is it? Ling Longshui asked with anticipation. Do you want a boy or a girl? Lin Xian smiled and asked Ling Longshui. A boy. Ling Longshui said. Why? Lin Xian asked curiously. Because a boy can be indomitable. Girls can do it too. Aren't they as indomitable as you? Lin Xian laughed. A girl? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, a girl. Ling Longshui caressed her lower abdomen. I hope it's a girl, Lin Xian said with a smile. Why? Ling Longshui asked curiously. Shouldn't a boy want a boy? A girl is beautiful and cute. She's her father's sweet little jacket. Look at how beautiful you are. When the time comes, our daughter will be super beautiful too. When the time comes, you can teach her how to cultivate and I'll teach her how to recognize a scumbag. How nice. Lin Xian laughed. Okay. Ling Longshui nodded slightly. She was actually very happy. It turned out that he liked girls. I don't think you need to teach her how to recognize a scumbag. Ling Longshui leaned against the wall and said, Why? Lin Xian asked, Let her see you and she'll know what a scumbag is. Lin Xian, wow. This girl's words hurt his heart. I'm not a scumbag. Bah, you're still not admitting it. Ling Longshui spat. Okay. Let's go home. I'll cook for you guys. Lin Xian made lunch for them and went to the martial arts academy. Today's class was in the afternoon. Lin Xian realized that he liked military classes. It was not only because the instructor was Xiao Runing, but also because he was interested in military classes. In the martial arts academy, Lin Xian could be challenged again today. Therefore, the first thing Lin Xian did after class was to rush to the 99th peak. Because Lin Xian was on the 100th peak, the 10,000 people in the front yard could directly challenge the 100th to 108th peaks. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was on the 90th peak, they could not directly challenge him. At that time, only the person on the 100th peak could challenge him. If Lin Xian was on the 97th peak, then only the people on the 98th, 99th, and 100th peaks could challenge him. Of course, they could only compete for the ownership of each peak. However, the outside world could still challenge him. It was just that even if they succeeded in the challenge, they would not be able to obtain Lin Xian's peak, only Lin Xian's ranking. Lin Xian returned to the backyard and prepared to pack up his things on the 100th peak. Then, when he went up, he saw 1,000 or 2,000 people waiting for him. These challengers could enter the 100th to 108th peaks to challenge, but they could only stay in that small area. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? He did not even feel safe sleeping in his room. Lin Xian saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. I say, what are you guys doing? These people knew that Lin Xian might challenge the 90th peak. As long as Lin Xian entered the 90th peak, they would not be able to challenge him. Although Lin Xian was no longer on the 108th peak, more people wanted to challenge Lin Xian because they were unhappy with him. Why did he have such a good relationship with the school beauties? Why? Then I'll target you and defeat you. There were not many reasons. Lin Xian saw this scene and felt helpless. Since they were all here and they wanted to challenge Lin Xian could not reject them. Therefore, he had to finish 5 rounds today before he could leave and challenge others. Lin Xian, we are all here to challenge you. A person pointed at Lin Xian and said, I know. Who wants to challenge me? Lin Xian walked in and picked up an orange from the stone table in the yard. He said while peeling it, Me. Let me go first. I'm here first. Those people started to compete again. Hey, look at you guys. So many people challenge me every day. What do you want me to do? Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and said, Last time when I asked those people to pay to challenge me, You guys said that I was black-hearted and that I cheated you of your money. Look at how I choose now. Who do I choose? Randomly? I choose randomly. Those who are not chosen are unhappy and unhappy. How about this? More than 1,000 of you will fight among yourselves. Whoever wins will challenge me in the top 5. How about that? Of course we can't. How can we challenge you when we're done and our spiritual energy is exhausted? Moreover, there are so many people here. Who knows when we will fight? Besides, there will be new challengers coming one after another. Someone said, yes, definitely not. Those people discussed animatedly. Well, then what do? Then pay up. If you are willing, pay up. If you are not, please withdraw. Unless you give me another way. Lin Xian said, okay, pay up then. Pay up then. One had to know that this was a group of arrogant young masters. Although they heard that Lin Xian had defeated a domain realm cultivator, none of them were convinced. They all felt that they were not ordinary people and had the ability to fight above their level. Why couldn't they do the same? Therefore, the number of challengers did not decrease just because Lin Xian defeated a domain realm cultivator. Chapter 11-12. After that, there was nothing much to say. Lin Xian was the kind of person who made others think that they could beat him. However, 5 of them were defeated by Lin Xian. After 5 rounds, Lin Xian directly called it a day. Although he could make money, he was afraid that it would not be easy to make money in the future. After the first time and the second time, people would definitely suspect that Lin Xian was pretending to be weak. Lin Xian did not care. He did not want to be annoyed. He directly went to the 90th peak. The 90th peak was not easy to be, because if one wanted to advance to the 80th peak from the 91st to the 99th peak, the 91st peak must belong to one. Only by reaching the 90th peak would one be qualified to challenge the 80th or 80th peak. Even if one was the 91st peak, one would have to defeat the person on the 90th peak before one could challenge the 80th peak. Lin Xian thought that he wanted to be in the top few. Although he did not need to do so now because it was too high profile, he would have to slowly challenge and advance bit by bit. That would take a lot of time, so he might as well challenge now. When he arrived at the 90th peak, Lin Xian saw Wang Xintong. This girl was waiting behind a person. That person was competing with another person. This person was definitely in the 90th peak. He was definitely going to charge into the 80th peak. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian and revealed a happy expression. She ran in front of Lin Xian. You want a challenge too? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and smiled. Anyway, there was no one around to watch, except for the 2 people who were competing. They were in full swing and did not have the time to watch them. Wang Xintong nodded. Then you go ahead, Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Forget it. If you want a challenge, then you do it. I will challenge the 91st peak. Lin Xian smiled and said, there's no need for that. You do it. Besides, I may not necessarily win. Even if I win, I may not necessarily win against over 80 mountains. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. All right then, I'll challenge the 80th peak after I'm done, Lin Xian said. All right. Wang Xintong nodded. If this person lost to Lin Xian, then he would directly go to Lin Xian's 100th peak. If Lin Xian successfully challenged the 80th peak, then the 80th peak would belong to the 90th peak. However, Lin Xian trusted Wang Xintong. The difference in strength between the 80th, and 90th peaks was actually very small. It depended more on one's performance and attributes. Although Wang Xintong had dual attributes of water and light, neither of which was a combat attribute, she was not weak. Therefore, when she defeated the 80th peak that Lin Xian successfully challenged, Lin Xian felt that it would not be a big problem. Since Wang Xintong wanted to challenge him so early, Lin Xian felt that she was also very confident in herself. The 2 people in front of him finished their challenges quickly. The person who came to challenge failed. Zhao Long glanced at Lin Xian and Wang Xintong, then said indifferently, which one of you wants to challenge me? Not resting? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. Had no need. All right. Lin Xian then jumped up It's you, Lin Xian? The person looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes. Oh, brother, you seem to be hostile towards me. Lin Xian asked with a smile. No. Zhao Long shook his head. Of course. He was Lan Xingxing's suitor. This bastard was actually so close to Lan Xingxing and even went to her dormitory. How could he not be hostile? That's good. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No need. Zhao Long's fire attribute energy surged. Come on. Lin Xian shrugged. This Zhao Long's strength was still at the 1-star domain realm. In the martial arts academy, he was naturally above average. However, it was still the same saying. The truly powerful people in the martial arts academy were probably the top 30 peaks. The top 30 peaks were the elites of the elites. The people behind them were at most a little genius. To Lin Xian, they were nothing. Lin Xian, you could do it. Wang Xintong was definitely Lin Xian's little fangirl. After all, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. Zhao Long snorted coldly. Why? What was so different about this Lin Xian? Almost all of the top 10 school beauties on the ranking list had more or less interacted with him. Even a few of them came to watch his martial arts competition. This was a very important moment for a man. Which man didn't want to attract the attention of a few school beauties during their martial arts competition? However, Lin Xian actually did it. He couldn't understand. Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Let's fight. Lin Xian shouted. Come on. Zhao Long then looked at Lin Xian warily. Although he felt that he could win, he had heard that Lin Xian had defeated several domain realm martial artists who challenged him. Therefore, this Lin Xian was actually not weak. Huh. Following that, Zhao Long roared angrily. The entire martial arts arena was burning with flames. The flames quickly shrank, as if Lin Xian had become a turtle in a jar. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't reveal his full strength. However, he didn't want to waste time. If he could end the battle as soon as possible, then so be it. Spatial seal. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly. You think you're the only one who can seal me? You're too young. Zhao Long snorted and suddenly punched the spatial barrier created by Lin Xian. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't break this spatial barrier at all. How is this possible? You're at the domain realm. Zhao Long looked at Lin Xian in shock. To be honest, there was nothing shocking about a student at the martial arts academy being at the domain realm. However, for some reason, he felt that Lin Xian was at the domain realm. Lin Xian also felt very helpless. Was he weak? Why was he weak in the eyes of these people? He had defeated a domain realm martial artist time and time again in the eyes of others as a law realm martial artist. Why was he still weak in the eyes of these people? He couldn't understand what these people were thinking. 1-star domain realm. Don't think that you can win against me just because you're at the 1-star domain realm and have the spatial attribute. This young master can easily shatter the spatial barrier created by a 1-star domain realm martial artist. Huh! Then, he roared and released his fire attribute power with all his might, bombarding the spatial seal. There was a crack, but it didn't shatter. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial artist was a so-called genius in the same realm, it would be relatively easy for them to break through some of the spatial or time restrictions. However, one mustn't forget that Lin Xian didn't have the normal spatial attribute. His spatial purity and proficiency were maxed out. Since ancient times, there had never been a human who had maxed out the spatial purity and proficiency. Therefore, if someone at the same realm wanted to break free from Lin Xian's spatial restrictions, the difficulty would definitely be extraordinary. I'll stop pretending. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm not trash. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Chapter 11:13. Under Zhao Long's incredulous and unwilling gaze, Lin Xian blasted a space, boom. The space was blasted apart, and then Zhao Long was blasted away in ragged clothes. Lin Xian still knew his limits. He only suffered some superficial wounds. After all, there was no enmity between them, and it was just a simple competition. There was no need to be so vicious. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian with her mouth slightly agape. Too powerful? They were both in the domain realm, but the opponent in the same realm couldn't resist at all. No, shouldn't they be evenly matched in the same realm? And this was a student of the martial arts academy. They weren't simple. How could Lin Xian win so easily? Wasn't this too powerful? Actually, it was very simple. It was the space attribute. Did you think the space attribute was functional? That was a huge mistake. Yes, if you could easily break through the limitations of space or time, then these two attributes would only be a temporary restriction to you and wouldn't have much effect on the battle. However, if you couldn't break through, then these two attributes would be your eternal nightmare. Normally, there was a chance to break through in the same realm, but the chances were actually not high. Otherwise, space and time wouldn't be so powerful. But after all, this was the martial arts academy, and everyone was an expert. So in the martial arts academy, the chances of breaking through were very high. But Lin Xian was too monstrous. With full proficiency and purity, even if someone was 1 star higher than Lin Xian, it would be very difficult to break through easily. You had to be at least 2 stars higher than him. And if you couldn't break through, then you would be a turtle in a jar in the space barrier created by Lin Xian. It didn't matter if you had skills, laws, or domains, it would all be useless. You had the strength, but couldn't use it. Zhao Long got up from the ground. How should he put it? He admitted that Lin Xian was stronger than him, but he refused to accept it, because he felt that Lin Xian only won because of the shamelessness of space. I'll get my revenge for this. Zhao Long tossed his badge to Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian tossed his badge to Zhao Long. Then, Zhao Long snorted and walked away. Lin Xian was an expert. This was Zhao Long's thoughts. Yes, he wasn't convinced, but the space attribute that Lin Xian released was too strong. He had fought with space attribute martial artists before, but Lin Xian was at the same realm as him. Zhao Long didn't have the confidence to break through Lin Xian's space barrier. This was enough to prove that Lin Xian's attainments in space were very high. Perhaps his strength was not strong, but his space was very strong. In the face of the space attribute, once you are restricted by the power of space, you basically only have one chance to break through the space seal. If you can't break through this one chance, then the opponent will have enough time to use space explosion and other powers. Then I'll go challenge number 80. You just wait here for him. When he comes, you can challenge him directly, Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. In. Wang Xintong nodded. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Wang Xintong's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Since she started dating Lin Xian, there had been very few ambiguous moments between them. She felt that Lin Xian didn't like her at all. So this time, when Lin Xian took the initiative to kiss her, she was actually very happy. Wang Xintong's little face was red. She tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's cheek. Let's go. Lin Xian then walked away. Lin Xian was qualified to challenge number 80. Wang Xintong wasn't, so Wang Xintong couldn't go there. Those who succeeded in the challenge could stop fighting for 2 days. Others couldn't challenge them, but if they lost, they could still be challenged by others. Lin Xian might return to Lin and City after today's battle because he still wanted to see Ziqiyue. Ziqiyue triggered a divine rank martial skill, so he was very much looking forward to it. However, she was a heavenly concubine. He didn't know if it would be easy to woo her. What if she was lonely? There was still Luo Chenxi. Heavenly concubine Ziqiyue, Lin Xian might still have a chance. Perhaps Lin Xian had some interactions with her. After all, Lin Xian had written songs for her before, so they had some common topics to talk about. However, Luo Chenxi was an ex-science boss and also a mature and beautiful woman. She was truly beautiful, but Lin Xian did not have any common topics to talk about with her. The only conversation they had was during the gala, and they had never spoken to each other again. This kind of situation was really too difficult to pursue. However, the mission reward that Luo Chenxi triggered made Lin Xian very excited. Top-notch domain. Lin Xian's law was the top-notch law of creation. The Blue Star's mission also had the law of destruction. What kind of powerful domain could a top-notch domain be? Lin Xian was of course looking forward to it. Lin Xian also wanted to have more interactions with them. If he had more interactions with them, he would be able to increase their favorability. However, they didn't give him a chance. For the time being, Zichiyue had a chance, but this Luo Chensi had too few chances. He would see when the time came. Anyway, he had 3 months. If he couldn't complete it, he would spend the Adonis points to delay it. He had to quickly get Xiao Xinyue. As long as he got her, Lin Xian wouldn't have to spend the Adonis points to exchange for the Chalcedony liquid. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that after meeting Zichiyue, he would officially start to woo Xiao Xinyue. In fact, Xiao Xinyue was already halfway through. The rest was to take advantage of her. Her favorability towards Lin Xian was not low. It was close to 40. 50 favorability was the threshold for confessing, but it didn't mean that one had to reach 50 to confess. 40 favorability was basically at the level of trust. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian successfully took down the 80th peak. There wasn't much difficulty, and Lin Xian couldn't even feel the thrill of the battle. There was really no pressure at all. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be that amazing, but he was really invincible within the same realm. Fighting those 3 stars higher than him would be a little stressful. Only Tier 5 experts were the most difficult. It wasn't because Lin Xian's combat standards were outstanding, but because his cheats were too fierce. All the major attributes, powerful martial arts, full talent, full attribute purity, just this full attribute purity. How many unimaginable things could he do? The news of Lin Xian's strength was also spread. This kind of news couldn't be hidden. Lin Xian didn't plan to hide it, but the things he revealed were very limited. Before, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was just a piece of trash. Now, they had to pay attention to Lin Xian. Those who were confident that they could defeat Lin Xian before were no longer so sure. After all, the space attribute was no joke. After all, it was said that Lin Xian defeated the person on the 80th peak in 10 seconds. They had no choice but to put away their previous contempt for Yi Shiwen. Chapter 11:14. After the challenge, Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's class. He felt that he was very busy, but he also felt very fulfilled. He didn't even raise his realm during this period of time. But after all, he was in the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy had its own set of plans. They had their own guidelines for when to go out and when to do missions. The students didn't have to worry about these. Of course, if you wanted to go out to the Beast Domain, you could as long as you met the rules. Lin Xian could go, but Lin Xian didn't. The only place he went to was Yi Runbing's place. But now that Yi Runbing was also pregnant, Lin Xian had a headache. The headache was that he was now the father of 2 babies, but he was still hooking up with other girls all day long. But he had no choice but to hook up with them. The system's mission punishment was all kinds of shortening and disappearing. How could he withstand it? This is simply forcing you to do the quest. Although Lin Xian was actually quite happy while doing missions, he had to admit that, after all, they were all fucking beauties. As a man, how could he not be happy? The Art Xian group's continuous development was temporarily handed over to Murong Qing and Lin Ye. When Zhao Yunqi returned, and with Miao Xiaomiao, these 2 girls could create unimaginable wealth for the Art Xian group. Next, I have something to say. Xiao Runing stood on the podium, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd as she spoke. Lin Xian came back to his senses. Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian again. He rarely zoned out. At most, he would stare at instructor Xiao Runing. Today, he seemed to be in a daze even without looking at her. In 3 days, our Martial Arts Academy will hold our first mission, Xiao Runing said. Hearing Xiao Runing's words, the students were all excited. Fuck, I'm fucking bored to death in the Martial Arts Academy. I finally have a mission. We can finally get out. I really envy those people in the backyard. They can go out of the Martial Arts Academy as they please, just like us, Sai. To be honest, it was an honor to enter the Martial Arts Academy, but it really made many people here feel suffocated. They were all daughters or young masters of rich families. They were so happy outside, but when they came here, they couldn't fall in love without entering the backyard. Who the fuck could stand this? Most importantly, he really couldn't enter. and quit? Not many of them had the face to leave. Therefore, when they heard that they were going to be assigned a mission, of course they were excited. They could finally fucking go out. Going to the demonic beast domain was also a kind of luxury. Xiao Runing then said, "This time's mission is 1/5 of the school-level mission. That is to say, there will be 4,000 people doing this mission." Fortunately, our military class is in this fifth, but the other 4/5 of the students will be doing the mission one after another, so everyone is equal. Xiao Runing paused for a moment before continuing. "Tomorrow, our Martial God Academy's Martial God app will announce the missions. There may be hundreds of missions in total, with different sizes and difficulties. Everyone can choose the 3 missions that you like the most. Then, the system will filter the missions based on the number of people, your strength, the difficulty of the mission, and other factors. In the end, it will decide which mission each person will take on. There may be hundreds of people taking on a mission at the same time, or there may even be only 1 or 2 people. However, no matter how difficult the mission is, there will definitely be more powerful students who will take it on. There is only one request, and that is that after seeing the posted missions, you will act according to your ability. Everyone's safety is the most important." Then Xiao Runing continued, "You have all signed a life and death contract with the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy will be responsible for your lives, and we also hope that you will be responsible for your own lives. Even if you die, the Martial Arts Academy will not take any responsibility. You must remember this. However, the biggest guarantee we can do is to ensure your safety as much as possible. When the time comes, we will give everyone the space crystal that they used to participate in the assessment. If you encounter danger, you can use the space crystal to directly teleport back to the Martial Arts Academy. Your safety can be guaranteed, but it depends on whether you will be careless or not." "Miss Xiao, what kind of missions are there?" someone asked. "There are all kinds of missions in the demonic beast domain. The easier ones are to kill a certain number of demonic beasts. The more difficult ones are to go to a more dangerous place to do something. That's about it. You will know the specifics tomorrow. You can also tell the difficulty of the mission by yourself," Xiao Runing said. "So, when the time comes, your teammates will be random. That is, some students who have chosen the same mission as you." Xiao Runing said, "Miss Xiao, what if we want to act alone?" Su Jiming stood up and asked at this time. "As for whether you can survive, that is also your own business. However, there are a few missions that must be carried out as a team. Because the risk factor is too high, I will not disclose this to you for the time being. But if you go out and fail to complete the mission, the Academy will punish you. So, choose a mission that is within your ability and try your best to protect your own life to complete the mission." The meaning of the existence of the Martial Arts Academy was to let these people become independent talents, to stimulate their potential, to make them improve on their original foundation, and even to make them undergo a qualitative change and sublimation. The Martial Arts Academy would work hard, but the warriors themselves would also need to work hard. This process was very dangerous. There would definitely be people, and many of them would be sacrificed. However, this was everyone's choice. The Academy would not force you to do the mission or come to the Martial Arts Academy. Since you came, you should have the determination and the consciousness of sacrifice. However, the Martial Arts Academy would try its best to protect everyone. The Space Crystal was the embodiment of this. With the Space Crystal in hand, unless you encountered an existence that could kill you instantly, there was nothing you could do about it. However, the probability of that happening was extremely low. Since they were asked to do the mission, these mission points and mission targets must have been scouted by the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy in advance. They were trying their best to protect everyone. "Okay, class is over." Lin Xian also walked out and lit a cigarette. Xiao Runing glanced at him. "When did this bastard learn to smoke?" Murong Yu also glanced at Lin Xian when she passed by him. "When did he learn to smoke?" "He learned to smoke on Earth." However, when he heard about Yi Renbing's pregnancy last night, Lin Xian was extremely depressed. It was his first time in this world to buy cigarettes. Chapter 11:15. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "I've never seen you smoke before." She treated Lin Xian in a special way. Normally, she would not take the initiative to talk to a man. However, in her eyes, Lin Xian was a friend. She did not think much of it. "This is not smoking. It's loneliness," Lin Xian said as he blew out a smoke ring. Murongyu. "So you're very lonely?" "Sigh, yes." Lin Xian then looked at Murongyu and said with a smile, "Beautiful class monitor, are you trying to help me get rid of my loneliness?" Murongyu shook her head and said calmly, "I want to ask you about the 6th level of Thousand Eyes pupils." "The 6th level? I've told you before. You need a pure yang body to help you cultivate." Murongyu nodded. "You also said that you have a pure yang body." "Yes, so I can help you reach the 6th level of Thousand Eyes pupils. It depends on whether you're willing." "How?" Murongyu asked. She was a person who thirsted for power. In her life, other than family, power was more important than anything else. "It's simple. Let's dual cultivate." Murongyu. Seeing her eyes, Lin Xian coughed and said with a smile, "It's not the kind of dual cultivation. It's in a place where no one will disturb us. We might need to wear cool clothes. Then, we'll use our palms. You release your cold energy, and I'll release my fire energy. The two types of energy will neutralize each other. My fire energy will gradually help you unlock the 6th level of Thousand Eyes pupils." Murongyu muttered to herself for a moment. She believed Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian had indeed helped her unlock the 5th layer of her Thousand Eyes pupils. Furthermore, the 6th layer he mentioned seemed to make sense to her. "But why do we have to wear cool clothes?" Murongyu didn't quite understand what the connection was. "Because wearing cool clothes is more beneficial for your absorption of fire attribute energy. The best way is to be naked, but I know that you definitely can't do that. So, it's best to wear cool clothes, but you definitely can't wear too much. Otherwise, the failure rate will be very high. This process may last for 1 or 2 hours. In 1 or 2 hours, there's a chance that the release, neutralization, and fusion of our energy will be disrupted because of wearing too much. It might even cause an explosion. If we release our energy for such a long time, the explosion of energy might cause us to die there," Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. Murongyu pondered for a while. "Got it. When are you free?" Lin Xian. "You don't mind? It won't expose anything, and it can also greatly increase my strength. Why should I be afraid?" Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. This woman was very cold, but she was not pretentious at all. "Interesting. I still have to go to Lin and City to do something. Why don't you wait for me to come back from there?" "Okay." Murongyu nodded. "Remember to wear nice clothes." "Choose a beautiful set of underwear." Lin Xian grinned. Murongyu. Then, she directly walked away. Did she have to wear underwear just to wear cool clothes? No. Who said that? Couldn't she wear the loose t-shirt that she wore the other day? That was also cool, right? Lin Xian drove directly back to Linbin City. In a private room of Linbin Hotel, Zichiyue, and Xian, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiaomiao, and Yi Yi, 5 beautiful girls of different ages and ages gathered around the table. The dishes were served one after another. The waiter who served the dishes was shocked. What kind of immortal gathering was this? Zichiyue and Xian? There were also 3 beautiful girls. They were actually here. This was too exaggerated. However, Zichiyue specifically told them not to tell others. Presumably, with her appeal and the warning from the hotel's leaders, they would not reveal it, at least for now. When they got off work, they would probably brag that they saw Zichiyue and an Xian and were eating at their hotel. This meal was treated by Zichiyue. Of course, it was mainly for Lin Xian. She came for Lin Xian. Zichiyue was a talented woman. Of course, she liked talented people the most. Lin Xian was not invincible in her eyes, but he was definitely very talented. She admired and liked him very much. Of course, this kind of like was not the kind that she wanted to have sex with, but it did not necessarily improve to the kind that she wanted to have sex with. An Xian and Zichiyue played the guitar together in the private room and sang Lin Xian's new song together. The more Zi Qiyu sang, the more she liked it. She loved this song so much that she decided that she must cover this song. At the same time, Lin Xian's position in her heart rose by another level. Lin Xian's songs from an Xian to now were all top-notch, and they were all top-notch songs that could be passed down. With this kind of talent, if he entered the entertainment industry, it would only take time for him to become a heavenly king. However, he didn't want to enter the entertainment industry and didn't even want to show his face. This made Zi Qiyu admire him greatly. It's good, it's good. Lu Yufan and the others excitedly applauded the two of them. Some people outside would pass by their private room and hear the melodious songs coming from inside. The most exaggerated thing was that if you went shopping now, you would see that 50% or more of the songs that Lin Xian wrote for an Xian, including Zi Qiyue's dignity. This kind of situation would only happen when a divine song like the Big Apple appeared. In the entire empire, Lin Xian's songs dominated the charts. They also dominated the charts. It's not the singing that's good, it's the songs that are good. Zi Qiyu smiled and put down the guitar. Yeah, Lin Xian is really too talented. An Xian also sighed in admiration. Lu Yufan and the others were even more shocked. From the day they met Lin Xian, they never thought that Lin Xian would be like this one day. He was really amazing. I really don't know how much ink he has in his stomach. A person can write so many melodies and so many styles of songs in such a short time. The lyrics are also good, but the styles are too diverse. An Xian said, Zi Qiyu was in this line of work. She deeply knew how difficult it was for a person to write songs in several different styles. For any singer-songwriter, if you listen to their songs, you would find that their songs basically had one style, at most two. The different styles were written by other people. So I came here to talk to Lin Xian about cooperation, Zi Qiyu said with a smile, then took a sip of her drink. Sister Qiyu, do you want Lin Xian to write songs for you? Lu Yufan asked. Zi Qiyu nodded. Yeah, after all, his songs are too good. I don't know if he will agree. He definitely will. Trace said. Why? Because he's the most lecherous. Everyone. Ha ha. Chapter 11:16. Lin Xian was wearing a mask and a cap. When he arrived at the door, he heard the girls laughing inside. Sisters, what's so funny when I'm not here? Are they talking bad about me? Lin Xian felt that someone must know that Zi Qiyu and the others were inside. If he went in alone, someone would definitely guess that he was Lin Xian. Therefore, Lin Xian had to wear a mask or something. He pushed open the door and walked in. The beautiful girls looked at Lin Xian at the same time. I'm starving. I'm starving. Lin Xian then sat next to Yi. The dishes are all here. Do you want a drink? Zi Qiyu asked. Yes, a big star is treating us. We have to drink, and we have to drink good wine. Lin Xian said with a smile. The girls looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Wow, he really acted like they were close to each other. No, how could he be so shameless as to say something like that? On the other hand, Zi Qiyu was happy to hear this. This meant that Lin Xian wanted to have a good relationship with her. That was a good thing. Even if he spent millions on a meal, it was nothing to her. She didn't care. Okay, then I'll go. It's not convenient for Sister Qiyu to go out. Lu Yufan said. Well, 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Okay. Lu Yufan then ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, a young lady brought them 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Beauty Qiyu, you've spent a lot of money. Lin Xian looked at the dishes on the table. A few of them were home-cooked dishes that everyone liked to eat, but the rest were expensive. As for why Lin Xian didn't call her Sister Qiyu, what a joke. If he called her Sister Qiyu, they would be siblings. If he didn't call her Sister Qiyu, it was more likely that they would develop a relationship. After all, this triggered a confession quest. It's okay. It's my honor to treat Mr. Lin Xian to a meal. Zi Qiyu smiled. Cough, cough. Lin Xian choked and quickly said, Don't say that, beautiful Qiyu. If your fans or society find out, I'll be scolded to death. Although Mr. Lin Xian hasn't entered the entertainment industry, he is quite familiar with it. Zi Qiyu smiled. It's all right. Internet trolls are too scary and keyboard warriors are too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Lin Xian shrugged and picked up an abalone. Fuck, it's delicious. I feel that it's much better than the abalones I used to eat. Moreover, there's no fishy smell at all. Lin Xian pointed and said, Of course, Mr. Lin Xian. It can't be something ordinary, right? Zichiyue said with a smile. No, Beauty Chiyue, don't be like this. Calling a mister makes us feel distant. Oh. Zichiyue's eyes lit up. Call me little brother. Everyone. Wow. Lin Xian even flirted with Zichiyue. Lu Yufan and the others were shocked. Zichiyue was also stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, Okay, little brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Zichiyue stood up, raised her glass, and said, It's my first time in Lin City. I'm very happy to see you all. Here's a toast to you. Then everyone stood up and clinked glasses. Miao Xiaomiao knew that this was Lin Xian's home ground, so they were mostly here to eat, watch the big stars, and listen to them chat. The main thing was that their favorite and Xian and Zichiyue were here, and they invited them to join them, so they really couldn't help but come. Lin Xian, Sister Chiyue wants to see you because... And Xian looked at Lin Xian. I know, I'm writing songs. Lin Xian put down his chopsticks. I don't know if you can handle it. No, I should ask if you agree first. Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian. You should know whether I agree or not, Lin Xian said with a smile. Zichiyue smiled and raised her glass to Lin Xian. Then, she drank it in one gulp. It had to be said that this kind of woman, the way she drank was really beautiful and elegant. Anyway, it could be said that she had thought it through. Moreover, this was a heavenly concubine. This kind of woman would give you a strong feeling in addition to being beautiful. What kind of feeling? It was that she was not ordinary. She was the idol and dream lover of countless people. It was very satisfying to sleep with such a woman. Of course, Zichiyue was very smart. When Lin Xian agreed to go to the banquet, she knew that Lin Xian had agreed. Then can you handle it? Zichiyue asked. Although Lin Xian was indeed very talented, and she acknowledged that she had also personally written and composed songs. She knew how long and how difficult it was to write a song with lyrics, let alone write one for two people. Moreover, it was a high-quality song. That's not a problem. An Xian, give me the guitar. Lin Xian waved at an Xian. Then, an Xian handed the guitar to Lin Xian. Beauty Chiyue is more suitable for singing some love songs, whether it's cheerful or sad. It suits you. However, this love song must have a little bit of meaning. Lin Xian said as he plucked the strings. Zichiyue and everyone looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian, little brother, are you going to improvise? Zichiyue asked with a smile. She had heard an Xian say that those flowers and a Taoist nun friend of hers were improvised in front of her by Lin Xian. Miss Chiyue, you have to have some confidence in me so that we can cooperate better. Lin Xian chuckled and began to fiddle with the strings. Then he hummed a song. The girls listened carefully to Lin Xian's humming. Although it was only 20 seconds, but Zichiyue opened her beautiful eyes, which were shining slightly. Good song? Not to mention other things, she loved this song. Of course, who wouldn't love the chorus of Later? Especially for a woman like Zichiyue, this kind of song was most suitable for her. An Xian looked at Lin Xian with shining eyes. He was too talented, really too talented. It should be a good song. Whether it's good or not, we'll know when it's written, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian said, Miss Chiyue, please give me a pen and paper. I'll write it first. Right now? Zichiyue was stunned. Yes, I should be able to write it after eating and chatting. I can't let you down. Lin Xian grinned. Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian with slight surprise and then handed him a pen and paper. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while eating and writing the song. Okay, take a look. Lin Xian handed the song to Zichiyue. Zichiyue took it and an Xian came over to read it. The more she read, the more surprised she was. He wrote it just like that? Although the words weren't good, the song, she hummed it according to the song. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you're long gone and disappeared in the sea of people. Later, wow. This song is so good. An Xin couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian said that this song was indeed good. After all, it was a classic song of a generation. This song would definitely be passed down for hundreds of years, or even longer. Chapter 1117. Then, Zichua looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Wasn't this person too exaggerated? How could he write such a song just like that? In her opinion, this song was so good that she couldn't wait to release it now. Really, she didn't know why, but she loved the songs written by Lin Xian too much. They were too much to her taste. Is it okay? Lin Xian asked. It's more than okay, Zichua said in surprise. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, if you can write such a song so casually, what kind of song are you seriously writing? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, it's about the same. It can only be said that the style is different, but the level is the same. However, I want help with the accompaniment. I believe that with Miss Chiyue's ability, it's easy for you to make an accompaniment, right? Zichua nodded. Of course, no problem. Don't worry. All the fees for these songs will be given to you. She really didn't lack money, and she didn't come to Lin Xian for money. She simply liked these songs and liked to sing. As for fame, she didn't lack it. Her fame had already been consolidated, and it would be difficult for it to soar again. Lin Xian didn't refuse because he was short of money. If others knew Lin Xian's thoughts, they would definitely kill him. Short of money? You're fucking short of money? For a big star like Zichua, as long as her songs were popular, they could easily earn hundreds of millions a year. Moreover, they were high-quality songs. When the time came for various singing variety shows, the copyright fee would also be a big income. In any case, Lin Xian was making money from various places. But there's a premise. Lin Xian thought of something and said, what? Because I promised an Xin that I would give her an award, and the songs I wrote for you can easily win an award, so when an Xin heard Lin Xian's words, she was touched. He actually kept this matter in his heart. Zichua understood what Lin Xian meant and said, don't worry, I just like these songs and singing, and I've passed the time of competing for results. And Anne's career is on the rise, and she happened to meet you. You can definitely help her reach a higher level. She might even be crowned as the queen. At that time, I will make a statement that I won't compete for any awards for these songs. Sister Chiyua, an Xin bit her lips and looked at Zichua. Zichua smiled and rubbed her hair. She said, good luck. You can reach even higher heights. Lin Xian nodded and said, all right then. Zichua said, this period of time can also be considered as a vacation for myself. From my debut until now, the longest I've rested in a year is only a month. During this period of time, I'll focus on writing songs and singing. I won't take on any jobs. It just so happens that I'll stay in Lin City. If I have time, I'll go to the Monster Beast domain to take a look. Sister Chiyue, you also go to the Monster Beast domain? Zichua shook her head. Not many. Lin Xian used his Eye of Cave Spirit to take a look. She was in the arcane body realm, which was actually not that high. However, for such a big star to still have the strength of the arcane body realm, it could be considered amazing. An Xin, on the other hand, had never been to the demonic beast domain in her entire life. She was just an ordinary star. However, going to the demonic beast domain was something that every capable person had to do. Not for anything else, but for the sake of living a few more years. She had to go even if it meant having better skin. However, everyone had their own life choices and plans. An Xin might not go now, but she would definitely go in the future. As for Zichua, she also didn't go there often. However, she thought that she was a public figure after all. Sometimes she might encounter some danger, so she could better protect herself if she had some strength. Lin Xian was happy. Zichua would stay in Lin City for the time being. An Xin would also stay in Lin City. Then, he would have more opportunities. There was also Luo Chenxi. By the way, an Xin, is your boss staying here? Lin Xian asked. Ah! An Xin was stunned. Why did Lin Xian suddenly ask about her boss? Umph! Miao Xiao Miao snorted. Lin Xian glanced at her. This girl was jealous. Hey, What are you snorting for? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was just asking, and this girl thought that he was going to hit on her? Because you were a hooligan, righty? Yi nodded. Lin Xian. Zichiyue held back her laughter. Brother Lin Xian, how are you a hooligan? She felt that it was quite interesting. Nonsense. When did I become a hooligan? Don't believe me. Lin Xian said to Zichiyue. I only know that the three of them said that you were a hooligan. That's not wrong. Zichiyue smiled. Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian glared at them, and they stuck out their pink tongues. An Xian then said, I don't know if Sister Chincy will stay in Lin and City, but she should be in Lin and City for the time being. Because Sister Chincy's parents and grandparents are all in Lin and City now, and our company is now in a stable period and has passed the rising period, so Sister Chincy should have time. No, I'm just asking. He just thinks she's pretty. Miao Xiao Miao muttered. Lin Xian. Haha. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. What? You still have feelings for Luo Chincy? Sure, I'm good friends with her. I can help you two get together. I originally wanted to invite her to this dinner, but I didn't tell you after all, so I didn't ask her. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around. It's okay. I'll go to her place tonight and help you talk to her. Zichiyue said with a smile. Lin Xian. I'm just thinking about whether I can do business with her or something. I don't mean anything else, really. Lin Xian said seriously. Don't mean anything else? No, there must be something else, but we have to take it slow, right? It would be too abrupt if Zichiyue did it. Oh, you want to start a company too? Lin Xian shook his head. Doing business was just an excuse for Lin Xian. How could he make money by opening an entertainment company? It was better to develop a high-tech or monopolistic product. With the ability of Yixian Group, it would make much more money than a management company. No, I'm just saying. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll go back and help you two write songs. Lin Xian said. No hurry. Let me write this song first. You can help an Xian write it first. Zichiyue was very serious about writing songs. She didn't like to have a pile of good songs piled up and then write songs as if she had completed a task. She liked to write songs slowly and seriously. Chapter 11:18. Lin Xian realized that he seemed to be quite busy now. After having breakfast with Zichiyue and the others, Lin Xian wondered if he could do something with Zichiyue alone. In the end, he didn't have the chance, so Lin Xian simply went home. Early in the morning, Lin Yo went to the company after making breakfast for him. She had been quite busy recently. Several projects had started or were being developed one after another. Moreover, Lin Xian's plan was going on, so she needed to watch over it. Although she was a little tired, she was really satisfied. The only thing was that Lin Xian came home less and less often. However, Lin Yan knew that Lin Xian was improving himself in the martial arts academy. She was happy for him. Lin Xian also went to the martial arts academy after breakfast. The next important thing was the mission issued by the martial arts academy. It was a rare opportunity to go out and gain experience. Moreover, it was very motivating. Lin Xian was also very curious about the mission issued by the martial arts academy. Early in the morning, Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts academy. There were no classes today. The whole day was used to let people choose to accept missions or even find their own team members. When he arrived at the martial arts academy, the mission had not been issued yet. Lin Xian thought about going to Ling Ying and the other's place. It was just the right time to make a move on Xiao Xinyue. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure directly disappeared and then appeared in Ling Ying and the other's room. Because that room was occupied by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, Lin Xian was familiar with them and Xiao Xinyue. So Lin Xian was too lazy to ask the dormitory aunt. When Lin Xian appeared in their room, Xiao Xinyue happened to be in her pajamas and just came out of the bathroom after washing up. Then, she turned around and saw a man standing in their room. It was an instinctive reaction. Before she could see who it was, a burst of cold energy erupted. Lin Xian didn't expect little Xinyue to attack him. He was completely unprepared and was frozen there. At this time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in the living room and ran out in their pajamas. What's wrong? Linging asked, and then looked at Lin Xian, who was frozen. Xiao Xinyue also saw that it was Lin Xian. She secretly touched her forehead. No, why is this man like this? It's fine if you don't knock on the door, but you came here directly. Seriously. Then, Xiao Xinyue waved her hand, and the cold energy disappeared. Lin Xian cracked his neck. Wow, little Xinyue, why are you so cruel? You came to the place where we 3 girls live without saying a word. How can you blame me? Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. Fortunately, she subconsciously felt that the person who came in was from the martial arts academy and might not have committed a heinous crime. So, she only released her power to freeze him. Yes, if it were me, I would throw a knife at a certain part of his body. Linging laughed. Then, her right hand started to play with the dagger in a fluid manner. Lin Xian, don't mess around. I just came here to discuss the mission with you. As for the girls, they would definitely choose the more difficult missions. However, there would still be danger. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be more powerful than them, but after all, he had the space and time attributes. If they were outside, they would still be safer. Moreover, Lin Xian also liked to train with them. What? You want to come with us? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue quietly walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded and sat on the sofa. The 3 girls were wearing pajamas of different colors. He really wanted to strip them. Xiao Xinyue wanted to go back to her room and change. Although the pajamas didn't expose anything, it was very comfortable inside. Who would want to be tied down when sleeping at night? So, sometimes if you just sat there wearing pajamas, there would be little Lil P in front of you. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue might really have a relationship with Lin Xian, so they didn't think too much about it. Xiao Xinyue found it strange that they didn't change their pajamas. She thought about it and decided not to change either. She just said that she was sitting in a place where Lin Xian couldn't see her directly. Forget it. We're going to choose different missions, Ling Ying said. Why? Because it's better for us to train ourselves, Han Chuxue said. It's too dangerous. But if it's not dangerous, it's not training. Han Chuxue continued. Lin Xian touched his chin. The main thing was that they were his women, so he was worried. But on second thought, they weren't weak either. Plus, they had the space crystals given by the academy, so they should train well. Okay, then I'll choose on my own. But you must be careful. I know. You don't have to tell me. By the way, are you in the domain realm? Ling Ying waved his hand and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, those people in the academy who were scammed by you must hate you to death. Lin Xian shrugged. It's not my fault. I didn't force them. At this moment, Xiao Xinyue waved her phone and said, the mission is out. Let's use the TV. Then, Ling Ying used the TV to open the Martial Arts Academy app and entered the mission panel. Originally, the mission panel was empty. But now, they took a look and saw that there were a total of 302 missions of various sizes. There were a total of 7 missions, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The difficulty increased in ascending order. At the same time, the side of each mission would give you a detailed explanation of how difficult the mission was, including the recommended number of people to take on it. This would allow you to weigh your own strength and make the best decision. They were all geniuses here. Even if it was a D-rank mission, it would definitely be difficult. However, they had to weigh their own strength before making the choice. However, there would definitely be many people who would put on a facade and choose a mission that was beyond what they could accept. They might not die because there were many protective measures. It was just that the mission might not be completed. Lin Xian, Han Chuxue, and the others would definitely choose an S-rank mission at the very least. It wasn't impossible for them to choose an SSS rank mission. The main thing was that they had to weigh the pros and cons. There were a few SSS rank missions that required a team to take action. In other words, if they chose this mission, all of them would have to take action as a team. If the mission was successful, the entire team would be successful. Because it was too dangerous, they had to take action as a team. Of course, if you wanted to act cool and force yourself to do it alone, the academy wouldn't be sad if you died. Lin Xian had to choose an SSS rank mission because he was confident in his own strength. He felt that since it was an experience, he had to choose something that would put his life in danger. Only then could he improve himself. Otherwise, why would he come to the martial arts academy? They were all silent. They were all looking at the missions one by one. "I'll choose this one," Ling Ying said. Chapter 11:19. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian and the others looked over. Ling Ying wanted to choose an SSS rank mission. The mission content was to head to Ghost Suicide Valley and kill a domain realm ghost beast. It might seem easy, but don't forget that this was an SSS rank mission. Ghost Suicide Valley was a very, very big abyss. In this abyss, you might fall to your death. You might not even be able to climb back up. This was just one of the reasons. Secondly, there was a kind of ghost-like creature in the valley. That's right, it was a ghost beast. This kind of creature was terrifying because of its mental attacks. It could even possess a body. Once you're possessed, you're finished. There were ghost beasts ranging from low to high level. The mission even clearly stated that there was a heavenly venerable realm ghost beast there. Therefore, this mission had a high risk of death. "Are you sure?" Lin Xian asked Ling Ying. This place is completely dark, just right for me to unleash my full potential. Moreover, my mental strength is actually not that strong. After refining the demonic crystal of the spirit beast, it can increase the mental strength of a martial artist. This place will be very beneficial to me." Ling Ying nodded. Ling Ying had the dark attribute, so it would be very good for him to display his strength in such a place. The danger would also be very high. However, Lin Xian believed in him. Moreover, he had the spatial crystal. Remember to be 120% vigilant when you get there. The ghost beast has the ability to possess a body. It will be very dangerous if you get ambushed. "Got it." Then, Ling Ying lowered his head and used his phone to choose a mission. Han Chuxue had also chosen her mission. Even without Lin Xian, they would discuss the pros and cons of these missions. For example, where the danger was and what to pay attention to. Han Chuxue chose the Scarlet Forest mission. The Scarlet Forest was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Lin and City. She had to drive there by herself, and she might encounter great danger on the road. Xiao Xinyue wanted to choose the Dragon God Lake mission. It was rumored that there was a dragon living in the Dragon God Lake. Of course, that was just a rumor. There were many other dangers in the Dragon God Lake aside from the rumored dragon. None of them were weak, and the missions they chose were SSS rank missions. They were very dangerous and had the risk of losing their lives, but this was the only way they could train themselves. Basically, the top 50 or 100 students in the academy would all choose SSS rank missions. Of course, the top 100 students weren't the current top 100 students, but the top 100 students with true strength. Lin Xian, which one do you choose? The three of them had basically decided on a mission for the time being and had applied for it. The only one left was Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian chose the SSS rank mission. However, there were more than 10 missions in this SSS ranked mission. He was weighing which one to go to. This one, Lin Xian and Lin Xian clicked on each other's toxic despair. "Don't you want to change to another one?" Ling Ying asked. The extreme poisonous territory was a rather special place. The degree of danger was about the same as the one they had chosen. However, the extreme poisonous territory had an extra layer of poison. The air in this place was filled with poison, not to mention any stalk of grass, demonic beasts. Everything that you could see with your eyes was poisonous, and the degree of toxicity was different. Although the place they had chosen was dangerous, these dangers would only exist if one encountered them. On the other hand, when Lin Xian stepped into this place, the poison was a hidden danger. Therefore, although they were of the same rank, Lin Xian's mission was more dangerous in a sense. The mission was very simple. They had to get rid of the king of poison in the toxic despair. The toxic despair was a small forest. There were several kings in this forest, and their realms ranged from high-level Grand Dominion realm to Heavenly Venerable realm. Therefore, this mission was also a compulsory team mission. It was not impossible for several top martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy to team up against a heavenly venerable realm monster. That monster was not a high-level heavenly venerable realm monster, so they had a high chance of killing it if they worked together. Of course, the possibility of death was also very high. Because of this reason, it had to be a team mission. Because if it wasn't a team and you were alone, even the most powerful student wouldn't be at the heavenly venerable realm. If they challenged a heavenly venerable realm demonic beast by themselves, it would simply be suicide. Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he saw this mission. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed forcefully increasing the strength of the students. Under normal circumstances, one would not even dare to think about such a difficult mission, but now it had become their mission. Although Lin Xian was only a one-star Grand Dominion Realm monster and definitely could not fight a heavenly venerable realm monster, since it was a team mission, he would not be fighting alone. Moreover, his poison attribute should be more advantageous in this place. In addition, he had eaten the blue sky rainbow flower before, so he should not have to worry about the poison inside. If he did well, he might be able to increase his strength by a few stars. Although his realm was not high, Lin Xian was sure that if he went all out, he would definitely be able to injure a low-level heavenly venerable monster. At least his attacks would not be like scratching an itch. Let's give it a try. I think this mission is quite to my taste. Lin Xian said. Then you have to be careful. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. They knew that this mission was very difficult, but Lin Xian had the space attribute more than them. They should be more confident that Lin Xian would be fine. Instead, they had to consider themselves. I have some ingredients here, Lin Xian. Ling Ying then glanced at Lin Xian. His meaning was very clear. Wow, you want to eat a big meal so early in the morning? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Won't you have to cook for a few hours? It'll be noon by the time you're done. Ling Ying said with a smile. Okay. I'll cook for you. Lin Xian was naturally very happy to cook for them. Lin Xian was already full of guilt towards them. I'm going to wash up. Ling Ying then walked into the bathroom. Han Chuxue had not washed up yet. Little Xinyue, come over and give me a hand. Lin Xian called out to Xiao Xinyue. Coming. Xiao Xinyue walked in and out. Hey, little Xinyue, I remember that you still owe me 6 conditions, right? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Xiao Xinyue. Wow. After not mentioning it for so long, she thought that Lin Xian had forgotten about it. She was quite glad that he remembered it all along. Sure enough, a hooligan was a hooligan. Xiao Xinyue nodded as she washed the vegetables. Then I'll tell you the conditions now. Kiss me. Lin Xian then smiled. Xiao Xinyue. She guessed that Lin Xian would make such a hooligan request. How infuriating. No, change it. Xiao Xinyue said softly. You want to be shameless? I didn't ask you to kiss my lips or my face. Lin Xian then pointed at his cheek and moved closer. Xiao Xinyue. That you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.